suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Connect the dots straight to the start of intoxicating want. Lingering touch, these soft words whispered in the dark. Set my heart on fire.
G'day mates, how's it going? I'm back. I'm gonna start today's stream off with saying if the stream crashes, it's because of my internet. Bro, that my brother's bird is going off its head. Yeah, so I guess because of the storms, I don't know. Still, just so you guys know, it's still storming. Like there's still crazy wind and rain still. But my internet provider just like they're just bad. And the only solutions they ever give you is, have you tried turning your modem on and off again? So they're really annoying. Switch. Boom. They're really annoying and frustrating. And then eventually, if problems keep persisting, they'll eventually like send you a technician to your house who will come to the house and be like, I don't know why they sent me here. It has nothing to do with the house. It has to do with them. And it's so dumb. But you know, you could just write that in chat. I don't know. I just typed in non-copyright music and that was one of the things that came up. So I just played it. And then as I played it before I started streaming and listened to it, just to listen to it. And it was really good. So I played it again. What's that video? Which one do you want? You want Denny Phantom, right, Benny? Boom. Yes. Ah! Why did it open up on that one? That was weird. This one. So after stream, I'm gonna go look and see if that person has more music, because I actually really like that. Okay. Is this right? Oh, sweet. Does that look good? I feel like that looks fine, right? Do that. I just realized like the top of it was like still had a little bit of black. There we go. I think that's better. This look good? Big enough? Trying to like, I don't know. I'm too finicky with things. Noxnor uploaded Hassan Piker is a 285% fucked. Wait, he's only doing 5% now, right? Or why doesn't Hassan just shut up? Why does he keep saying things? I don't understand. Like, does he understand he's giving them ammunition? Are you watching the stream, Benny? I assume you are, because you asked me in Discord about okay, so we need to turn this off, because that noise is going to get in the way. And then turn this on. Okay. Might have to go back. Are we ready? Huh? Is everyone ready? Question mark? I see you. Your name's Pink today, Benny. Oh yeah, that I don't know. So this multi-stream thing on Streamlabs changes the color of the mods as well. It's strange. I gotta get used to it. I've got so used to the YouTube chat. So now I gotta get used to this. So yeah, you're pink today, Benny. My green is gone. I like this pink better. I don't know why. Okay, let's play this.
Everyone acts differently when nobody's looking.
Is that loud enough? Bro, that's so loud for me.
Makes us comfortable and
hold on. There we go. Wait, come back. Come back. I plugged my headphones in. Do I like him on top? Yeah. It's fine. I'm green? Yeah, you're green. Yeah, he's fine. I like Hitmonchan the best. I like his punches. Pokemon, how rare. He's getting growled on? Bro, I'm not getting growled on. What are you talking about? You'd have to do a rate thingy, right?
the allows us to entertain all
Is this
sorts
loud
of
enough?
absurd thoughts and activities. But what happens if someone spends years or even decades without engaging meaningfully with another person?
Where
What sort
is...
of dark recesses
There
and
it is.
warped beliefs does their mind access if they feel nobody cares either way? That's what we'll discover by learning the grim story of Randy Stare, a man whose isolation led to a bizarre obsession with Danny
Should
Phantom
some BS?
fan characters and ultimately
Nah, it's fine.
massacre. This
I
is
like
the
your
Danny
pink.
Phantom Killer.
24-year-old Randy Stare. YouTube videos of
What a name, Randy Stare.
preparing for the attack.
No, you don't get him from the raid thingies?
It's me,
Come back.
Randy Stare.
Oh wait, why did I touch you?
What the fuck happened, man?
I don't need you. That's the thing I got shiny last time, isn't it?
Look at the clock. I always see her. I got it. 2 Mossberg 500 shotguns.
Yes.
If you're watching this, I'm dead.
Completely forgot.
I'm sorry.
Wait, what? I thought he was the killer. Or whatever. He's killing himself? Also, I managed to get Golden Caterpie on quest. You got Golden Caterpie?
Very little is known
Golden Caterpie's pretty cool. I wonder if I... Hold on. If I turn it up here, we'll turn up to 100. Tell me if this actually got turned up.
about Randy's personal life other than what he said about it himself. In a way, this is revealing. Until little is known about
Did it get turned up?
Very little is known about Randy's personal life other than what he said about it himself. In a way, this is revealing. Until
Too
the
loud
very
now?
last moments of his life, no one cared about his story enough to document it. And even then, people were only sharing what he chose to publish online. Not that he's deserving of attention
Good,
given his
bad,
heinous crime, but it's worth noting that
creamy,
negligence is a
crunchy.
motif that punctuates his entire life. One of the documents he eventually posted online focused on providing information on his early years. In his own words, born in 1992, Randy was his parents' first child, and 2 years later, they
Oh,
had
he's a
his
weird-looking
brother. He
kid.
decidedly doesn't go into detail about his parents, neglecting to even name them, which, as we'll glean later, is a subtle sign of his disdain for them, struggling to
that
acknowledge
dog's
their
fat as
relevance
fuck.
in his coming to be. His mom had a background in nursing and had been working as a biomedical equipment technician for a general
my
hospital
God.
for
Go
about
away.
half a decade by the
No one
time
likes you,
Randy was
Zigzagoon.
born. In a
I already
very
have one.
strange coincidence, her name is the exact same name as the mother of Joe Stare, who was not only a student at Columbine, but the founder of the Trenchcoat Mafia, a group which the perpetrators of that particular crime are frequently, and wrongly, thought to be members of. His father, on the other
Okay, bro. I just got so much information so fast. Is that loud enough? Is it too loud? Turn it down a little bit. It's really loud for me now.
hand, was a store manager for the Wise
Better.
chain of supermarkets, a fact we'll come back to later due to its relation to the crime Randy eventually committed. Randy recalls that for as long as he can remember, he's always been very shy, crying profusely due to feeling lost and helpless when his parents left him at school, and
Who
either
names their
looking
kid
down or
Randy?
straight up at the ceiling whilst walking into classrooms to avoid making eye contact with anybody. He specifies that this wasn't because he hated people, but because he disliked being noticed. He conjures a memory of a play his class put on in preschool,
What?
and during it, he stood in the
Wait.
back of the stage.
Wouldn't that... But the reason he wouldn't want to be noticed is because he doesn't like people, right? That's confusing.
With his back facing the audience, zoning out whilst trying to take his mind off the situation he was in.
God
As
damn
time
it.
progressed,
Go
he
easy,
discovered
Zigzagoon.
himself completely unable to relate to any of his classmates, confused about how they could interact so easily, as if they already knew each other for years.
Also, at some point my
Meanwhile, he
shopping's
sat by
coming, so I
himself
might have
near
to
the teacher,
pause to
crying
go get
whenever
that.
He had a group project. Eventually, he did make some friends, but never got to hang out with them.
Hey,
outside
Papa
of
God's
school,
also
being
talking
too
about
scared to call them. As a matter
Hassan
of fact,
again.
he was hesitant to even call his grandmother, fearing his grandfather would pick up instead. The first sad memory he can remember is when one of the very few friends he had at the time, Michael, had to move away in first grade. He explains that he didn't even know him very well, but it's as if the feelings of being lost and abandoned he experienced when his parents first put him in school resurfaced. Soon he met another friend, one he credits with making him the person he eventually became. His name was Matthew, and for the first time, Randy felt he shared interests with someone else. Matthew was into football and recording with video cameras, both of which were hobbies of Randy's during elementary school. The two began recording homemade movies and parodies of films they'd watched. Footage from this period
Wait, what? This guy's so weird. He doesn't like people. He doesn't like being around people. Why is one of his favorite things football? A team sport. You would assume that he would like sports that aren't team sports. You know what I mean?
when
So
Randy
weird.
and Matt were 10 to 12 years old, has been archived and published by Randy.
It is a blizzard out here. It is so cold that you can get so hyper and go like.
A child's perspective. It's a blizzard. There's barely any snow.
This is a great day for snow. Most likely, there's not going to be.
To see Randy just being an innocent kid, having fun in his backyard, is probably one of the darkest facets of this entire story.
Or it looks
Knowing
like
who this
sand.
kid
It
would
looks like
become.
someone just
For
dumped a
most of
little
his time at
sand on the
school,
ground.
Matt was Randy's only significant friend. Even after he stopped participating in the home videos Randy was becoming increasingly obsessed with. However, their friendship severely slowed
First
down and
YouTuber?
eventually ended in 9th grade when Matt got a girlfriend, severely limiting their time together. Though Randy specifies that he wasn't romantically in love with Matt,
women.
he became
They
angry that
ruin
the girl was
everything,
more
bro.
important to Matt than he was, and once again, he felt abandoned. According to Randy, he had an easier time making friends with his brother's classmates, who were all 2 years younger than him, than his own peers. The only other friend mentioned by Randy in his document is James, whom he met right at his friendship with Matt was dissipating. James was also interested in filmmaking and was responsible for introducing Randy to YouTube and motivating him to make his own content. Ever since he was very little, Randy became acutely aware of how his friends watched cartoons and how cartoons were culturally ingrained in everyone's minds. As he grew up and began trying to idealize what he wished to be, a frequent thought he had was that he wished to be a cartoon character in the way that they were admired and watched by many. Maybe, just maybe, posting to YouTube would give him the kind of attention he was
Oh,
after,
no.
so he began posting to the platform. In June of 2008, when he
Bro,
was 16,
YouTube and the internet ruin everyone. You know what's an interesting thing to think of? Like, us hearing this stuff, right? We're like, okay, there's something wrong with this child, right? He seems really weird. But, like, if this was your child and you were raising him and you were saying this, would you even, like, be able to, like, think, maybe there's something wrong with my child? You know what I mean? You probably would, like, adults these days now probably would, because, you know, of stuff like this. Situations like this that have happened, that have shone a light on it. But, like, back in when this guy was around, or young, I'm assuming he was probably around my age, maybe a little younger. Like, no one thought about any of this, and thought any of this was weird.
16 years old, he created
I'm just saying because, like, my brother used to, like, go into the woods, and I'd go with him too, because I was curious one day. He would just come home with dead things, just dead things. Or sometimes he'd just come home with, like, snakes and like, lizards that he'd caught. And I was curious on where he was finding all these dead things. But yeah, they were just dead. I had a thought that maybe he was killing them, but no, they were just dead. He just somehow manages to find things. But, like, that's weird, right? Like, that's not normal. And now he's, like, hyper obsessed with, like, fishing. And, like, bringing home animals, because he still does it. But, like, I don't know. It's funny to think back and think about these
YouTube
things
account
that are
called
really
Pioneers
weird.
Productions. Randy had actually already been recording videos for 2 years prior under the name of Point2122, but they weren't really formatted in any way. Over the course of 2 years, he transitioned from he was particularly enamored with one of the criminals' t-shirts. Birds one saw the perpetrators of that crime as monsters.
What happened?
He saw them as the truth.
Bro, what the fuck
He
just
was on his
happened?
way to 7,000 subs.
How'd I
Despite
manage
having
that?
taken a step toward his art-hating people. Middle school was when I really started to heat up and envision hurting the people in my class.
What the
such as
fuck?
Eric.
Okay, wait,
Presence
wait.
was pretty run-of-the-mill for a kid his age. His internal life was changing radically.
Oh my
So he
God,
created
I
a
saw
YouTube
something
account called
horrid.
Pioneers Productions. Randy had actually already been recording videos for 2 years prior under the name of Point2122, but they weren't
Bro,
really
all I did
formatted
was
in any way. Over the
press a
course of
key
2
on the
years,
board.
he transitioned from plainly recording life events
My keyboard.
like the flood
I, like,
at his
went to the
grandma's
middle.
place or him and his friends playing dodgeball to mimicking the kind of content that was successful on YouTube at the time. In one of the earliest Pioneers Productions videos,
Yeah, I saw something
called
cursed. I
Randy
saw,
on
what's
Christmas,
his name?
Randy can be seen
The
wearing
squealy
a
kid.
Fred t-shirt. The very
That's
first
it.
YouTube channel
Fred.
to get 1 million subs was actually Fred, whose videos consisted of a middle schooler doing very
Okay, so this guy's younger than
sketches
me.
with his voice pitched up. Its success is partly due to it being the first channel to capitalize on the kids browsing YouTube at the time.
It just
one of which happened to
ugh.
be Randy. Being enamored with the
Just
format,
occurred to
his
me
early
why he's
stuff is structured
bringing up,
very similarly. Another admitted influence and
cartoons. It's
inspiration
because of the
during this
Danny
time was
Phantom thing.
Angry Video Game Nerd, which was was evident given the introduction of extensive curse words in the videos. The videos from this era are pretty uneventful in and of themselves. Randy was just oscillating between conventional skits and mimicking the popular YouTubers he liked. While his online presence was pretty run-of-the-mill for a kid his age, his internal life was changing radically. As he himself put it, "I've been attracted to girls since I was in late 9th or the very start of 10th grade, around 2009. I've never once been into guys, so I'm thankfully not bisexual. That would suck being caught in the middle. 10th grade was when I really grew fond of wearing female clothes. Of course, being in a house with only one brother and a father."
Wait, what? Bro, that was a lot of weird information all at once. Why did you have to, like, point out the fact that you're not into dudes and be happy that you're not gay? Like, what? But then, on top of that, he then goes on to say that he likes wearing women's clothes? What is happening? So, he's straight, but he's a cross-dresser? Wait, what's the rest of this? I had to start by wearing my mom's clothes. I mean, you could just not start it at all, but anyway. It felt so wrong, but I became obsessed with wearing a bra. Wait, what? Especially after the ember phase? What does that mean? What's an ember phase? What's an ember phase? Do I need to Google this? Ember phase. What does that mean? It just brought up a VTuber. That can't be it. Who is this? Does he like VTubers? Phase Connect? Oh, she's live. Oh, she's like in the same group as Tenma? Interesting. Okay, well, I will leave your channel there and I will look at you later. Apparently the serial killer likes you, maybe? What is an ember phase? Bro, is this just something he made up?
I had to start wearing my mom's clothes. It felt so wrong, but I became obsessed with wearing a bra, especially after the ember phase started in 2010, which obviously was never a phase.
So many great sound bites we can take from Turkish Thomas.
A, film a YouTube video, or B, cross-dress. I must have been a master at putting things back exactly how they were, because my mom never once said anything. I just became obsessed with fantasizing about
because
girls
people don't normally think other people are taking and wearing their clothes.
I jerked off in class a total of 4 to 6 times. It wasn't easy, but I would keep my hand.
I'm sorry, what? What did he just say? How? Isn't there like 30 children in a classroom? Wait, no. What? How? What? No. Tenth and 11th? Wait, so is he in... Wait, how old would this be? It'd be children, but he's also a child. Does it? Weird. But how? Isn't it? There's like 30 people in a classroom, plus the teacher. I'm sure someone noticed. There's no way no one at all noticed. The only way he could possibly get away with this is if he was all the way in the back in the corner and the person sitting next to him was asleep or just really stupid. But I would keep my hand in my pocket. Yeah, but like, even then, like, I would still be like, what the fuck is that guy doing? You know, like, what? I don't understand this. Not even like I'm a guy, so I know sometimes you get boners when you don't want boners. So sometimes I would be in class and I would get a boner. But like, not once did I ever think, you know what? I need to take care of this right now. Like, I don't understand, like, how he gets to the point where he's like, yep, I'm doing it. So weird.
hand in my
That's so
pocket
weird.
and go to town slowly for sometimes as long as 25 to 40 minutes until, lo and behold, there was success.
There is no way you did it for 40 minutes and no one noticed. No way. Especially the teacher. Like, because they would definitely know what's going on.
I remember I did it in my 11th grade history class and my first period ecology class. I wouldn't recommend that, but when you're horny, you're horny. It was rare, but I even tried on my brother's girlfriend's jean shorts once while on vacation in June 2010. Anyone who's anyone can say, oh, Andrew's a fucking pedophile. It's called discovering yourself. It's not a crime. Do I go around stealing girls'
What? Anyone who calls him a pedophile? Isn't he doing this, like... The other kids are his age, right? Because he's doing it in his classroom, so they're all his age. Is his brother's girlfriend younger than them? How does he come to the conclusion that people will call him a pedophile? I don't understand. And putting on women's clothes isn't... Oh, this is so confusing. What is there something like mentally wrong with this guy? Other than just like being weird? 'Cause I don't understand how you come to this conclusion.
clothes to wear? No, I don't. I don't tie them up in my basement either. But words cannot even remotely describe my love for girls. Yet, here I am.
Is he just like putting words into people's mouths? Did anyone ever actually say this stuff to him? Because this is really weird to just come out and say, I don't tie them up in my basement. Because, like, if no one said that, then people are definitely thinking after this, wait, maybe he ties them up and put them in his basement. Why would you bring that up? That's so weird.
In a filthy man's body, seen as a dude. I'm one of you. Not
Bro, how do I pause it so perfectly? I unpaused it and he just said filthy man's body. I'm like the master at pausing.
male. Every time I'm in a supermarket or in a retail store, I can't take my eyes off the slim teenage girls. I see them and think, why wasn't I?
Wait, are you a teenager? What is happening? How old is he at this point? This is making it seem like he's like way older now. Is he not in school anymore? Did we jump ahead? In 2010? Wait, then when was the jacking off in class thing? Wait, I just realized I wouldn't recommend that, but when you're horny, and then you put XP, face with tongue out. What? Okay. So, he must be older now, right? Benny, how old is he here when he's talking about this? Is he out of school at this point? And that's why he thinks people will call him a pedophile? Because he's looking at teenage girls? "15, 16, I think? Then why does he think people are going to call him a pedophile if he's looking at girls his own age? Or is he talking about like he's looking at girls like way younger than 15, 16? Like this is super confusing to me. Why he thinks that younger than himself, but that still doesn't make him a pedophile because he's underage. Does this guy have mental problems? Ooh, Trubbish. Oh, it's not shiny. That's just sad. I like Trubbish. Oh, we'll keep watching.
And I break down on the inside.
This guy's kind of weird.
I never got it. I prayed for it. I never got it.
Oh, I just realized this video goes for 2
I
hours.
woke up repeatedly. I was destined to exist in a female's body. And the thing is, I don't want to be with girls. I want to be them. I'll gladly live and die a virgin. I respect girls too much to just use them for sex.
Okay, I don't know how he murders people, but the way he's talking, does he like cut people's skins off and like wear them? This is the way it sounds like it's going.
People like that disgust me. The thought of screwing a girl disgusts me. Sex is disgusting. I am forever destined to live in
Fucking preach,
isolation
homie.
until I die. We'll come back
Girls
to
are
the
gross.
puzzling mention of Ember
You know, they
Lane. The
bleed out of their
gender
butts
dysphoria
once a
and
month.
episodes of hypersexual
Disgusting.
behavior were paired with feelings of dread, as whatever positive experiences he still had at school began disintegrating as middle school ended and high school began.
Fruit
By
Loops.
high school, I just
Fitting.
stopped trying to make friends. The whole grade knew me, but I was just there. I'd get picked on now and then, like hiding my backpack, my books, stealing my pencils, stealing my book covers, minor stuff. Never got into fights, but I ended up being in front of 2 of them in middle school. Obviously, my YouTube videos gained more respect from my class in 11th or 12th grade, but I was still
Who, the
just
bullies?
there. I have hated people my entire life. I didn't just wake up one day and start hating people. Middle school was when I really started to heat up and envision hurting the people in my class, such as Eric. In 6th to 8th grade, the kid was twice my size.
He name
looked
dropped
like a
someone.
9th or 10th grader. He was the class bully. He'd steal things from my lunch.
The ultimate
and give it
enemy.
back because I didn't show any resistance. This kid doesn't even care. Haha, he joked. Since I was never a threat to him, he left me alone most of the time. Fortunately, no one ever physically assaulted me in school. Only time that I ever came close to a physical fight was this black kid, Jordan. Kept making sexual verbal gestures in my computer class, touching my workspace, keyboard, mouse, etc., and eventually caused me to fall out of my chair and onto the hard tiled floor. I couldn't even speak.
Maybe
I
he was
so
into you?
enraged. That was in 2009. I was just too much of a wimp to speak my mind and stand up for myself between 9th and 11th grade. There was a lot on
I
my
mean, you
mind
just
in
wanted to
high school,
bang. You
and
said you didn't
bullies were
like
the bottom
girls.
of the list. You always have
But you're
weeks
not
to
gay?
like that happening every day, but it added to the rage. High school, more than anything,
Wait.
was full of nothing but sex jokes.
The more I think about that, the more
innuendo
that's
to get under your
confusing.
skin. If I had $1 for all the times I was put on the spot to be made uncomfortable by someone with sex jokes, I'd be rich. I hated high school. Yet,
What's his issue
I
with
miss
sex?
it a lot. I don't miss the tests, but I miss the bubble we all used to live under. In one of the videos he published later, he elaborated on this topic.
I still got through, middle school and elementary school and all that, but once I got into high school, it just became endurance. That's what it felt like to me. I just did not want to get up and go to that school every day. I wasn't living.
Fair enough.
I feel like I never lived.
Not many
And I
people
didn't
like
want to
school.
either. That was the other thing. I thought about suicide in high school. That's when it really started entering my mind a lot. And I just started to grow attached to darker stuff. The thing that really started to push it was when I started doing bad on all my tests and got bad grades and had to get tutored and started to prepare for college and having no idea what I wanted to do. And it was in 2010 when I really legit started to think about doing it because I didn't want to go to college.
Okay, I don't know if this is a hot take or not. If you're not doing very well in high school, like what it seems like with this dude, if you're not doing very well, why would you even consider college? At all? If you're getting such bad grades you need a tutor, why are you considering college? Because even if you manage to pass somehow and get in, you're gonna need another tutor. There's no way in hell that you're gonna be able to keep up with college if you can't keep up with high school. Does that make sense? What is this? Oh, my shopping's coming soon. Okay. I gotta keep an ear out for a truck. It blows my mind, hearing about these people who, they don't do good in high school, yet they still want to go to college. It's like they just, I don't know, it's like they think that college is just going to be as hard as high school, but it's not. It's going to be way harder. That's the point. It's the next level of education.
I didn't want to get a job. I didn't want to live on.
Wait, what? Why do you want to go to college then? If you don't want a job?
Despite the internal struggle Randy was suffering from during this time, his
Confusing.
online presence continued. As I mentioned, he did begin to curse a lot during videos, but given the popularity of channels like Smosh,
What? How
Red
dare
Sky,
he?
and the aforementioned AVGN, during this
Cursing.
time it was extremely commonplace. As far as Randy's viewers and friends were concerned,
What the fuck
nothing
is
had
wrong
really
with him?
changed. In March 2009, his channel was actually commented on by Fred himself.
Oh,
If his
no
passion for
way.
producing video content wasn't enough, being recognized by one of the people he idolized at the time, even if just in a meager YouTube comment,
Bro,
definitely
that's
gave him the value.
right there. That's a red flag. He idolized Fred. What? Of course he's going to turn out to be a serial killer. Or a murderer. Or something bad. He idolized Fred.
Validation he needed to dedicate himself to becoming a full-time content creator. His online presence immediately spread out to other websites, and while we don't have any remains of his activity on sites like MySpace and Justin TV,
hey, he was on Twitter.
Twitch used to be called, we do have an archived version of his Twitter from around this time.
Wait,
He
what?
exclusively talks about
What did you just say?
We do have an activity on sites like MySpace and Justin TV, which is what Twitch used to be called. We do.
What? Did you know that, Benny? Twitch used to be called Justin TV? Hey, yes, MySpace. Twitch used to be called Justin TV? What a weird name. Does I know that? I had no idea. Yeah, I know, the truck's here. Calm down, no one cares. Too vocal. Yeah, you're too vocal. I had no idea it was called Justin TV. What a strange... Twitch is 100% better than that. Justin TV is such a bad name. Okay. Well, I gotta go get my shopping now, so... You guys hang out. Oh, I know. Hold on. I'll turn this back on. Boom. I'll be back. No, you're not coming. You shut up. Just look at me like that. What a baby. Okay. Chat amongst yourselves. I'll be back. Oh, okay, I'm back. Holy shit, bro. We had to do like big shops this week and last week because we lost all our food when our power went out. Oh, bro. So much stuff. So much stuff. Where's my headphones? Oh, before I start the video again, Ben. This dude, right? A lot of what he said is really confusing. So he's worried people are going to call him a pedophile, but his own admission is like against sex, and he finds girls attractive, but he doesn't want to have sex with them, or by the sounds of it, even touch them. So, in what world would he ever be a pedophile? You get what I mean? Like, it's so confusing. Does he think because he thinks of younger girls that makes him a pedophile? Is that what's happening? He doesn't want to violate them? Yeah, but from what he was saying before, he doesn't want to have sex like at all. Like ever. By the sounds of it. Do you mean like in his thoughts as well? Because I'm very confused. Look it up again. He was close to 18, like 17 days or something when he said it. Okay. But like still my point stands, right? Like just because he's thinking about girls that are underage doesn't make him a pedophile. It makes him weird. You know what I mean? By the way, sound is very good. Oh yeah. I turned off the sound for the Pokemon. Because if I have the Pokemon sound on here, look, I'll show you. Oh, you can't really hear it at the moment because I have the sound turned down on the thing, but it doubles over. So this sound and then the sound for the video. The video, you'll hear the sound once, but the sound for the game, it doubles over because it's going through my speakers so that I can hear it. Does that make sense? So I just turn it off. It makes it easier. Plus, then all you get is this sound of the video, and you can hear it all. I don't know. I just think that he's thought process on like what a pedophile is a bit wrong. But you never know. I haven't watched the whole video, so maybe he does become one.
Do have an
We'll find out.
version of his Twitter from around this time. On it, he exclusively talks about making his videos and following the Dallas Cowboys, one of his longest obsessions, as seen in many videos he recorded.
Is that because of the cheerleaders? Because the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders are like famous, right?
In his
Probably.
basement, where the walls are covered in Cowboys memorabilia.
Favorite football team?
The Cowboys.
This clip is from an interview he gave to another small channel in the latter half of 2009. Around the same time, Randy was a part of another channel called Fat
I don't
Ass,
understand.
an obviously jackass-inspired stunt and challenge channel. This
I don't
channel
understand
seems
why
to have
he's,
preserved
like-
in its entirety and is still up on YouTube as of writing this video. 2010
Why he
started out
likes
with Randy emulating
team
another of his
sports
early YouTube
if he doesn't like
influences, Make
people.
Me Bad 35, particularly his Mr. Wooden Alligator video, which Randy reproduced almost verbatim, but with a toy horse head on a stick, which he called Mr. Horsehead. After a few attempts at engaging with Make Me Bad 35 by making compilations and edits of his videos, he eventually got his attention. The two then made a collaboration video called Mr. Horsehead Meets Mr. Wooden Alligator, which was edited and posted by Randy.
Well, it isn't my problem that you lost your precious toy. Oh, God! I see him! He's on my face!
Due to how big Make Me Bad 35 was on YouTube at the time, despite the abysmal quality of the video itself, within 3 months, the video had over 50,000 views. Well,
So, I thought that YouTube was a cesspool now because there's so much content on it that you can always find something that's like just ridiculous and stupid. It seems like it's always been. What the fuck is this? What do people actually watch this crap? Then again, people watched Fred, and like I remember I saw a Fred video. I don't even know. I don't know how old I would have been, but I remember watching it and like thinking to myself, "What the fuck is this? This is so bad." Then I guess, he was the first channel to hit 1 million subs, so there was more people that liked it.
not really huge. It wasn't insignificant by any means, especially
So
for YouTube
I guess
channels
there's people out there that would have liked
As
this.
of November that year, he was on his way to 7,000 subs. Despite having taken a step toward his ultimate goal of becoming a YouTuber, the many issues
Here I am,
present
like,
in his
making fun of
personal
this
life
dude.
continued to flare
Still
up.
better than me.
It's at this point that Randy becomes infatuated with Ember McLean. Ember is an antagonist from Danny Phantom, who, after tragically passing away in a fire, comes back as a ghost rock star that uses
I can
music to
understand. She's pretty
hypnotize
hot.
people. She's pretty obscure, only appearing in 10 out
I
of
get
the
it.
54 episodes of the show. But regardless, from the very moment Randy saw her as a little kid watching the cartoon, he claims he felt a spiritual connection with
what
her
the
that he couldn't
so many
quite
fucking
explain. Over the years, it
zigzagoons.
slowly faded into the back of his mind as he got carried away with other things, such as his passion for video making. However, it's around 2010 when he's going through a period of low spirits that she violently resurfaces, bringing with her a whole set of interests and passions, albeit things that were not very good for Randy. The movies he listed as his favorites on his YouTube channel are almost exclusively horror movies, and his music taste also fits the bill for an angsty
Avenged
teenager
Sevenfold.
developing an interest in edgy media.
I liked
However,
Avenged
the
Sevenfold.
truth was much more disturbing.
This is when the whole Ember thing started, which you may or may not know what I'm talking about yet. But if you watch my cartoons, I've told you about her
I
before.
didn't.
Like, if you look on the poster behind me, those were inspired by Ember McLean, which is a ghost from a TV show called Danny Phantom. This woman
Did he draw
always
them?
connected with me ever since I first saw
If
her.
he drew them,
something changed. And it
pretty good
wasn't like
drawing.
I grew up or anything like that. Like, I realized, oh my gosh, I'm attracted to girls and all this. No, it just, something changed.
Chinese, have you got
Like
so
a
far?
spark. And
I've been
it
here for a
just
while.
Connected with me, it made me feel warm inside.
We finally got the shape.
Which
Took
was
forever.
strange. It was like I'd seen her before. And at the time, I
And
was like
we got a
13.
Zigzagoon.
I just grew attached to her.
So
Unlike
these are the
anything I've
Pokemon.
had in my life. It was like my first crush. And it's a
Ilya and
cartoon,
Pink.
You know, it's kind of crazy to think of it
Yeah.
that way, but that's the truth. And
So
whenever
now
I,
we're shiny hunting on
started
this route.
feeling down and depressed, I thought of this character. Like in later high school is when
Also,
she started
g'day.
coming back
How's it
into
going?
My life. Like you know, I watched Danny Phantom in middle school.
We're
late
also
middle school, early
reacting
high
to
school, but
the
then I
Danny
kinda
Phantom
drifted
murderer.
away from it. And once 12th grade rolled around is when I started to get, you
Or
know,
killer?
depressed and
What is it?
venture
Danny
off
Phantom
into this
killing.
darker
That's it.
area, and this girl was just there all the time when I got into that darker place. And the character's backstory was
She
she
was
died
there
in
all
a
the time,
house
of course,
fire,
because she's a cartoon.
and she made this song called Remember. It's a song that basically sums up her death.
Started my own shiny look, and I found a
And
shiny Growlithe
I
in less than
couldn't
an hour.
stop playing it.
Oh, okay. No need to
like,
rub it in.
hypnotized me. It changed me.
After his interest in Ember resurfaced
Yeah,
during
it
the
only
12th
took me
grade, it went away
over a
almost
year to
completely
get a
as he
shape.
graduated high school in 2011. As he mentioned in his diary, despite how much he was
Decided to
suffering
go for
during it,
the
he ended up missing
wild
high
area?
school a lot. Perhaps
For
the
my
only
first
reason the
encounter?
suffering was so
Oh, bro,
noticeable
sorry
while he
about
was
that.
there was the fact that being at school
that
contrasted his
sucked.
negative internal state with other people who weren't going through the same issues he was.
I-
At home, there was simply
Wait,
no
where-
standard
what?
to judge.
Get off
but
my
he was still
glasses.
dealing with the very same problems, just without showing symptoms.
I
Randy
think I got it.
describes graduation as a very positive experience,
calm
as it's
down.
almost as if missing high school gave him something real to yearn for, consequently sapping the hold his obsession with Ember had over him.
Today is graduation.
I'm leaving the
It's just-
encounter
I can't
at
believe how fast these past
in the
13
wild
years
area
went. They just, it's like,
for,
oh my God, it's over.
Randy eventually referred to this
My
period
egg.
in 2010, during which his Ember
My
mania was at an
Masuda
all-time
hunt.
high, as the darkest days of his life. and the beginning of freshman year in college in 2011 as the best
Can you
year of
guys
his
hear
life
that?
overall. Oddly, it's almost like he
Bro, he's
acknowledges
chewing
that
that
his
crap
fascination with
so
Ember
loud.
isn't good for him,
I gave
and
my
it's
dog
just a
some
result of
treats.
uncontrolled negative emotions. He all but says he'd rather live the normal life he got to briefly experience in 2011 before ultimately rationalizing his fixation on Ember as something inevitable that he simply has no chance of stopping. On YouTube, he attempted a few times to recapture the spark from Mr. Horsehead videos, but to no avail. It was clear that the only reason the first video got traction was because of Make Me Bad's appearance in it, so much so that another video on Randy's channel, in which he's apparently interviewing him, was his second most viewed video at 14,000 views. Unfortunately though, I wasn't able to find
Was that a
an
lot
archived
back
version of
then?
that video. There's not a lot of archived activity dated to 2011, but we do have a video he made in June of that year to celebrate the 3-year anniversary of his channel, wherein he tells his audience about his journey to having 8,000 subscribers. Apparently, his usual sketch content had actually given way to regular vlogging, and we know this not because of
Oh
an
god,
archived
he
snapshot
turned
of his
into a
channel from this
vlogger.
time period, but because
I wonder he
Ray
turned
Lee
out the way he did.
Johnson, of all people, said so. After reacting to a video of a guy being run over by 2 cars, he
He
specifies
likes
that this took
Fred,
place
now
in
he's
the
a
driveway
vlogger.
of Randy's grandpa.
A couple of interesting things about this. One, the kid who originally posted this actually vlogs regularly on YouTube, which usually is
It makes me wonder if the reason it took so long for you to get the sheet was because you were going for both Wooloo and Nickit.
It's very
After fighting
disturbing to
500
think
of
about
one
how many
Pokemon, you
well-known
can
internet personalities
kill another
unwittingly
25
became a
of
part
one
the digital footprint of someone like Randy
Pokemon,
Stair.
and
As
it will
2011
boost
came
your
to an end,
chances,
so did the best time of
but it
his
won't
life.
work
The
if you
excitement
do
of having
too.
overcome several of his
It breaks
fears
your
regarding
chain.
entering adult
Yeah,
life was
but the
wearing
other thing
off,
too
and
is,
Randy started to hear the call of the void once
you have to
again.
kill
On February
the 500,
15th,
right?
Randy wakes up
Then
and
you
goes
kill
to
the
attend his classes
25,
at college just like any regular Monday.
and
As he
then
leaves
the
algebra
next
class and
one,
makes
it
his
has
way
to
his car
be
in the parking
a
lot, he gets a
Cheeto.
phone call from his mother. She tells him an
The
acquaintance
Cheetos
of
are the
his
only
from high
ones that are
school,
boosted
Tom,
with
was
that.
driving to school that morning when he
So at
lost
that
control
point,
of
it's
his
not
vehicle
really
and
worth
was
it.
killed in a car crash. This was Randy's reaction, in his own words. It forever left a depressing void in my heart. I barely spoke to the kid, but I knew
Yeah,
him.
the only ones that
Everyone
get the
knew him.
boost is the
Within a few
Cheetos
minutes,
one.
I was just
One's
numb.
covered in
I sat there in
Cheetos.
the parking lot in my green Nissan Altima and just was in complete shock. Not freaking out.
And
just
they don't
pale,
spawn all the time
numb,
anyway.
Miles away. I hardly knew the kid, but only being a grade ahead of him, it really hit me hard. My brother was a wreck since he was in the same grade
So
as
at
him,
that point,
knowing him
it's
his whole
like,
life. I would have worked with
it's
him at
just
McDonald's,
encountering
and I not
Pokemon
quit after only a
and
day.
waiting for the
I remember
shiny to
Tom
happen,
saw me in Flex, which was
which
the
is
end
what
of
we
the
did
day
on Route
activity
2,
period,
and
said,
I got
"When
the
did you
shiny
quit?"
way
It was
quicker.
my first job, and obviously
So,
McDonald's isn't a great start.
I just
But
got
that
unlucky.
conversation stuck with me. That may have been the last time I saw him. He was in a history class with me, but that might have been 11th grade. It's a blur. Tom's death was the first of many events that changed me into who I am today. Tom's death sucked the life out of me. I've kind of made it an annual tradition to drive past Tom's crash site every February 13th, and today I did. He wrecked on the final turn that leads to a highway, was coming from a back road. I'll never forget it, and never truly will move on from it. This is probably one of the focal points of his story, since there are many aspects to examine here. For one, after quite some time of being fascinated with dark
Who is
things,
Tom?
this is the very first instance of being truly close to death, and a particularly unusual one at that. Tom was a year younger than him, driving himself to school, exactly like Randy did, when all of a sudden...
I'm going for a shiny Eevee
Part of
now.
why this was so
It's going to
impactful
take
for Randy
forever.
was
I can already
precisely
tell.
because he wasn't close
Been
to
2
Tom.
weeks
And
already.
because of this, his grief didn't express as intense sorrow, but a kind of numbness.
Well, the longer
Randy
it
already
takes, the more
struggled very
satisfying it is when
strongly
you
with
get
the
it.
idea of growing old and becoming like his parents. So when he envisioned his future, the only
Bro,
thing
this
he could
dude's
see
just driving
past
with
his
one
20s was an
hand.
untimely, abrupt passing, like Tom's. He expressed
You can see it in his
another passage
glasses.
of his diary. I knew in 2012 I'd be dead by 2018. When discussing this time period on video, he elaborated on how he reacted to
He's
Tom's
talking about
passing.
killing
From
himself?
that point on, I was just fascinated.
Who's Tom?
with death. I was always like interested in like learning about the afterlife and what could happen and all this, but I wasn't like a dark kid at that time. I was still like, I was kooky. I was doing my own thing with my YouTube videos, and I wasn't miserable. I wasn't upset. I wasn't depressed. I was just like, ugh, you know, I just got to get through this year, and then I'm going to take my major classes in college, and everything's going to be all honky-dory, and things are going to be fun and awesome, and it'll lead to new, bigger, and better things and all this. And then once
How's
that
he doing in
happened,
college,
it just
though?
went
He wasn't doing well in
and
high school.
It hit like so close to home. Like no one, I never dealt with anyone who was, you know, a year younger than me dying, you know, and everyone deals with it in their own way. But I just couldn't get it off my mind after that, and I started over-analyzing the living hell out of it. And I had Tom on my Facebook at the time too, so you know I started seeing all
Everybody
the
had
stuff that got
Tom.
posted around.
No, that was
the Dallas
MySpace.
community on Facebook,
Never
and
mind.
I couldn't get away from it all, and I just kept getting sucked into it all.
Who is
I just
Tom?
wanted to know everything about it. I wanted to know what killed him. I wanted to know
Hey Benny, do we know who Tom is? Did they mention Tom? I thought we were just talking about Denny Phantom stuff. How'd we get onto Tom? Was that his only friend that he had? Someone from his high school who died? Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, was that his only friend? Or whatever? The one that moved away? Was it him? Bro, that dog treat stinks. Are you enjoying that? You're not even looking at me. Yeah, was that the guy who moved away or whatever? Yeah, I think I'm following now. Because I was gonna say, why does he even care if someone from his high school died? He didn't really like people. But if it's that one guy, I guess makes sense.
He was going. I wanted to know if he died at the scene or at the hospital. I wanted to know everything. Was he cremated? Was he buried? And it just one thing kept leading to another and to another and to another. But
This guy has a weird obsession with death.
I didn't ask anybody this stuff. I didn't want to go like to that extreme of asking details like that because that's not right. I just kept going into this dark place, and I liked it. I wasn't afraid of it. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It felt natural to me. But as the year went on, I sort of kind of dug myself out of the little hole that I dug, you know. I got back on track. Sure, my grades plummeted at the time, but I still managed to pass everything somehow.
Again, not a lot of content has been specifically dated to 2012, and it's difficult to tell when an archive video is from based on how Randy looks alone. However, he once again celebrated his channel's anniversary in June, which is tail-ended by a montage of the videos he had uploaded in the past year.
So now you gotta open your creaking door again, step on the duck again, and walk back again, and step on the duck again, and close your creaking door again. But oh, you forgot to take your contacts out.
Other than the horse-related videos, his content seemed much better compared to the previous years.
Oh god, anything to do with eyeballs, I hate it.
He was even the subject of yet another interview by a small YouTube channel. Obviously, these standards during
that was horrible. I don't want to. I don't want to say that again.
Showed people some of this stuff and
don't put your finger in your eyeball.
A mid-sized YouTuber from 2012, they wouldn't really doubt it, especially considering how many people in the early 2010s were basically angry video game nerd clones and developed sizable audiences doing it.
Who's angry video game nerd?
Increase in violent themes, but still nothing to be concerned about. Even with what had happened to Tom
Hold
earlier
on.
that year.
So I'm pretty certain I made my YouTube account in 2011. I'm just curious about something. PewDiePie. The only reason I made it was because someone, I can't remember who was like, you should watch PewDiePie. So I made an account just for that, just to see why they thought I should watch him. Um, 11 years ago. Okay, when did it come out? Is it not going to tell me the day? There we go, 2013. Okay, so yeah, I made my account in, I think, 2011, but I didn't watch anything. I can't remember why I made it. But the other reason why I started using it was to watch PewDiePie, right? And it would, I'm trying to remember, but someone said like The Last of Us. He played The Last of Us. And I think at the time, the first 2 videos that he had of it were out. Like of his playthrough. So that's why I went on and actually started using YouTube. But up until that point, I just made an account and didn't touch it. And I'm pretty certain it was 2011. So, and like any of my like random knowledge from the internet, like of memes and stuff, is from friends telling me things and showing me things. Like anything before 2013-ish. So do we need to do a deep dive on angry video game nerd, Benny? Who's that? It sounds like he was somebody like big if he managed to make a bunch of clones. Do you think that's a deep dive that we should do?
Not only managed to behave normally, but actually dedicated some energy to the videos he was uploading. An entry in his diary
No, I
reflects
don't.
this. By fall 2012, I was back to myself again and made two of my favorite YouTube videos, A Furby's Calling and Crazy Christmas Mania.
That's what I'm saying.
If
Like
ever there was a
anything
crossroads moment for Randy,
before
it was
2013 that was on
2012. Tom's passing
YouTube,
was rough on him, but
I
for
have
the
no
time
idea.
being, he looks like he was heading in the right direction.
I just
Focusing
know
on
the
his videos
memes.
while going through college without relapsing into his Ember obsession. Things looked good, but odds are you already know
The
how the story
memes.
ends, so you know this grace period didn't last. In December 2012, much to Randy's chagrin, the year ended the same way it began, with the death of someone he knew. In his diary, he said that Tom's death sucked the life out of him, but the death of another friend of his, Matt, was what killed him. In his college's video production class, he and Matt were part of a little friend group.
Matt
Even though they
was the
didn't
one
really
that-
do anything outside of work together on projects at
Wasn't
school,
Matt the
Randy
one that went
appreciated
away?
his company
Wait, who the
quite a
fuck is
bit,
Tom?
especially since after leaving high school, he had very few friends he was still in touch with, let alone people willing to cooperate with him on video projects. Matt,
It's too
along with
confusing. He
mutual
has too many friends
even
for
started
someone who hates
watching
people.
Randy's YouTube content, liked it, and shared it on his social media accounts, which made Randy very happy. As the year went by, they grew closer together, a sign that whatever social stability Randy had previously found in his life, he was on his way to get there once again. That is, until the holiday break. Within 2 weeks of the break having started, Matt was also involved in a car crash that led to his death. The accident took place just a mile and a half away from the
What the actual fuck? Is this guy a curse? What? How does that happen? Wait. I know the treat was good, but you know, you don't have to lick your penis, okay? You little sick fuck. He got so excited by eating the treat that his red rocket came out. He started licking it. Yeah, you dirty bastard. Was that yummy? You enjoy that treat? Yeah, how do you manage to have two friends that die the exact same way? This guy's a curse.
Wise supermarket that Randy was working at, and he caught wind of it while he was there, hearing some of the customers talk about some kid who died in a car crash. The only thing is, no one ever mentioned his name, and Randy had the custom of not speaking to his friends online, so for the entire holiday break, Randy didn't actually know that Matt had died. It was only 3 days after school had started back
What a
up
weird
that,
custom.
during one of his script writing classes, the instructor took him aside before a 9 a.m. class and
What? Like, normally, when you go on break, that's when you talk to your friends, like, all the time. Because you hang out more. Because you, like, literally spend, like, the whole day just hanging out and doing stuff. This guy did the complete opposite and was like, okay, we're no longer at school. We're not friends anymore. Leave me alone. This dude gets more and more strange the more the video goes on. But he seems like he has a weird obsession with death.
and asked him if he'd ever heard about Matt. Initially, he was clueless and presumed nothing serious had happened, that Matt had just broken a bone or something like that. But as the teacher informed him, something much worse had happened.
She talked to me for like a few minutes and it's like, yeah, I had no idea. And she's like, yeah, I was on the news and all this, and that was it. That was the moment that everything changed, and I was never the same since.
Yeah, well,
Literally, something just...
if he had turned around and said, yeah, he's my best friend, the teacher would have been like, oh, okay, so you know that he's dead, right? And then he would have been like, no, because I ignore my friends when we're on break because I'm fucking weird. Are you looking for more? What are you doing? You ate it all. What's going on? What are you doing? You're being weird. Are you trying to get underneath the desk? What's happening? He's like walking around me. Sniffing. What are you doing? Oh, okay, he's laying down. I think he's trying to get underneath the desk. I don't know.
Short-circuited in my head. Something completely broke. Something shut
This
down.
dude's so
and
weird.
Just completely f***ed me up.
While not exactly
So
the
you know
straw
the
that broke the
vid
camel's
to
back,
watch after
Matt's
this one?
death set something
Okay.
in motion that Randy wasn't even aware of at the time. Interestingly enough, Randy says that he was always wary of the number 13, believing that it was, as common superstition says, an unlucky number. His skepticism regarding the number was all but confirmed when 2013
Oh, one of them
went on to be the
farted.
worst year of his life, according to his
Oh,
own
that
estimation.
stinks.
During
And I have
the
the
same
window
year his
shut because it's gonna
grandfather died,
rain.
the yard caved in and flooded his basement, which had many
Oh,
of
they
Randy's old
fucking-
stuff in it. Soon after, he totaled his
They
car,
Dutch ovened
and
me.
just 10 days later, his brother Jeremy also totaled his car. Randy's parents let him drive their Jeep, and he also came very close to wrecking it in the
What is
snow
wrong with
near
this
the
guy in
street.
cars?
Lastly, his iMac, graphics card, and hard drive all fried, which cost him $700 to fix and severely hindered his ability to make and post videos. One of his very last normal hobbies. The walls were closing in on Randy, and quickly at that. The results of this incessant sequence of catastrophic events made Randy severely
What am I looking
depressed,
at?
leading him to not even want to get out of
What
bed
is this
in the morning,
mess
let
on
alone
the
go to
screen?
college or work at the Wise supermarket. The only thing he still felt remotely good about was making YouTube videos, but he was finding it increasingly difficult to get into the zany mind space he needed to be in order to make the kind of videos he'd been making for the past half a decade now. His channel and general online presence continued to be relatively normal, even doing some Let's Plays, which thankfully have been archived.
Oh, look out.
Finally got the full game
Let's
to work
Plays.
on a Mac, the original Five Nights at Freddy's.
Also, at some point in 2013, he sent something to
Oh,
Mark.
bro, he's
Meyer
using a
that
Mac.
Mark
He deserves
actually
everything.
opened.
It's a Slendy Man shot glass. I won't even bother taking it out. Now here we go. Hi, Mark. I've been watching your videos.
Bro,
ever since you came
Markiplier
across
is
this
such an
Sundial
attractive
Leonard video
man.
Back in November, and I was hooked.
Is it just
I think
me?
It's great you use your audience for good, raising money for charity. Here's something to give you a chuckle. Take care from Randy Stair, Pioneers Productions.
And he's a fucking fantastic voice, too.
Shot glass.
Regardless, whatever external positivity presented itself to him during this time, it didn't change how he felt overall. And that's when Ember came back into his life. Many people have made jokes about how Sonichu is actually a demonic entity that torments Chris Chan. But if there ever was a candidate for a mentally unstable person's healthy obsession actually being a demon,
Wait, what? I've never heard that. It never heard that. But that makes so much sense. That's so funny. Sonichu is a demonic entity that torments him. That's great. I love it. I hope that's canon. Oh no, I did it again! I pressed a button and it went super far. Oh, that was too funny.
many people have made jokes about how Sonichu is actually a demonic entity that torments Chris Chan. But if there
yes.
ever was a candidate for a mentally unstable person's healthy obsession actually being a demon, it's Ember. Right at the lowest point of his life, when he could
Hey,
hardly muster the energy
calm
to
down.
get up in the
She's
morning,
really hot.
he feels tempted and compelled to look up her song from the Danny Phantom show, Remember, and the full brunt of the obsession overtakes him like never before. Paradoxically, despite repeatedly acknowledging
I'm gonna have to mute this, but I'm curious. What is what Danny Phantom Ember. What was the name of it? How is Denny wrong? Oh, no capital D. That makes sense. What was it? Remember. Wait, what? No, I didn't mean that. I want the lyrics. I just want to know the song. I want to hear it. Give me a minute. I'm gonna listen to it. Why is he obsessed with it? She has a nice voice. Is this song? Is this song about how she died? No, it sounds like she's talking about a boy. It keeps popping into this weird animation. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad, and the chick is hot, but I don't know if it's worthy of being obsessed over. Strange.
How depressed he was, he occasionally describes it as if this was good. I don't want to work anymore. I don't want to deal with anyone anymore. The 2013 curse is a hell of a struggle.
This one hurt your soul.
One bad year would linger 3 years later, but the
Narcissa,
thing is, I
right?
like it. I
That
love
name
it.
sounds
I love
familiar.
the darkness, the sadness, the abyss of it all. Sinking into the depths of the dead, it's literally a drug. I won't fight it because it's where I belong. I love
That name
place.
sounds really
I
familiar.
love it. He further explained how he felt in his goodbye video.
I played the song pretty much every single day of my life and just fell down a hole of deep, dark depression and despair and nothingness.
I don't think it's that good. I wouldn't play it every day.
And every day it just got that little bit darker.
It's not
And
bad,
I
but
ignored until the
it's not
day I
that
died,
good.
And I liked it. That was probably the scariest part for everybody else was I liked it. I liked this dark place. It wasn't scary to me. It felt natural to me. It was home for me.
Along with Ember,
So-
another compulsion of his came back with a vengeance.
I'm assuming that his parents or whatever, or his sibling, weren't watching his videos, because how could you see this and him talking about this stuff and be like, yeah, he seems fine. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if they were watching his stuff, which I'm assuming they weren't, right? And that's why they didn't notice. But if they were watching his shit, when he actually kills someone later on, because that's why he's called a killer, there's no way you can be surprised. If they're surprised that he killed someone, then they clearly weren't watching his videos. You know what I mean? Because like this is not normal, and anyone who would watch this and see him talk about this stuff would probably. Well, I feel like you should be able to be like, okay, there's something wrong with this guy.
Cross-dressing.
The more I wore
needs
girl
help.
clothes, the more I felt like that was who I was. Like I felt like I was a girl, and I found out that I was. I was just a female soul trapped in a man's body my whole life.
Oh,
and I
God.
couldn't tell you guys that because then
Bro.
that would lead to never-ending jokes.
It's probably gonna get me in trouble if I say this, but like, is it just me, or I feel like there's a lot of transitioning people that end up being like really messed up? Like Christian, this guy, wasn't there that other one who like killed someone who was also transitioning? Is it the medication they take? Does like because I'm assuming it like changes stuff in their like chemically changes stuff in their brain and stuff, and maybe that's why. It also messes with like other things and makes them go like this. And it's just like a side effect of it that it might turn people into crazy people. Because like, god damn it. Because it seems to happen a lot. I'm just
You
saying.
can't live your life like that. It's like, how do you live? And I wanted to get sex change operations and everything. I really honestly did. But I knew it wasn't
But you
smart
don't
to
like
do
dudes.
because it ruins your whole life if it's botched or if it goes wrong. And not everybody looks good after a sex change operation. And that's what I wanted
Were you
to
gonna be a
do, but
lesbian?
I couldn't do it. And then I'm also like, well, yeah, but then that's not me, you know?
Wait, but then he
I was
doesn't
put
like
here in this body. I'm gonna have to
sex
live
in
this
general.
body till
I'm
I die.
confused.
That's how it was. I always felt like I was a girl. I just did my best to hide it over the years, but I am.
As much as it's definitely true that the fear of being mocked or not accepted by his family and friends prevented him from telling them about how he felt, another thing can be gleaned from his unwillingness to go down that route, and that's his determinism. Probably as an extension of his obsession with death, Randy often expressed that he
Determinism?
believed
Is that a
negative
word?
emotions and states of mind were simply inevitable. Because of this, in his opinion, they shouldn't be avoided but embraced. Likewise, in his eyes, death should be embraced. I'm not sure what exactly this is called, but it's not rare for people who have an intense and unhealthy healthy fear of something to start actively seeking it out. Because we can interpret
Oh,
what
he
we
has
fear
Necro in
as
it.
challenges, it's only
Whatever
natural
it's
to
called.
voluntarily expose ourselves to them. That's why people do things like parachuting out of planes and riding roller coasters. However, this impulse toward what we fear can get out of hand and become self-destructive. For people with death anxiety, which Randy seems to suffer from, doing things like visiting cemeteries and morgues may soothe their disorder because doing so gives them a feeling of power over it, taking away the mystique and consequently the anxiety from death. From Randy's diary, it seems very much to be the case that this is what motivated his obsession. I can't get death off my mind. It's on my mind at least 14 out
See
of
what
the
I
18
mean?
hours of my night. Death. The most beautiful, gorgeous, luscious thing about life. I can't emphasize how
Like-
much death fascinates me.
Is he hiding this part from his family as well? Or is it just the sexuality part? Because, like, I feel like if you're this obsessed with something, like, I like video games a lot, right? To the point where I still go and talk to my family members who don't like video games and know nothing about video games. And, like, like, my dad doesn't. And he'll even tell me, like, I don't want to hear about it because I don't know anything about it. I don't like it. And I will still continue to talk about it, right? Because I like it so much. So I feel like if he liked it as much as what he's saying, he would have spoke to his brother or someone in his family about it. Which just makes me think, like, why didn't any of them go, this is weird? Wait, hold on a minute. I just read something. I can't empathize how much death fascinates me. It's almost like an attraction, a sexual attraction. Is this going to turn into, like, necrophilia?
It's almost like an attraction, a sexual attraction. So many times in late elementary or middle school, I'd pray for the planes
But,
I
like-
traveled on to crash. Plane crashes are virtually insta-death. It never happened. I didn't
So, wait. I can't wrap my brain around this. How could you be sexually attracted to something, but then also not want to have sex with anything? I feel like it's like a double negative, right? It doesn't really work. Like, if he's attracted to girls, if he was presented with the option, like if a girl was willing to sleep with him, would he go, oh yuck, no, and run away, or would he do it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if he would say no and not do it, then how could you also be attracted? Touch my brain. I think I think too much about things that don't matter.
want to go
But
back
I
to
wanna
school
figure
or go
out-
back
I
to
don't-
work.
I
Once
wanna figure out how
realized
it
the world
works.
I would either daydream in class about YouTube videos, girls, or death. To this day, those are still my big three. It never gets boring. I have fantasies of killing girls and laying them on top of me and fusing into their bodies, absorbing their feminine traits and absorbing what little life is left inside of them. I'm a ghoul, a girly, feminine ghoul. I want girls' bodies. I want
What are those witches who are like, they kill virgin girls to steal their youth or whatever, so they stay young? Didn't they used to do that back in the day? Is he talking about doing the same thing, but like instead of stealing their youth, he's stealing their femininity? Why is he calling himself a ghoul? Out of all the things he could have called himself, why a ghoul?
to become them, overshadow them, and eventually discard them for something better and more satisfying. The smooth skin, the curves, the stomach, exterior,
Oh my
the chest,
God.
the silk.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like that guy from the Witcher TV series. Remember that, the Changeling? Is that what he was called? The like guy who could like change his faces? The doppelganger guy, that's what it is. A doppelganger. And he was like really weird and sexual about it. In the show, he like changed, I don't know if you watched it, Benny. He like changed into that guy's face and he was like touching himself and being all weird about it. That's what this reminds me of. That guy.
Silky, moist, smooth arms and legs, the long hair on the head. This is how I'm meant to be. Virtually every 10 to 25 minutes, I think of something death-related. Maybe every 3 minutes. It's
Bro, that's not
unlocked.
normal.
I just can't get the thoughts of my final night on Earth off my mind. Like, just to think, this will be my last time waking up from a dream, my last time saying goodnight to my parents, let alone seeing them, my last time posting on social media, my last time driving my Hyundai Sonata, brushing my teeth, doing my hair. It goes on and on. It's going to be very surreal.
Could've just said
knowing that
car.
my future contact to this world as my human self will be terminated. Mind you, these are just a few particularly relevant passages in which Randy expresses his compulsive
Oh, bro,
rumination
so he
on
says
how good he
even
feels
more
about
than
death.
this?
In his
Holy
goodbye
shit.
video, he reveals that in one unspecified video he posted to his YouTube in late 2013, he makes his very first veiled hint at his intention to no longer be alive, saying that he didn't see himself uploading videos anymore by 2015. In January 2014, he released a video called Amnesia which, at least insofar as the kind of themes it contains, is closer to the kind of darkness he espoused at the time. The plot of the video is basically that he gets hit in the head, loses his memory, and the toys he frequently employed as the co-stars of his videos decide to take advantage of his vulnerable state. However, without knowing about Randy's background, this video could easily be chalked up as just being in bad taste by a tone-deaf YouTuber looking for some attention. Strangely enough, in his diary, he describes how this video
Is this dude also collecting fetishes?
Because
now he's like,
elaborated on what this meant.
Now he's into toys?
Topic maybe, it's clear that Randy is just playing it up for a funny video and isn't taking it too seriously. The real darkness comes at the very end, when, during its ending slate, we can see the shadow silhouette of what looks to be 5 embers. His secret obsession with the character finally began to bleed into facets of his regular life. While his watchers had no idea what they were looking at, this concept was dubbed Ember's Ghost Squad by Randy, or EGS for short. It's unknown how fleshed out
why is there
the
5 of
idea
them?
was at this particular point, but I suppose it was enough that he felt confident putting it into his videos. Eventually, he said that he considered this video the first part of a 6-episode anthology project that was his life's magnum opus, but we'll get to that. The second video, of a total of just 4 videos he uploaded that entire year, was called Search for Remember, which Randy says was the ultimate cause of his demise. The story behind the video revolves around Remember, the song Ember sang in Danny Phantom. As Randy
It wasn't
recounts,
very
for a
good.
decade after
It was
the
alright.
episode containing it aired, the only version available online was a very low quality video with a mono mix on the audio. In a terrible instance of serendipity, someone discovered that its singer had it up in perfect quality on her portfolio website and made the mistake of sending it to Randy, not knowing what the ultimate ripple effect of their actions would be. Randy took to his alternate YouTube account, Worthless Toaster, to upload it to YouTube for the very first time, where it now stands at over 5 million
Hey, that's what I
views.
watched.
Randy saw this as a sign of destiny, and Ember took over his entire life.
That's the video I
same
watched.
month, he made and published The Search for Remember, a short film wherein he was about to take himself out due to the song Never.
Wait, what'd you say? What's your job description now? Need to look out for potential co-op, YouTube backstory, etc. Looking what kind of vids would haunt you. And also being your mod. Well, you enjoy it. Come on. Someday need a raise, like a lemon or 2. Well, you know, when life gives you lemons, you should go and commit genocide. So, be careful what you wish for. Well, you're the main one that wants me to react to videos, right? I was just telling you that which videos I don't like. But that video that just popped up, that's the one I watched. He created them. That's what I'm saying, bro. Oh, hold up. I'm changing earphones. Okay. I might have to turn the fan on. It's getting hot now. Where's the remote? Oh, it's all the way over there. God damn it. Okay, give me a minute. Sorry, dog. I need to move my chair. Oh, okay, that's better. Ah, I think I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Because I don't know if you were around when I said it, Benny. Oh, bro, I just cracked my ankle. Ow, that hurt a lot. Did you guys hear that? That was really loud. That's not what I was gonna say, but anyway. If we get to a point, well, far, yeah, no. Bro, when I got up to go get the shopping, I was like hobbling down the stairs, and my brother was like, "Why are you hobbling like an old man?" I was like, "My ankle hurts." My like left ankle, because it's been like kind of cold. I can never remember the name of it. I have arthritis, but it's the arthritis. It's the one that affects all your joints. What is it called? Arthritis that affects all the joints. That one. What's it called? What's the name of it? Rheumatoid arthritis. That one. It runs in our family. My nan had it, and then turns out I have it, and then my brother went the end of last year to the doctors because he was having pain, and turns out he has it too. So yeah, because of that, when it gets like coldish, doesn't even have to get that cold, just a little bit cold, bro, it's so painful. And my left ankle has been like that since like the cyclone came, since Alfie. That was when it started. And still kind of been chilly, so it just hasn't gone away. What was I saying? Oh yeah. If we ever start like making money on YouTube, I will definitely start paying mods. But currently, at this point, I don't have any money. Right? But yeah, because when we get to 500 subs and that, I can apply for the super chat stuff and memberships. And if I do, I start making money there, then I'll start paying people. But you know, they have to be people that are actually around and doing things. If you are useless, then you won't be getting shit. Does that make sense? Literal child? No. I will not. Well, by the time that what? Oh, you motherfucker. By the time we fucking get to the point where I start making money, he probably will be an adult at that point anyway. But if he still remains useless, he doesn't get shit, bro. I've said this before on stream too. I'll say it again because I don't really care. I didn't mean to turn that on. I think you were here when I said it, Benny. I don't like having a lot of money. I don't like it, right? When I get more money or I get extra money, the first thing I do is I figure out how to get rid of that money. Right? But it's not like I go, "Oh, I'm going to buy this thing and this thing and this thing because I want these things." The way I do it is I'll wait for like my niece, nephew, or like my sister or someone to be like, "Hey, I need money for this thing," and then I just give them the money or I buy them the thing. And that's how I get rid of the money. So, if I started making money on YouTube, I would hate it, right? That's why I said like I'll start paying mods. But anything that's left, I will most likely donate. So I will keep enough money to where I can live, like the way I am now. But then after that, I will whatever's left, I will literally just give it away, like to charity or whatever. Like I do it. I have not more than 1K to my name at all times. Yeah, so I don't even have that. So like if I have 1K in my bank, I'll literally like get rid of it until I have what do I have now? I think I have like $100 in my bank. That's about it. That's where I feel comfortable. Having about $100 in my bank is where I feel comfortable. Because like everything, all my bills, all that is paid, food's paid, all that. That $100 is just if something happens. But then on the plus side of like helping people and giving my money to people and stuff, when things happen, like with the dogs, like when Asta had like the problem with his pee-pee, my mother was the one that came in and paid for it, right? Because the main person that like I give my money to is her when I don't want it. So then things like that happen and then she pays for it, right? So I still don't have to worry about if like big massive bills like that come in. But yeah, I don't know. Just having it in my bank, I don't know, I don't like it. It bugs me. So yeah, if we get to the point where like I don't think we ever will, but if we ever get to a point where we're like making hundreds of thousands a month out of that, I would probably only ever keep like, I don't even know, maybe like 1,000 of it, and I'd probably give all the rest of it away. Just because it's too much. It's too much money. I don't know why people like Amaranth, right? It shocks me so much. That woman would have so much money. Like so much money. Because as far as I know, she owns like petrol stations and shit in her town. And then she makes a bunch of OnlyFans as well. Why do you need that much money? There's a point where money becomes irrelevant. And it's like when you're making that much. I don't know. I guess I'm weird in that way.
Discover it in full quality and find a new meaning to his life. In essence, this video
But yeah, having
was
too much money freaks me out.
autobiographical. Adding fuel to the flame, the singer not only watched this video, but liked it and added Randy on Facebook. I'm not sure how he didn't experience any dissonance, considering he was now interacting directly with the woman who voiced Ember, which obviously
Oh, the
meant
only
Ember
thing I would
wasn't
probably
real,
do,
but just
actually,
a cartoon character. Then
is I might save money only to be able to pay for this house and buy this house outright. And then once I've done that, then I don't need money for anything else. Simply because like paying this house off slowly is really annoying. So that'd probably be the only thing that I would do. Other than that, then yeah.
again, considering how delusional he already was at this
I don't
point,
need
there's
money.
no point in really trying to pick it apart. Next up in his anthology was a video called Extinction, in which he exacts revenge.
Yeah, if we ever
for what
start
his
getting money,
characters did
Benny,
to him in the previous video,
you'll probably be the first one that gets
supposedly
paid.
because he lost his job over the video that was taken of the incident. The inclusion of losing his job as a part of the story isn't accidental.
Then that
at
means
all.
I have to
During
figure
this
out how to
time, he
actually,
struggled
like,
intensely with finding and holding down a
I don't
job,
know,
and he left his part-time job at the supermarket. In his
pay people.
diary, he says, "By mid-2014, I didn't want to work anymore. I constantly envisioned hurting customers. In September, I got a full-time stock job at the general hospital my mom worked at, but quit after the first day. It was a second shift job. I just didn't fit there. The facility is enormous. There's like 16 to 20 some floors, and the stock could be for any floor in any supply closet.
Well, he's coming
I would've
up on
lost my mind
2018.
by Christmas."
And that's when he
During
said
that
he would
job
die.
search from spring 2014 through September 2014 was when I legit started thinking about suicide. The anger and hatred for the world was
So he was
boiling
always
like
thinking
crazy.
about it.
I got around 5 calls for jobs, but I never answered my phone or responded to emails. I didn't want to work anywhere. As the videos for the EGS anthology came out, so did their respective soundtracks, all of which were original tracks Randy composed himself and released on Bandcamp. Soon after the midpoint of 2014 was crossed, another addition to the anthology was made, a video called Extinction, which was an upload in which he graphically murdered the whale plush and toy frog he used to make his videos with up until that point. Near the end, he discovers that they had recorded a video for him in which they apologize for being so obnoxious, at which point he breaks down in regret, only to be interrupted by none other than Ember, as a painfully low-resolution cutout PNG that wasn't even from the original cartoon, but a drawing done by Randy, speaks to him and tells him that he did what he had to do and not to feel bad for his actions. While the comedic tone is retained in certain moments of the video, the more serious parts of it were dramatically outweighing them. Not only did the plot border on nonsensical, but they were rapidly crossing over into Randy's yet unexplained headcanon about Ember and the Ghost Squad. I can only wonder how the people who watched it at the time felt about it. While they probably couldn't deduce from this video that
he
he was
enjoyed
as
it.
troubled as he was, it was obvious from the increasingly dark themes that these videos were a cry for help. This video also marks the first official appearance of Ember in one of Randy's videos.
His whole YouTube career is a cry for help. What are you talking about?
His mental well-being was in freefall. In his goodbye video, Randy says that Extinction was one of his best performances ever, though he struggles to watch it since it shows a psychotic side of himself that even he is uncomfortable seeing. As he explained in his diary, the job at the hospital during this period was getting too much to handle, so he just quit. Unbeknownst to any of his audience at the time, during the filming of Extinction, he tore a tendon on his pinky finger. However, he couldn't get the surgery done immediately after and had to wait for 3 months before taking a medical leave. But since he quit in September, he got the surgery done in late October, quite literally on the night of Halloween. Coincidentally, he was scared of hospitals because of the hospital scenes in the original Halloween movie.
Why does he have a cast on both arms? If he tore a tendon in his pinky finger. Bro, this dude looks so angry here. He looks so mad. So did they take a tendon out of somewhere else and put it into his pinky? That doesn't make any sense, does it? Bro, now he can't jack off. Now he's going to be sexually frustrated too. What have you done? You have created a monster. Did he tear the tendon because he stabbed himself by accident? How do you tear a tendon in your pinky? I'm looking at my hand. How do you manage that?
In recovery from the surgery, he recorded a video talking about what had happened.
Anyways, this is what it looks like. This is my hand right now. This is the second phase of recovery. On Halloween through Monday, I had this big bandage on, which was on my social media. I posted a picture of it. I'm just like this in the picture, but this is what it looks like.
He didn't
bad
show
genetics
it yet, but
or
according to
health
his
in
diary,
general.
This is when he really hit rock
Yeah, that
bottom.
makes sense.
Fortunately for him, though it wasn't much better, he got his job back at the store, so he started
Wait,
making
but
some
he
money
didn't-
again. Around
He didn't explain how he did it. He just explained what he has to do now. I want to know how he did it. I'm curious on how you managed to, like, tear it. Like, even with bad genetics, like, you have to do something to tear it, right? I had a boss once. I don't know if I've told this story, but I had a boss once, and he was, like, in his 50s, I think? Early 50s. We were all talking, standing around, and then he just sneezed really, like, hard. And he said he had to leave, and then he went in his office, and then he didn't come out of his office. And we were like, thought he had to leave. We then had to go in, well, someone went in to look at him, and he was, like, coughing up blood and stuff. And so they called an ambulance. When he sneezed, he not only broke his rib, but punctured his lung. That's how hard he sneezed. And I was like, how the fuck does that happen? So, yeah. I don't think that was bad genetics. I think he just was old, maybe? I don't know. But some incidences, like, I don't know, they seem very surprising.
At the same time as the surgery, he started working on the next episode of the anthology, which would be titled Resurrection. The intro is noticeably more distorted than usual, and even has some cheesy, creepypasta edits of blood and other dark, edgy visuals onto the images that are regularly shown during the intro. It's been speculated that Randy suffered from some kind of stunted development, and it's very easy to see why. However serious the issues he was going through were,
yeah, he watched Fred.
Had no idea how to articulate them in a mature way.
That's
so
why
he made these videos instead. Mind you, he considered these videos to be deeply disturbing and dark in and of themselves. Now, they're obviously grim given the context that the person who made them went on to commit a heinous crime, but if that weren't the case, they'd just be cringeworthy, and he seems unaware of that to some extent. In between the blood-splattered, poorly photoshopped PNGs and acting out these plots with plushes and toys, the contrast between the adult topics and the extremely infantile execution gives off the feeling that it was made by an edgy preteen, when in actuality, it was done by someone in their early 20s who held a job and attended college. Randy Stair was a DeviantArt cringelord. Resurrection is more of the same as the previous episodes.
Okay,
this
calm
time,
down.
The whale and the frog are gone, and there's only Ember as Randy walks around his house and drives.
How dare
Randy
you
began
judge him,
experimenting with very rudimentary
Turkish
animations
Thomas.
that consisted of moving Ember's eyes and eyebrows slightly to
God
alter
damn
her
it.
expression. A few months later, he released the follow-up to Resurrection called Absolution, which,
Yeah,
although
this
it
is
looks
what I
slightly
get.
cleaner, is about as tone-deaf and janky as the rest of his videos. It's in Absolution that he reveals that he made his version of Ember not through any conventional animation or drawing program like GIMP, but on the emblem editor on Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Likewise, he spends the majority of the video
What?
conversing with Ember.
Bro, that makes
and
it
the video
more
concludes with him taking
impressive,
his own
doesn't
life
it?
after accepting he was never going to be able to bring the plushies he killed back to life.
I'll always be here for you.
Wait,
No matter.
the emblem editor is just shapes, right? Wait, does that mean I'm weird too? I like to use shapes in paint to make ducks and stuff. Am I weird? Ooh, Trubbish. Oh. Wasn't shiny. Like, I have a bunch of ducks on my computer that I made with shapes. Does that make me weird? So you're gonna kill someone? I don't think I've ever been angry enough to want to kill someone. I will say this, if I did, bro, I would probably get away with it with how much murder stuff I watch. On top of that, with how dumb the police are in Australia, there's a serial killer. I don't know if you guys know this. I think he's on the shit. Where was he? Is he on the Gold Coast? I think he's on the Gold Coast, right? Gold Coast. Serial killer. This was last year. And Gold Coast case suspected. Was it not the Gold Coast? I thought it was the Gold Coast. Wait, maybe if I just write Australian serial killer unsolved. No, that didn't help either. Maybe serial killer, then we'll say missing, because he only targeted women. Missing women. What? No, not woman. Women. Plural. Missing women, and then I'm pretty certain it was the Gold Coast. I'm gonna find it so I can tell you. No, don't do that. Don't play things. Stop, 9 News. Stop playing things. Worst serial killer in nation's history. Could be to blame for dozens. Stop playing ads. To blame for, ow. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I have a giant cut on my finger. What? When did that happen? I just like ran my hand through my hair. Ow, that really hurt. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Okay, you ready for this? I did and was close to doing it. Really? Yeah, I don't think I've ever been. I'll probably get Lozano Wilds tomorrow? Does that mean you can play? Okay, you ready? A fresh spotlight is now on investigations into 67 women who were killed or went missing between 1977 and 2009 on the New South Wales North Coast, which is like all up and down like the coast, the Gold Coast and that. I think most of them were like in fucking Burleigh and stuff, I think. But 67, right? And one of the cops, like, someone asked the cops, and they came out and said, it was only recently that they noticed that all of these, like, women that went missing or were found dead had similar, what's it called? MOs. Like, motives. Oh, no, not motives, what's the word? Like, the way they died was, like, similar. Or went missing. It was all similar. Which, you know, normally points towards the same person doing it, or same people doing it. You know, a serial killer. And it wasn't until like 2009-ish, 2010-ish, where they're like, wait a minute, maybe these are all linked. Bro, why did it take 30 years for our police to be like, hold on a minute, this is weird. It's all women. It's all at nighttime. Like, what's wrong with people? It's only just come out. So yeah, we might have like the most heinous serial killer ever in Australia. Because they've only, by the way, they've only found 67 and like noticed some missing and that, right? 67. They're the ones that they've been able to be like, okay, maybe these are all linked. It could be even more than that. And if he's gotten away with 67 of them, you can probably bet your ass he's probably done more than that. Well, I say he, it could be a she. I didn't look into like the way the women were murdered or anything, like if they were sexually assaulted or anything like that. But like, it's insane. It's insane how dumb people are sometimes. To see like, it's like the minute you see two bodies, you should be like, that died the same way or were killed the same way. You should be like, that's weird. The minute you find a third one is when you go, okay, these are all connected. You don't wait until there's 67 of them and be like, oh, okay, this is strange. So yeah, at this point, I think like the public and that are thinking that the person who did it or people who did it might be police officers or have something to do with the police. Because they're like, how else do you explain this level of like oh, fuck, I can't say the word. Anyway, you get what I'm saying.
Matter what.
It's mental, bro. Oh, fuck, my finger hurts a lot.
Are you sure?
Everyone goes someday.
Interestingly enough, in the lore of his anthology
Look at that
videos,
edit.
he kills 3 toys: the whale, the frog, and the Furby.
No!
Then he takes himself out.
Not
in
the
a very
Furby.
strange foreshadowing of what he eventually did. After
Wait.
in the video, dozens of ghost girls.
What animal are Furbies? They kind of have a beak like a duck. Wait, hold on. What animal are Furbies? Furbies are often described as resembling a hamster or owl-like creature, though they are not based on any particular animal. Okay. So they're like a mix between an owl and a hamster? But they kind of look like they have a beak, I guess?
like Ember come into frame, symbolizing Randy joining Ember's Ghost Squad after completing his rite of entry and initiation.
Are you saying
The
that
following
you want me to
episode breaks the
stream
pattern of strictly
Monster
short
Hunter
film
tomorrow,
type
Benny?
episodes, as it mostly consists of an animated music
Is
video
that what you're
Randy
saying?
did for a band called Send Requests, which oddly uses the 2013 PewDiePie font for its logo. The story goes that Randy and his brother had recorded a performance and some music videos for the band, and since he liked one of their songs, he decided to use it to make a demonstration of his newly acquired animation skills. The first half of the episode is called Curtain Call, and it's just a bunch of clips from the band's performance interspersed with Randy's animation. The other half is much closer to a conventional anthology entry, though this time around, it's mostly animation as opposed to the live action stuff he'd done up until this point. In the video, called Welcome to the Squad, Randy explains the up until now
I should probably
utterly
get back to playing
unexplained
Dark Souls
cosmology of
3.
the EGS.
Because I don't
Basically,
even
Ember's
remember what I
Ghost
was
Squad is
doing
like
in
a
it.
ghost girl version of Mount Olympus from Greek mythology, and when you die, if they
I just remember I was trying to be a
there's
wizard.
a chance you might be recruited and become a ghost girl yourself. After Randy gets recruited after
I can
the
become
end
a
of
ghost girl?
Absolution, the ghost squad
No
starts
way.
trying to recruit the frog. Weirdly enough, Randy has one of the ghost girls say it takes twice as long to resurrect and recruit gay people, and that's why they won't be bringing back the whale plush. This video
What?
took quite a while for production, as Randy put
Wait,
it.
wait,
he
wait,
sacrificed the
wait,
entirety of
wait. What a hypocrite. Doesn't he want to turn into a woman? And if I remember correctly, doesn't he find women attractive? So wouldn't that make him gay? Huh? How dare he? My logic's correct, right? He stated that he wanted to be a woman. He stated he's into women. Well, no, he stated he was a woman, didn't he? He just doesn't want to do the sex change or whatever. That would make him gay. So that means Randy can't be a ghost girl. Or it would take longer? Is that what they said? He fucked himself.
2015 to learn how to animate. It's
He
also
played
worth
himself.
noting that Randy's work for Send Request was done in March of 2015, and in his diary, he details his falling out with them throughout the year. The vocalist met with me twice in October 2015 in a CBS.
Wait, I only just realized this. Why do we have his diary? Was his diary released to the public after, like... I don't know how this story ends. I just know he kills someone. Because otherwise he wouldn't be called a murderer. So I'm assuming he went to jail. So they got his diary and then are they allowed to release his diary to the public? Are police allowed to do that? Maybe it's because it was evidence in trial, maybe? I just find it weird that we have his, like, full diary.
Parking lot to have me help him cheat on a college project. He wanted the music video footage to re-edit himself for a grade. I agreed without hesitation since I hadn't seen him since the day we filmed it. We filmed it in late March 2015, almost
G'day,
7
Waffle.
months prior. Being on the night
How's
shift,
it
I
going?
had an hour of sleep before we met around
Trubbish.
5 p.m. He seemed happy to me.
Wow.
I could be wrong, but it seemed put on. It went by fast.
I kinda
maybe
want
3 minutes
Trubbish.
and he was gone. I mean, I get it. Maybe he was
Waffle
just a little
Chomper.
uncomfortable
What a
since we
great
only
name.
really talked through text messages. The second time I met him at the CVS was a few days later to
Bro,
retrieve
my
my
finger won't
external
stop,
hard
like,
drive with a footage on it. It was a
the
totally
robbing.
different story. He
How'd I
talked my
hurt
ear off
myself?
with send request info, which thrilled me. It's what I wanted. Inside info. Little did he know I had both meetings recorded with my iPhone in my pocket. 100% start to finish. There's even some laughter from it used in the EGS intro right before Stuck in My Own Misery. Now you know one of the many
Try
secrets about
Trubbish,
that piece.
Sigma.
As I was saying, the vocalist
Yeah, I
gave me
want
some
Trubbish.
details about the band's future,
Trubbish
saying
is
they were
actually
going back to Ohio in a few weeks to
one of the
record
ones
again.
that would
He
come
was
in handy,
very
too.
open, which surprised me, even just randomly. But then came
Trubbish.
the talk that would be the downfall of our relationship.
Yeah,
the music
Trubbish,
video discussion. I
Growlithe,
thought that I was an
and
automatic lock for the
Stunky.
music video, but I was
Because the
wrong.
next
Me
gym
and my
is
brother had
grass.
even gotten sharp new lenses, which I told him would make the
So
previous
fighting
music video
probably
look
would
like a
be
joke.
great.
He seemed somewhat intrigued and said, "We want this video
'Cause
to be
also I
perfect,"
think-
which, being the perfectionist that I am,
Ugh.
led me to think
I think
I'm your
the
guy. He hinted that he'd keep me in mind, but I
brass
thought for
type
sure
that
I'd
he
be able to
has,
help
I
in
think, can
some
learn
form. The
flying
entire
move,
winter
maybe?
passes, nothing. I text him asking if they're working on anything interesting, says something along the lines of, nah man.
Oh, yeah,
just
I think
around.
Trubbish is the
About
one
a
I
month
want the
and a half
most.
passed, and the bassist tweeted about checking recording a successful music video off the list. This was when the lies started. In the end, I'm glad they went with the production company because
I like
wouldn't have
Gabador.
been able to make it look like that. Anyways, I brushed that disappointment off and just figured doing cartoons over video was the best option. I haven't seen Andrew since that late October day. I began to
fuck's
grow
Andrew?
more and more enraged with him, whether it be ignoring my texts or giving short, puny replies to lengthy messages. I got vibes that he didn't give
You know
a
what I
shit
noticed?
about the endless
I noticed something about myself. I was reading manga yesterday, right? So I caught up on a bunch of manga, like the beginning after the end. God, I love that manga. But one that I caught up on was shit. What the fuck's its name? It has a long name, and also it has like 3 different versions of the name too. Give me a minute. Where is it? Bu- 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 Can I like? Oh, I can't search. Oh, that's annoying. Wait, maybe I can search it on my phone? Hold on. Normally, like, I watch it on my tablet. And you can, like, just search through your bookmarks. Because I bookmark a bunch of manga. Yeah, okay, cool. I can search through my phone. Okay. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Revenge of the Iron-Blooded Swordhound. Right, but then it has like a bunch of other names. But Iron-Blooded and Hound are like the key words if you want to find it. It's so good. It's a manhwa, I think, but it's so good. But I was reading through that because I reread it from the start. And I got like, because there's 104 chapters out, I think. I got to like in the 80s, and he mentioned someone's name, and that person was like, the last time they were mentioned was like chapter 50 or something like that. And he mentioned it, and I was like, who? What? Who's that? And then they showed a picture of them, and I was like, oh, that person's important to the plot. So it made me click in my brain. You know how, like, it seems like I don't pay attention, Benny? And I don't, like, I miss things because I don't pay attention? I realized it has to do with names. It mostly has to do with people's names. So I pick up on information, I just don't remember their names. So the information that I have in my brain doesn't, like, compute when things are happening. So when people say things about the moon bitch from Elden Ring, I still don't know what her fucking name is. They say things about her, and I'm like, what? I don't know who you're talking about. And then they show me a picture because I was talking to a friend, and I was like, oh, the moon bitch. Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, and then like the lore that they were talking about clicks in my brain. So I think it has to do with names. So what this guy's saying right now doesn't click to me because I don't know who Andrew is. That's why I have trouble following things. But I noticed it as I was reading manga more and manhwa. That's the reason why I have trouble, like, keeping things in my brain right. Because I don't know. I have trouble with names, and then I give them nicknames, and then like the nickname becomes the thing that solidifies that information. Like Solo Leveling, there is a moment coming up in Solo Leveling that with a character that becomes important for the later part of solo leveling, and I don't know his name. I just call him Lion Man because he looks like a lion. You'll know him when he, like, if you're watching solo leveling, you'll know the guy I'm talking about when he pops up. He's really strong. And he just reminds me of a lion. So I've called him Lion Man. Like, I remember main characters' names, and then, or like, if I've watched something over and over and over and over again, like Naruto, I remember people's names like that. But if I don't, and I watch things once or twice, I don't remember names. And that's where my trouble is.
Hours I
I just felt like I
animating
had
a
to
music
say
video,
that. That's
or
why
my
I'm not
animation in
following
general.
this
I mentioned
all the
him
way.
possibly spending 8 months on an animated music video. Nothing. 15 months perfecting my animation skill. Nothing. I filmed their first ever music video. 0 credit. He goes on to explain that
Rubbish.
he went back and forth with the band over online messages, trying to get the
Yeah,
instrumental
could've
for
been
another
shiny.
song of theirs. And after months of not giving him a clear answer, they
sirens?
eventually said the band had agreed not to give out
You have
stamps on their
sirens?
tracks. Randy's reaction to this was to unfriend them on every social media and write the vocalist a
You want us
3-page
to burn their
letter
house down
detailing his
again?
feelings and struggles and how send request music
Makes
changed
sense.
his life unprompted. Of course, the vocalist was
Bro.
taken aback and tried to relate to Randy, but to no avail, since Randy's goal wasn't actually
The Aboriginal people that live across the road from us have had the fire department come to their house like over 10 times to tell them to stop burning things under their house. They have a barrel under their house that they burn wood in because they like to sit under there. It's hard to explain. The house is on stilts, right? And then underneath their house, they built like not walls, but like slats, and the slats have gaps in them. And so like it doesn't keep out like the weather. So it doesn't keep out cold and that. If you're under there, it's like it's just and it's cold, it's gonna be freezing, right? But they have like they don't have a garage door on it either, so it's just open at the front. And then my brother said as he's walked past, it's open at the back too. So there's just this like big section that's all open down there too. I don't understand what it is. I don't get why anyone thought it was a good idea. It's weird. But they have like a full-on surround sound system down underneath there and a giant TV and all this crap because they go down there and that's where they sit and drink and like party and stuff. But because it gets cold, they put a barrel in the middle of it and they burn things in the barrel. Which then, like, the smoke hits the floor / roof, I guess, and like billows out from underneath the house. So people like see, all they see is smoke coming out from underneath this house and they're like, oh shit, that house is on fire. So they've called the fire department several times on them because people think their house is on fire. Right? And the fire department has told them, don't do that. Even though it's like your house isn't on fire, doing that underneath your house is bad. Like it's causing damage to the floor / roof. It's causing damage to like all the walls and that under there that it, like the smoke has to hit because smoke does damage to that shit. But on top of that, if they put too much shit in and the fire gets too big, it could actually go up and burn the fucking, because it's like, I don't know, if I walked under there, I could touch the roof, right? I could just put my hand up and touch the roof. Like it's not that tall under there, so it probably would be pretty easy for a fucking barrel to actually like light the floor on fire. But they keep doing it. They did it yesterday, and it's like it's mental. It's like they want to burn their house down. But yeah, you saying that just reminded me of that because it happened yesterday. I was like, these people are insane.
To connect with him or establish a relationship. He was just after the instrumental so he could do his EGS video. It's really eerie how Randy's entire relationship with several people.
By the way, the
conditional-
first day that my internet went out, so many sirens. So many police sirens and ambulances and just shit flying past. So I think something happened. I think that's why my internet went out. I think something happened. It's not like something bad happened, but I don't know. I don't look into it, so I don't know. Savage from Disney's Pocahontas playing in the background.
On them indirectly fueling his EGS obsession.
Oh,
Almost
you're
as
listening?
If he dehumanized them to a certain extent, relegating their worth to what they could provide him for his autistic animations.
Is that what you're
It's
listening
also
to?
interesting because this is one of the few
Oh!
times we see Randy.
Did you see the Lilo and Stitch trailer, Benny? I saw the Lilo and Stitch trailer the other day. It looks good. It actually looks pretty good. And look, so far, from what I saw, it didn't look like they fucked anything up yet. But yeah, it actually looks really good. Oh god. Oh god, don't touch me. Not feeling any of the live action stuff? Well, I'm under the impression, like, why do we need it? It's unnecessary. You know what I mean? Like, the cartoon was fine. We don't really need it. But when, like, it actually looks decent, I will praise it for looking good. Because it did. It looked alright. Like, you've seen the Lion King stuff, right? Some of the Lion King stuff was pretty bad. It feels so lazy. Yeah, like it feels like they're just trying to milk them for more money. Like they're like, oh, we've ran out of ways to get money from this. I know, we'll just milk more by making live action. Ooh, Tyrogue. But you gotta admit, it did look good.
Be anything but bleak and aloof regarding the outside world. It's in moments like these that it's visible how truly alien he is to people around him. He thinks that recording everyday conversations without other people's knowledge is a fine thing to do, and secretly using it in one of his videos is a funny secret and not kind of creepy. He also expects a band that's trying to commercialize their music to completely understand him taking 8 months to make a music video.
But I do
for
wish
them
that
when
they
the
would, like,
original character he created
focus
based
on
an
making
all but
new
forgotten
things.
Danny Phantom villain from well over a decade prior, despite his animation skills being not very good. He described their falling out as his dreams being crushed and that they made a grave mistake in wronging him, while also mentioning that he sent the vocalist yet another page-long message as a response. He couldn't be more out of touch with other human beings if he tried to. He concludes his rants by saying that since he wasn't given the stems for the song he wanted to, he planned to forever ruin it by associating it with the crime he began to plan around that time. He circumvented the band and went to the person responsible for producing the record, and ultimately spent over $200 to get the
pretty much when my
stems just so
internet went out,
use it in his animation.
I just watched.
He's working part-time on the night shift at a supermarket at this point.
I watched
so
that trailer, and then I watched a video.
It on something as inconsequential
Tech Tome went over it.
That after his blowing up of the vocalist DMs, the band
that Japanese girl got stabbed while live streaming.
Only to discover how
that was crazy.
He was based on the videos he'd been uploading on his YouTube channel, and they immediately privated the video
she did some
Randy had
fucked up
recorded for
shit.
them that was up on their
She didn't
channel.
deserve to die, but she still, you can understand where the guy was coming from.
In 2015, Randy grew increasingly wary of having his online presence scrutinized by his family members or people who knew him in real life, leading him to change his name on everything he had online. However, this wasn't the only reason. In a document from much later, he reveals that during this period something happened, which Randy called Randy Gate, that signed the death sentence for the Pioneers Productions era.
Randy
It started
Gate.
with one of his fans, who had written lewd fan fiction about him in
I just paused at a perfect moment. I just heard lewd fan fiction. If you become big, not fat. I'm already fat. I can't become any fatter. You have to do at least one mod meetup. I would only come to fight a kangaroo. I will never meet up. I can say that confidently. I would never. It doesn't matter like how close I get to anyone. I would never do it. Even like one-on-one situations freak me out. So I can confidently say I will never do that. Like even just thinking about doing like voice calls, right? We agree on that one thing at least. Yeah. Like even doing like voice calls like through Discord, that freaks me out. Like I have a friend who I play games with on the PlayStation and have for years. And every time I have to like call him into the party so we can talk while we play games, that freaks me out. The Oompa game will fuck you up, probably. That's why like I'm glad that because the last Monster Hunter that I played, Monster Hunter World, I think it was. I'm pretty certain I played it the day it came out, and I remember like we went into the game and we could hear like we went into one of the like matches and someone else got like chucked into our group. So it was me and my friend and then a third guy. And you didn't play Rise? Or maybe it was Rise. I don't remember. I don't remember which one it was. But it was on the PS4, I think. Anyway, yeah, we were playing together and we went in to fight this thing. And that guy joined us randomly. And we were talking, and then he started talking, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know why, but like we were talking through the party, but it was also talking through like the game, so he could hear us. And then he started talking. It was weird, and it freaked me out. I just stopped talking. And my friend just kept talking to him while we played. But yeah, I'm like I haven't gone into like a party with someone yet in the new one, but I hope that doesn't happen again. But yeah, I don't remember which one it was. But it was similar to the one that I'm playing. Just it wasn't open world. I remember there was like a station where we did stuff. You would have to go talk to a guy and decide which monster you wanted to hunt. And then he would send you there, and then you would have a set amount of time and you'd go hunt the things. And sometimes like I would like go and collect metal or whatever while my friend was fighting the monster. And then we would swap. I don't remember which one it was. Rise Probably. I just remember it was on PS4. Wait, maybe if I saw a picture. Wait, Monster Hunter. I thought it was World. Rise? Oh no, maybe it was this one. When did this one come out? No, it wasn't this one. Initial release date 2021. It wasn't this one. Like I haven't played Monster Hunter. Yeah, this is it. World. Because I remember the Rathalos thing being on the thing. The initial release date 2004. Yeah. PlayStation 4. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah. And then there's that big guy with the horns. Yeah. I think there was an electric thing too. That was what my friend hated. The electric guy. I loved the electric guy. I thought he was cool. It's like this cat thing. Yeah, this is it. This is one we played. Yeah, so it was World. Yeah, so it's been a very long time since I played Monster Hunter.
2014. While Randy tried to act as if he appreciated it, he couldn't hold the act up for very long.
Apparently, if that came out in 2004, then it's been like fucking
whom we'll call Dave, started
20 years.
To
It didn't come out.
Productions fans who took his side.
It didn't come out in 2004, did it? Was it a remake? Maybe it's a remake, and I played the remake. Because I was going to say, I think it was like, more like 2012, 2014, maybe. Somewhere around there. 2004, wait, I'm looking this up. 2004 doesn't seem right. Wikipedia. 2018. There we go. Yeah. So I was gonna say, when did the PS4 come out? Is this a remake though? Why did it say 2004? Maybe I read it wrong. I don't know. But yeah, 2018. So what's that? That's like 7 years? Because we played it for like a solid, maybe like 3 months, maybe, until we like killed everything we could kill, got all like the armor we could get, all that sort of stuff, and then we were just like, okay, I don't think there's anything else we can do.
And attacked Randy online.
And we just stopped playing it.
Made peace with them. It further demotivated him to keep making the same kind of content he used to. As he slowly pivoted to EGS material, 2 new fans did get on board: Sammy and Haley. Being completely unaccustomed to having fans, Randy engaged with them directly, which was a grave mistake.
I would play games with him again on stream, but the issue now is that the times that I stream, like in the morning now, he's too busy doing things. So like the only times that I can actually play games with him is on the weekends. Because during the week he goes and he does things with the kid all morning, and then he goes to work, and then he works until like he starts work at like 2. Yeah, like 2 in the afternoon, then he works till like 10. So the only time he has free is like Saturday and Sunday. And then even then, most Saturdays and Sundays he goes and does things with the kid. So like, yeah, he's got not much time. So even if I was able to like stream play games with him, it probably wouldn't even be long. It'd probably only be like an hour. And I don't know if it'd be worth it. And also, I don't think he really liked, like, when we were, like, stopping playing Monster Hunter, he was the main reason, because he was just sick of it. So I don't even know if you'd want to play this next one.
Since this made them extremely devoted to his online presence, liking and sharing everything he did obsessively. In total, there
He
were
doesn't
around
like grinding.
5 to 8 people in this online bubble of dedicated EGS followers. This began annoying Randy almost immediately, as he was unintentionally getting roped into their lives and exchanging DMs with them. This was set into hyperdrive once one of the fans started frequently threatening to do something drastic on their Twitter account, publicly tagging Randy to get his attention. Being the misanthropic loner he was, with the dark tendencies he was already struggling with, it was excruciatingly difficult for Randy to try and do the reasonable thing, which was talking this person down from what they had in mind to do, or telling the police. A particularly exhausting part of this whole ordeal was that this fan of Randy's would often disappear for days, causing Randy to spend his entire workday refreshing Twitter constantly to see if they'd posted. Eventually,
What? Wait. Why do they engage? Why do they engage? The same thing with Christian. Why engage with this stuff? Ignore it. Go away. Just leave it. If anyone did this to me, like DM'd me and like said they were gonna kill themselves or whatever, my response would be, okay, bye. And that's it. I'm not dealing with that shit. Like what? Why would you DM them back and forth? Like give them what they want, which is your attention. I don't get it. Why in their minds do they think it's a good idea to engage with these people? Do they also want attention? Is that why? Yeah, just so you guys know, if anyone DMs me like random shit like that, I'm not engaging with you. Most you'll get out of me is like bye, and then I will block you because I'm not going to deal with it. It's not my problem, and I don't care. And like dealing with this stuff, like what this guy is doing, it's just gonna make your life more miserable. Their life is miserable. Yeah, great. Doesn't mean yours has to be.
It became too much for him, and he blocked her, earning him
there we go.
hate from his remaining followers. As a consequence of him
Who gives a
ostracizing
shit?
himself from the bubble, he stopped doing live streams and further distanced himself from YouTube. But eventually, this bubble of people had a very different perspective as they collectively interpreted Randy's newer, darker videos as veiled threats to their lives. In mid to late 2015, he made a new Twitter account called EGS Andrew.
Bro, this
where he
dude's
frequently
cultivating a
posted
weird
cryptic
audience.
updates about the general EGS phenomenon. Around the same time, he made a wiki page for EGS, and in it, we can find some additional headcanon Randy wrote. Founded in the
Eggs go
1980s,
squish?
EGS is one of the most cherished squads in the afterlife. Short for Ember's Ghost Squad, Ember McLean joined the
so
organization not long after perishing in a house fire. During recruiting, all souls are fair game. Although the squad's traits vary extremely, recruiters generally search for lost cause souls, typically people battling
Wait, what?
depression
How
or
the
have become outcasts in their daily environment.
How did I
Lost causes who finally earn their chance.
How did I miss that? It was 2 feet in front of me, and then I managed to get hit by this fucking thing. How did that happen? How? What the fuck? Okay. Game. What the actual fuck? It's so weird. Bro. Some streamers and like YouTubers and stuff, they cultivate the weirdest audiences. Like the reason that Asian chick got stabbed, right? Is because she cultivated an audience of people that like believed that they were like dating her. And that she was like in love with them and stuff like that. And then she just used them and abused them. Because, like, we know of the one guy who stabbed her, how she treated him. But it wouldn't be that surprising if she did it to more than one guy. I mean, she deserved to be in jail. She didn't deserve to die. But, like, when you cultivate audiences like this, it's like, how can you be surprised when one of them's, like, unhinged? Like, it seems like he was surprised that one of the people in his audience, like fans, were like threatening to kill themselves and like crazy. Like, bro, have you seen the videos you're making? It's mental.
To be who they truly are, make the EGS one of the strongest squads in the afterlife. There are occasions where recruiters physically reach out to those amongst the living.
I feel like my
offering
audience
out of
is
their
pretty good.
torment and misery. In these circumstances, recruiting is cleverly executed.
I feel like
by
you guys
making
understand at this
society
point that I
aware
don't
of the
care.
spiritual forces overshadowing the earth. There are rare circumstances where the EGS will purposely plan a sudden recruitment.
Now
of
all
an
I can think
individual
is
whose traits
eggs go
perfectly
squish.
fit into their system. The appearance of an EGS recruiter is masked by shadows on the
An
face
eggs
and
go squish
skin.
recruiter?
Only the eyes and clothing are visible, surrounded by darkness and their own unique hue. There are hundreds of recruiters in the EGS. Only the best of the best are promoted. When recruited by EGS, your features may vary based on your life's interests,
That's
mental
what I mean,
scars,
like,
and emotional traits.
look at this,
Each
look at
recruiter
that.
has the ability to fly, turn intangible,
What?
sing decently, travel to Earth, perform basic
Are you
hypnosis,
wondering why
play
they're
the guitar,
insane?
and travel to other dimensions. By practicing and performing spells, recruits can improve their skills and reach
Bro,
new levels in the squad.
could you
The
imagine if
book,
Chris
So You're
Chan
No
and this
Longer
guy got
Living,
into a
the
room to
EGS
talk?
Guide to the Afterlife is distributed to new recruits. Randy also wrote lore for each of the EGS recruits.
Bro, that would
he
be an
created, and they're
incredible
pointlessly
conversation.
long and detailed for no reason. Strangely
They both
enough, it
seem like they
specifies that
they
regardless of
both
whether
believe in the
someone was male or
fucking
female during their
multiverse
life on
thing.
Earth, upon joining the EGS, they become female souls. And he also makes a point to say that all of the members are at least 7 feet tall, including the frog toy from his video.
Yes, but once again, he becomes a hypocrite, right? They all become female souls. And he's attracted to females, which makes him gay. But he reckons he's not gay. Cursed? What? Him and Christian having a conversation? Well, Christian went to jail. Maybe they already did. We don't know. But I'm correct on this, right? Technically, he's gay. But he's against gays, so he hates himself.
Which he thoughtfully.
She looks like the chick from, like this one here. Looks like the chick from Fairly Odd Parents, right? The babysitter. What's her name? Vicky? Nikki? Something. Has icky in it. You know what I'm talking about, right? Is this me? Doesn't she look like the Fairly Odd Parents babysitter? Squad member Froggy. Oh, it's the frog! Ah. So this is what the frog looks like. She looking pretty good. Not gonna lie.
Includes as one of the recruiters. Some of the characters were even 10 feet tall, and it's difficult to understand why
What?
this was a focal point for Randy. It's been speculated that he based these characters either on different aspects of himself or on the personalities of the people who were a part of his life, potentially the friends of his who tragically died a few years.
I was looking at this, and I'm like, why does this seem familiar? He looks so familiar here. You know why? Because he looks like my cousin. One of my cousins looks exactly like this. Well, not anymore, he shaved his hair, but he used to have long hair like this, and he looked exactly like this. Just, like, skinnier, I would say. Because he was, like, really skinny, like a twig. But yeah, he spit an image.
Prior. However, it's very difficult to discern any meaningful information just by looking into Randy's entries on the wiki. He also made several Twitter accounts, one called EGS World as a main hub for all EGS related things, and a few others for
Bro, am I the only one? Am I the only one that read EG Sword? I read that as like sword, kinda. Am I the only one? Eggs Go Squish World.
EGS World as a main hub for all EGS related things, and a few others for each respective member of the squad. What's even more disturbing is that
EGS
Randy
related
actively
things? What does
managed
that
and
mean?
posted from all of these accounts, making them interact with one another as if they were real people. While he was initially pleased about leaving his job at the hospital and going back to working at the supermarket, and even happier that he got to work the night shift, his glee was rapidly.
Is this schizophrenia? Like, what is this? Because whatever this is, where they're like getting on Twitter and having conversations with themselves between accounts, Christian also has that. Because he also does that.
Deteriorating as the job wore him down. At first, it was alright, but it quickly became overwhelming with stress from management. The job isn't hard, it just drags.
Why do you keep getting Cheetos?
I've long exhausted my music library. The best part is there's no one to bother you. I've even had shifts where it was just me and the floor guy who leaves at 3 a.m. and me all
Floor guy?
night. It's peaceful, but man do I get bored.
What is a floor guy?
And fill holes or do backstock on non-order nights. It gets old fast. 2016 began.
Wait, what? All I heard was fill holes and back shots. What'd they just say?
Holes or do backstock. It's peaceful, but man do I get bored. You love
Fill holes / do backstock. Oh. Bro, I heard that so wrong. Oh my god. I heard that so wrong. Overseer, I think? Oh, okay. So wait, what is his job? I wasn't listening. Order night. What was his job? He's just like in like a grocery store? Because that would make sense. Or am I the only one that heard fill holes do back shots? I was gonna say, I thought he didn't like sex.
Level the store and fill holes or do backstock on non-order nights.
I heard it again. I heard it again.
Begins with the last entry to the anthology series, Abyss. The video is just a monologue by Randy.
Bro, he doesn't look insane at all.
A little bit of an impression of Heath Ledger's Joker while trying to sound as menacing as possible, while the camera either zooms on his face or pans around his room, showing his My Little Pony memorabilia. The innumerable images of
Bro, why? What is wrong with My Little Pony? Why does it breed these people? What? Oh, like, why are they all like... It's like a magnet for them. They all get like magneted? That's not a word. Attracted? That's the word I'm looking for. For some reason my brain went to magneted. They're all attracted to My Little Pony. Like, what? Do I need to get into My Little Pony? Should we do a My Little Pony watch along? Should just watch the My Little Pony. Wait, how much? Wait. How many seasons of My Little Pony are there? Oh my god, there's 9 seasons? What? I thought it would be like 4. There's 9 seasons? During the course of the series, 222 episodes of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Wait, is that just that one? Wait. That's just the Friendship is Magic. Isn't there more than that? Please no. Why? Maybe I can find a pony I like. There's other My Little Pony stuff than Friendship is Magic, right? Like, I'm not crazy? Related. My Little Pony, My Little Pony Tales, My Little Pony, Pony Life, My Little Pony Make Your Mark. Okay. Wait, let's open all these. Let's have a look. Okay, so there's 221 episodes of Friendship is Magic. There is 65 episodes of just the original My Little Pony. There's 26 episodes of My Little Pony Tales. Pony Life has 40 episodes. And then Make Your Mark has 27. Bro, that's so many episodes of My Little Pony. I may have made a mistake. That's way too many episodes. Holy crap. So Friendship is Magic was the popular one then. Because it had 221 episodes. Twilight Sparkle? Is that the one that Christian likes? Oh, it's purple. I like purple. Applejack? Why Applejack doesn't have a wiki? Wait, all the other ponies don't have a wiki. It's just Twilight Sparkle. Why don't the other ones have wikis? What? I'm confused. Bro, do we do that if I hit 500 by the end of the year? I do a My Little Pony watch along. Wait, where's my calculator? Let's add 65 plus 26 plus 40 plus 27 plus, what was it? 221? 221 equals 379 episodes. Wait, wasn't there movies? Didn't the My Little Pony stuff have movies as well? There's a video game? Oh, it's on the phone. It's on Android. Bro, I was almost going to play that. Oh, my friend said something funny the other day. He said I should play Hello Kitty. I think that's what it was. Hello Kitty game. Apparently there's a new Hello Kitty game or something. Island Adventure? Is that what it's called? Came out, it's not new, it came out in 2023. What is he talking about? Should I play this? Should we play Hello Kitty? Oh, I can play dress up? Oh my god. I want to dress up a Hello Kitty thing. What is Hello Kitty? Wait, isn't that where is that where Cinnamon rolls from? Maybe. Should I do a poll? And if we hit 500 subscribers by the end of the year, we'll either watch all of My Little Pony. I don't know how I would do it, because I would get copyrighted, right? Would I get copyrighted for, like, showing it? I wonder? Because maybe I could, like, show it to you guys, but then have it muted? Maybe? I'd figure it out anyway. But, like, maybe we do, like, I either play Hello Kitty Island Adventure and complete the game fully. I don't know how you even complete it, but, like, it has a 9 out of 10 on Steam. What? It's 4. What is this game? It has a 4.7 out of 5. And then IGN gave it a 6. Yeah, of course. When something's popular everywhere else, it's fucking, they're like, nah, it's shit. But then when it's fucking not popular, they're like, yeah, it's the greatest game ever. Fucking wankers. What do you reckon, Benny? Should that be like the rewards? I'll let you guys vote. Watch all of My Little Pony. Or play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Well, I can't believe there's close to 400 episodes of My Little Pony. That's insane. That's so many episodes. No, why not? You don't want to watch Hello Kitty Island Adventure? I feel like the reward should be me being tortured, right? And being forced to do something that I don't really want to do. I feel like that's how you guys would get the most entertainment out of it. Wait, what is that? Democrats are 140% fucked now. What? Bro, is he uploading like 5 videos a day? What is happening? He's already uploaded the Hassan one.
He has plastered on the walls, along with posters from the movie.
What, are you
Frozen
telling me that...
and the Angry Video Game Nerd. The poster for which was...
Hey, Angry Video Game Nerd, he came up again. Are you telling me that you would rather watch me play something that I enjoy for the reward for hitting 500? I don't think that would be entertaining. And you never know, we might find a common love with Hello Kitty or My Little Pony. I don't think I've ever seen anything My Little Pony related, but I imagine it's like, god damn it, what the fuck was that show called? One of my cousins used to watch it. What the fuck was it called? They were like fairies or something. They're like fairies or pixies or something. Fairy cartoon. The fuck were they? Wings Club? That could be it. Wait, hold on. Wait, how do you know this, Benny? Huh? Explain yourself. Yeah, this is it. Wings Club. Yeah. I imagine that My Little Pony is like that. I watched a couple episodes of this. This wasn't too bad. I mean, I wouldn't sit down and watch the entire fucking show, but a couple episodes I saw, I was like, yeah, I get it. Where's the one that I liked? Was it you? No, it wasn't you. Was it you? Yeah, this one. I liked her. Techno? Is it? Techno? I liked her. It was like the pinkish hair. That was the one I liked. Know it due to the singer? The singer? There's a singer? What? I don't remember much about it. I just remember watching episodes of it. How long did this go for? Wikipedia. It had... Bro, what the fuck? It had 208 episodes? No way. German dub singer? Ah. Bro, I can't believe it had 208 episodes. The group sang a lot of anime intros here. Ah, okay. Is this anime? Is this more of a cartoon? Because it's Western? Country of origin, Italy. And then seasons 5 to 7, the United States. That's where the animation, like, the drawing and that is, like, very different. Yeah, I remember this. I assume that's what My Little Pony's like, right? It's like that. I don't know if you like watched any My Little Pony, Benny.
Actually,
you tell me if it's similar.
People see us as mentally ill.
Because if it is, I could probably get through 400 episodes of My Little Pony.
I see us as standout gifted souls.
Again, it would be cringy if it wasn't a real sign of his psychological decay. As Randy had already explained in his diary, as early as 2014, his rage had been building up, and he was already planning to commit some kind of violent crime. But even he had no idea what it was, or even if he was actually going to do it, or just take himself out and leave it at that. It seems that, by the end of 2015, he already had an idea of not just what to do, but when he would do it. One of his cryptic tweets signaled it would happen on May 7th, 2019, with no further
that's what happens when people do things.
While the first half of the year didn't have any significant updates, according to Randy's goodbye video, it was
just
during
do
this
nothing.
relatively quiet period that he was completely sucked into another obsession, Columbine. According to him, everyone saw the
Wasn't that a
perpetrators of
shooter?
crime as monsters when he saw them as the true victims, and in his words, grew to love them and see them as an inspiration. He was particularly enamored with one of the criminals' t-shirts, which said natural selection, obviously striking a nerve in Randy, who immediately associated it with his beliefs about tragedies, like them being inevitable and fated to happen. In order to further learn about what had happened, he made an account on a discussion forum dedicated to the shooting, and his profile is still up to this day. While most of his posts aren't noteworthy and just express an interest,
You have to
in
come up
learning
with
more
like
about it, a few
rewards.
give a little
So the
insight into
rewards.
whatever remained of the person Randy used.
The reason I call it rewards, right, is because if we hit 500 subs by the end of the year, it's supposed to be a reward for you guys, right? And the way I see it, punishing me with something like having to watch all of My Little Pony, would probably be a reward for you guys. Torturing me through all that, you know what I mean? So if you can come up with like better rewards that you guys, oh my leg, that you guys would enjoy, then I'm willing to hear them. Because I don't know, at this point, I don't know what you guys want, right? Because when I put that poll for today's stream, right, we're gonna go and have a look at it, right? When I did the poll, my thought process was Dark Souls will get votes, and maybe Kingdom Come Deliverance will get a couple, but I thought Monster Hunter and Dark Souls were going to be the ones that got most of the votes, right? But I was like way off. I didn't think Pokemon would get that many at all, let alone win. And Kingdom Come Deliverance didn't get any votes. So I don't know what you guys want, right? Because, like, the other one is, like, if I go down even more, that one says Pokemon and Elden Ring, a 50-50, then Digimon and Shimigami. You guys do that a lot too, right? Or, like, I say, do you guys want to watch me play this game? And you're like, yeah, and then I play it, and then no one watches it. So, like, I have no idea. I can't predict what you guys want. You're too unpredictable. So, and because you guys, like, make the votes 50-50, like, 90% of the time, I just assume you guys like torturing me. You know what I mean? So that's why my thought process is, like, the reward should be something that would torture me. How about Cockamole torture. Well, I have multiple cysts in my scrotum. So I guess I have to deal with that every day anyway. So you guys are always already winning with that.
Used to be before his obsession with Ember completely ceased.
Is that too
In a
much
post,
information?
He expresses disbelief that the parents of the perpetrators didn't pick up on the signs, which can be chalked up to Randy projecting his own situation onto their stories. At this point, he wasn't trying very
So yeah,
hard
that's
at
why, like, I think a while ago I asked for you guys to like comment what you guys wanted, and I got like a couple comments. And Simon also said I should do a face reveal because for some reason he wants to see my face, like, super bad. Even though I've already shown it multiple times. It's not my fault that, you know, he's a duck racist.
To be secretive about what he was up to. For example, he
A
got himself
duckist?
3 natural selection t-shirts, and still, no one picked up on it, leading him to resent them further. In a much more revealing post, he says the following. The biggest question of all, though, is would any of the Harris family forgive Eric? A big question I've always wondered is, if the shooter's family saw their sons in the afterlife, would they forgive them? However, since he no longer went to school, he began feeling discouraged from doing anything related to education, since his college campus was either too secure or had too few clusters of people for him to effectively target anyone. And ultimately, he began contemplating just taking himself out in his room
Trying to,
and
like-
being done with it. That is, until he decided to target the supermarket he worked at. After all, he already hated most of the people
Trying
he
to
worked
get into,
with.
like, the
Also
thought
inspired
process
by
of
the
where this
perpetrators of Columbine, near the end of 2016,
of this
Randy
guy.
decided to start documenting
But then
his
at
thoughts
the
in
same
a
time, I'm
diary,
like,
as well as compiling everything he'd ever made online and his
that's probably a
journey to
bad
the final
idea.
act of his story, something he dubbed the Super tapes. On November
Because
23rd,
I
he
don't
began
think-
writing what would ultimately pan
I don't
out
think
to
it would
be
make
his
any sense to
autobiographical
anyone but him.
manifesto and testament. He opens with the following words. I have no regrets for what I may do or what I have done. I am who I am, and no f***ing human can take that away from me. I'm an EGS recruit.
I'm sorry. I have a complaint with this note. Bro, you got a whole page, and then you wrote so close together and squashed it into this tiny section of the paper. Like, what? You could have spread this out better. This note just shows you exactly how insane he is.
You're all worthless humans. One day, you'll all see things my way, especially when our ghost squad invades your pathetic putrid
No.
planet and you become our slaves for the rest of your lives. I will not stop. I will
Not the Eggs Go
change, I
Squish
will not
squad.
cower. I will fight for the squad and do what I've set out to do. I am Andrew Blaze. If there ever was a time in which someone could have intervened and stopped Randy from doing what he planned to do, that time was past when he began his diary. He spends a few paragraphs declaring his admiration
wait.
for Eric Harris and begins to essentially rewrite the story.
Wait, so the diary, he wasn't writing the diary this entire time? He just started writing the diary just before he did what he did? The way it was, like, written, though, it kind of seemed like he was writing it his entire life. Bro, he looks insane now.
of his life, adapting it to his current self, claiming he's always been this way and hated humanity since the beginning, which is clearly untrue. In an unintentionally pithy segment, immediately after he's done pontificating about how he hates the world, he begins expressing his distaste for his own identity, particularly his name.
When does
He
the
explains that he's
necrophilia
always
come
wanted
up?
to change his name to Andrew since middle school when he learned about Hurricane Andrew, and explains the meanings he ascribed to the name. He believes this is the name he's fated to have as a ghost girl in the afterlife, which is ironic considering the name Andrew comes directly from Greek, and it means man. In another document released a while later, he mentions the incident that prompted him to want to change his name in the first place.
Correct.
One time when my mom sat
See,
down
he
and
is
asked me
gay.
if I was okay due to a post on my Facebook that my aunt saw, it was a post saying something like, I wish I could be somewhere else besides this world, and to just get away from everything. It'd make me happier. I can't remember fully what I wrote, but that was the gist of it, and it really upset my mom. I never got confronted about anything in terms of depression since then. After that happened, I completely removed anyone who knew me personally off of my social media. They were holding me back. This was also around the time when I changed my name. I wasn't
Okay, I have a thing I can add to this, right? That, oh, what the fuck? That guy ran away so quick. Bro, that Trubbish was so quick. So I don't blame the mother, right? For not, like, noticing or anything, because some people say things all the time like this and then don't do anything, right? And the reason I say that is because my brother constantly on Facebook, on TikTok, on Instagram, whatever else he uses. I don't have Facebook, so I only see it on TikTok. But my sister and my mother have seen him do it on Facebook. And because, you know, like, Instagram shows you things if they think it's relevant to you, because I guess we have the same name on Instagram. It recommends me things that he's posted there too. That's why I know he's doing it there too. But he will constantly talk about how he wants to kill himself. Constantly on Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram, and whatever else, and how bad his life is, and how bad his childhood is, and all this crap. He does it all the time, probably every day, because I don't keep up with it, because I don't care anymore. And I realized that he does it because he likes seeing people comment and try and make him feel better. Right? When nothing's happened. I live with him, so I know. Nothing happened. The day that he posted something, he posted it on Facebook, and my mother was like, what's he doing? And I said, nothing. He's just watching TV. That was it. He was just watching TV all day. So he just does it because he wants people to feel bad for him and to try and make him feel better. So sometimes when people are doing stuff like that and posting things on social media, they're just doing it for attention. Because like I said to my mother, if he was going to kill himself, he would have done it already. Because as of this moment, he's been doing it for like 6 years now. He's been doing this stuff. Because I think I would have been like 25, 26-ish when I first saw it. He could have been doing it for even longer than that. I don't know. And I've always said, the ones that talk the loudest about killing themselves or about how horrible their lives were as kids or are now are normally the ones that everything is fine. Right? If you're going to kill yourself, you're not going to tell anyone. Like, the only reason you tell anyone is because you want someone to stop you. Right? If you're that far gone, to where you're at the point where you are just going to kill yourself, yeah, you're not going to tell anyone. So, him, like, posting on Facebook and stuff, his mother probably just saw it and was like, he's just doing it for attention, maybe. Because my brother does it all the time. So I can understand a little bit why they probably didn't notice. Because they probably weren't keeping up with everything that he was doing. They probably didn't know about his YouTube channel or whatever.
I wasn't Randy Stair anymore. I was Andrew Blaze.
I know, I just felt like I had
knew
to
full well that no one would be able to find any social media if I
give
used
my
a
2
different
cents on
name.
that.
And later on, I realized that Andrew Blaze was, in fact, my spiritual name. At least I'm 85% certain. Might be Rachel/Rachel something, but Andrew Blaze clicked. Going back to his diary, after declaring his hatred for people who smoke
that's right,
weed,
'cause
he
he's a
reveals
female
what he
soul.
thinks he'll be
I was
up
about to say,
to
what?
after he becomes part of the EGS. I can't stop envisioning myself in the Ghost Squad, being one of them, being happy. Recruiting humans after returning from the grave, manipulating and seducing humans with my feminine charm,
is he not a
and then
human?
brutally attacking them with a huge grin on my face. The power, the revenge, the Ghost Squad. I want it. And soon, it will be a reality. While he had seldom broached this topic in other instances, he begins talking about his perspective on religion, saying Christianity is a fairy tale, but that there are gods and goddesses. However, he follows up with a more uncertain outlook, saying that life could be a series of other things, a simulation where only one person actually exists, a punishment, or how he prefers to see it, a mission. In his mind...
So yeah, I should probably, and I realize it has ended with like something weird. So yeah, the ones you need to be worried about, if anybody is worried about anyone, it's the ones that are quiet. That withdraw themselves from everything and are quiet. Like, you don't hear anything on any, like, social medias or anything. They're the ones you have to worry about. Not ones that are screaming from the top of rooftops about it.
Mind, he was sent from another dimension to Earth to learn some kind of lesson. He repeats the aforementioned
If one day my brother does end up killing himself, like, oh well. I guess I was wrong. But I'm pretty certain that he's not going to, like, ever. Otherwise he would have done it by now.
7th date, but doubts he's even going to be able to resist his urges to do something drastic for that long. While the EGS channel kept him going, it was getting harder for him as he became increasingly aware of the limitations he faced trying to make animated videos mostly on his own. But he had been able to hire the help of a voice actor or two, who won't be named, and had
So
no
can he
idea
draw?
that Randy would do what he did. But as far as the animation
Because he did that with,
was having a very hard time getting
he
it
did
all
that with
done
Call of
anytime.
Duty, right? The Ember thing before. Can he actually draw? Because I feel like you might have to be able to draw to be able to animate, right? Because otherwise, how would you manage to animate?
Manner, which is unsurprising considering how depressed he was at this stage.
You would
On the
need
same
someone
day,
that's
he writes
able
about
to
how he
draw.
began to hate the mere thought of eating, regularly going 20 hours with no food for the past year and a half. But soon after, his complaints about how miserable he was turned into claims that he loved the darkness that tormented him, and he proceeded to write threats to the people who worked with him at the supermarket, even calling them racial epithets despite them being the same race as him. It appears his resentment for them was an
Rubbish.
extension of his resentment for having to hold
Aw.
down a job to fulfill his parents' expectations of him, which he saw as a hindrance to his animation work on the EGS projects. He only writes again a couple of weeks later, announcing that he would be shooting a handgun the next day. He recorded it though, and the footage has been archived.
Don't be afraid of it. I'm not afraid of it.
Bro, that's a big gun.
In the same passage, he says he wanted to go the same way Ember went, in a fire, but only if he's very sure beforehand that he will, indeed, be passing away, hence the need for a gun. He also mentions another character alongside Ember, Mackenzie, one of the other members of the EGS, who became Randy's de facto muse as Ember took on the role of a more distant goddess. He doesn't make another entry for a total of 3 weeks, and though
oh my god, he's talking about goddesses.
Topics,
bro, him and Christian would be fucking perfect for each other.
Seem to have a clue as to what goes on in my head.
And they're both not gay.
At the time, I'm as pale as a lifeless corpse. In the end, if my mom says, "Why didn't I see the signs?" then she should just stay.
Wait. Christian always carried on about not being gay, but is he a woman now? Because he transitioned? He's still into women? So wouldn't that make him gay? Isn't he dating a woman? Christian, yeah, he says he's like a female soul or whatever, right? I don't know anymore. If I'm correct, I'm pretty certain he calls himself a female soul and a goddess, which means he's a woman, but he's dating a woman and he still likes women and not men, which means he's gay. Also, am I the only one that finds it weird that gay is the term for when you are attracted to your same gender, right? But men are called gay, and then women are called lesbians, even though women are also gay. Isn't that weird? Do men have a term for them as well that's like lesbian? Because I'm pretty certain they're just called gay, right? Because, like, why would you need the word lesbian if you already have the word gay? I'm confusing my brain.
Herself for being so stupid. I mean, honestly, I don't go anywhere unless I have to. I don't speak to anyone unless
I put so much thought into things that don't matter.
By choice. I dress from head to foot in black. Even my bra and leggings are black. Find those yet? What about my black panties? I always look like a ghoul suck the joy and happiness out of my face. Hell, the blind followers on my social media see the dark stuff from my thoughts on the internet anyway, but little do they know, it's actually real. In the next entry, Randy talks about the stems from the official Remember song he got from the woman who sang it, and reveals that he inserted subliminal messages related to EGS throughout the entire track, and revels in the thought of people downloading it and sharing it with no idea that his voice is actually in it.
Bro, I need to be quick when I say them.
Detail about Mackenzie, essentially establishing her as his afterlife girlfriend, which is a bit odd since he was now in his mid-20s and she was forever 16 years old, as per the EGS lore. He even explicitly says
that why he says he's a pedophile?
Is just a number line. Before the year's end, Randy records the first entry to his tapes. In the audio track titled Trying to Make Sense of It All, he attempts to pinpoint when exactly the chain of events began that ultimately led to the downfall of his sanity over the course of an hour and a half. In it, he complains that he's cursed not to be popular, but is sure that EGS will skyrocket in popularity once he's gone. Around the halfway point, he says he began masturbating every day to the thought of having a woman's body before breaking down in tears, imagining his afterlife ghost girlfriend, Mackenzie, talking to him.
He wants to be popular, but he doesn't like people. I don't understand.
Or just sitting and thinking, she's right by my side. I know she is. I feel her. I feel her around me all the time. And telling me it's okay. You know, I'm here. I know you can't give away your life yet.
I don't get it.
Got things to do. But I'm here.
Guy's confusing.
I'll wait for you.
In late January 2017, Randy finally managed to find himself an animator willing to work with him, though it's not yet clear what that work was going to be. A day later, he goes back to idealistically fantasizing about his entry, or as he puts it, return to the EGS. Words cannot describe how happy I'll be not to have to eat.
Do you think he wanted an animator so he could do hentai?
Ever again. I virtually eat nothing nowadays. I'm 132 pounds of skin and bone. My arms are literally as thin as the EGS drawings. I want to chop my penis off so bad. They're so disgusting.
Okay, that escalated. What?
Those putrid things so much. I can't wait to have my penis and butthole taken away and have my pussy and breast back. 24 years without them. 24 years.
What? What? He wants his butthole going too? What? How does he plan to poop? What? Why does he? What's wrong with his butthole? Does he think women don't have buttholes? Is that what's happening? I don't understand. Why does he want his butthole gone? Also, what's wrong with drawing penises? Huh? What's wrong with penises? Vaginas are ugly too. This looks like someone fucking slapped some ham together.
Years.
What's so satisfying about that?
Leggings and long hair. I miss not having to breathe. I miss not being able to feel physical pain. This body is a punishment. Most of all, I miss my cartoon-like form. Bodies in this dimension are tolerable, but they're nothing compared to that dimension. Somewhere, someone is laughing.
Never
at all
go
the
full
things I'm
Chris
saying,
Chan.
Like, this is without a doubt the stupidest
He's going full
psychotic
Chris Chan.
on Earth. Ha! Keep laughing, pal. You'll all see for yourselves when your time comes. And for some of you, I'll see you soon. I guess I'm that someone somewhere, and right now, I gotta concur with his self-description here. It's also interesting to note that it's not that he believes that Ember is a real, ethereal, three-dimensional being that exists in the afterlife, who happens to be depicted in a cartoon. He actually thinks the afterlife, or at least the EGS, are cartoons, and he will also become one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he believes he's also a cartoon. By the sounds of it.
Cult that will take many souls.
Oh, bro, that's so weird. That's so weird. Why do you have Frozen on your wall? Bro, that's so weird. Like, I watched Frozen with my niece. I thought it was fine. So it was a good movie. Like, this, if you're an adult, why does he have Frozen on his wall, bro? Like, I get it. Elsa's hot. She's hot as fuck. This is weird, bro.
Often does. Right after he concludes that idea, he starts reiterating his rant about how he finds it hard to believe his mom hasn't noticed the signs he'd been deliberately putting up.
I can excuse the Danny Phantom thing, right? Because he grew up with it, right? So he liked it as he was a child, and so it just kept... Like, there's things that I liked as a child, like Pokemon, that I continue to like. But when you're an adult and you watch like a child's cartoon or a movie, then it's weird to be like, I'm gonna put this on my wall. I thought she is cold. It's a good joke. Oh, bro, do you think like, you know how like when you get a boner, right, it gets hot? Do you think if you put it in her, it would be like sticking it in like an icebox? Do you think her insides are cold too? Because, like, in the movie, didn't she, like, someone touched her hand or whatever when she was using her ice power and her hand was cold? So do you think her insides would also be cold? Oh, I just thought of something, bro. Do you think that if someone tried to rape her and they managed to put it in, do you think she could freeze their penis off? So you're fucking a living corpse? Pretty much. That's what it would be like, right? I'm just curious, because, like, that would feel so weird. I've never put my dick in snow. Christian has, so he could probably tell us what it feels like. But, like, that's probably what it'd be like, right? Putting your dick in snow or like, in ice cream or something, maybe? But just imagine, like, someone, like, a guy, like, tries to rape her and, like, gets it in. And then she just freezes their dick off. Like, freezes it, and then they, like, try to pull it out, and it snaps off. And she has her own dildo, I guess, at that point. But, like... I'm just weird, I guess. But yeah, like, I watched this as an adult. I thought it was fine. There's anime and stuff that I watch now. But I'm like, this is really good. Not even for a second am I like, I want this on my wall. Weird night, you're a ghost. Some eldritch being, you know it. I'm one of a kind. That's what I am. But you get what I mean? Like, watching something that's meant for a child as an adult and liking it is fine, but then, like, liking it so much to, like, put it on your wall and, like, wanting to stare at it all day. Like, it's just weird. The new Christian? What, me? I mean, I haven't got that unhinged yet.
With his strange behavior. Reading this diary makes
Give
it
me some
increasingly
years.
clear how
I'll
much
get there.
Randy yearned for attention from his parents,
Just for
and
you.
how his identity was affected by it. It's like he couldn't actually believe that they just didn't notice. If the aforementioned age thing wasn't creepy
When will
enough,
the mother
next
arc
entry
happen?
is as follows.
It's already
Whenever I'm out
happening.
and
I
about,
drink
I
mother
focus
every
all of my
single day.
attention
What are
on
you talking
girls.
about?
I analyze their appearance, their traits, how they tick and think. Gee, they'd make a nice addition.
Do I need
the
to make like
squad.
a... Wait, hold on. I probably shouldn't try and do it now, but do I need to make like a little like mother energy drink can PNG that I can like put on my duck? Have I showed you guys what mother energy is? It has to be the original, the red one. Oh, it's so good. Is there already like a PNG? Maybe. PNG. Maybe I could just get it now. Is this it? Is that a PNG? I can't tell. Save image. I don't know. I'll put it here. Mother E. Mother E. That works. Okay. Okay, now we want to come back over. We got the drink is called Mother. How could you forget? It's the best drink ever. Okay, now we want to add an image. Where is it? There. Add image. I shall call it Mother. Mother E. Okay, perfect. And then where did I put it? Maybe I should... Nope, found it. I was going to say, maybe I should have thought about that before I did this, but anyway. There it is, look. Delicious. I just finished drinking mine too. Yummy. Wait, where should I put it? Like here? No, we'll just put it here. Is that perfect? Do you think that's perfect? Yummy. Does that look good? It doesn't exist here, but then again, we had N-word kiss as a snack before people got soft. Well, it probably doesn't exist there because this is an Australian brand drink made in Australia. Wait, let's have a look. What countries have mother and energy drinks? Mother energy drink is available in all major and independent retailers in Australia and New Zealand. That's it. So it's made in Australia, and the only places that have it is Australia and New Zealand. And I think in Brazil you can get it on like Amazon or something. Remember someone coming in chat and saying that. So like with real Australians, you know it. So yeah, if you wanted it, I'm assuming you could get it, but you'd have to like probably like get it through like Amazon or something like that. It'd probably cost way more. But for a 4-pack over here, it's like $13, I think, for 4. When they're sold separately though, they're like $3 each. What was that, like 3, 6, 9, 12? So maybe it is cheaper if you just bought them separately. It could have gone up though. I haven't bought like them separately in a while. But I'm reading the ingredients because I'm pretty certain one of the main ingredients is guava. There it is, guava extract. Is that it? No, that's guarana. Wrong one. I think it has guava in it. And I think that's why I like it. so much. Because I like the flavor of guava. But this is really hard to read. It's so reflective. Oh my god, I'm having trouble reading it. Anyway, it's really good. It's my favorite. I'm more of a prickly pear kind of guy. Makes sense. I can see it. Okay. Wait. I want the mother energy to be like in a spot that's like good. Is that good? That seems good. But yeah, that's every day when I'm streaming, the start of stream, like the first, I don't know, 2 hours maybe, I'm drinking that. That's what I'm drinking. That or water.
To be able to lure girls away and brainwash them.
I love
and
it so
caring about
much.
Nothing but EGS. Words
I can
cannot
see it.
describe my love.
Oh
for
no, I was
girls.
just trying to make sure
Girls
it was
are my
like
life.
in
Guys,
a
on the other hand, are
decent
absolutely
position.
disgusting. On Earth, you're either born as a
I'm not
male
blocking
or female.
things.
There's no in between. Yes, you are born with a sexual preference, but you're still a male or a female. You can't be neutral. My soul is female, but my mortal body is male, which is what I had to be sent here as in order to realize how wrong it was. Over the course of the next few pages of his diary, we can glean that the animator and voice actress he's hired are working on a project that follows a previous one of Randy's. In the first volume of the EGS tapes, which was released in December 2016, there are 2 tracks called Conspiring Massacre, and the project...
Now the fact that you just say you can see that I like prickly pear. Oh. Weirdo. Well, I don't know. You say you're not gay, and then you say things like that.
Randy had them on would be, well, the massacre itself. A few more pages after, Randy declares his hatred for the elderly and claims that the conventional path of life,
what's the closet like that you're in?
Working a job you like, doesn't apply
is
to
it
him
spacious?
because his dream girl is Mackenzie and she is a ghost. Come February, and Randy's writings get a tad sparse, with him saying that he will definitely not be able to wait until 2019.
What? Oh, what is the cactus fruit called again? The what? I don't know. Cactus? Cactus fruit. Eastern prickly pear. Wait, cactuses have a fruit? Known as prickly pear or tuna. What? It's known as tuna? What? It is an edible fruit of various cacti species. Ah, interesting. Okay. I wonder what it tastes like. Calling cactus is gay. Yes. Because only women and gay men raise cactuses, right? I say this because both my mother and my sister have cactuses. And I had a gay friend that had a cactus, little tiny one. And he managed to kill it somehow. I don't know how. And you have a cactus? Called it. Not joking, I had a cactus at one point. But one of the big 2 died. How do you kill a cactus, bro? They're like one of the most hardiest plants in the world.
19 to do something about his situation. Meanwhile, it seems 3 people were frequently posting about Randy on Twitter after he included something in his videos that referenced them in a threatening
Not the whole
way.
cactus.
However, it's very difficult to figure out what exactly happened since we only really have Randy's
my gay friend, he killed the whole cactus. The whole thing fucking died.
These people on Twitter can be said to
I
be
made fun of him for ages about it.
To put 2 and 2 together and realize Randy was actively fantasizing about doing something violent in real life. A few days later,
I have one
Randy
bald
wrote about potentially
cactus.
suffering from body dysmorphic
Sad.
disorder and OCD, as he compulsively took selfies and adjusted his hair, claiming that he never felt satisfied with how he looked. Around this time, his depression was stronger than ever due to the
Wait, he had what?
body dysmorphic disorder and OCD,
What is that?
as he compulsively took selfies and
What is that? Does he have a deformed body? What does that mean? Is that what that means? He has a deformed body? Not feeling that he is in the right, because he's a woman. Clearly, look how beautiful this woman is.
Adjusted his hair, claiming that he never felt satisfied with how he looked. Around this time, his
Wait,
depression was stronger than...
If he wanted to be a woman, why wouldn't he grow his hair even longer? Why does he keep it at like shoulder length? Wouldn't smash her? Why not? Look, she just shaved for us. What else could she do? Oh. Hey, do you think, like, if you met Christian on the street and you didn't know who Christian was, well, you see...
than ever due to the
like,
animator he hired.
Wait, I should probably pause this while this. Do you think if you met Christian on the street, right, and you didn't know who Christian was, like, I'm not going to say she didn't do any of the fucked up shit that she's done. Let's just say that she's the same as what she is now. It's just, you didn't know who they were, and you had no knowledge of them whatsoever, and you met them on the street. Like, I was thinking about it the other day, if I had met them on the street and had no idea who they were, I'd be like, oh, hello, right? And I'd talk to them normally. But then, where they start going on about Sonichu and stuff would be when I'd be like, okay. What? You know what I mean? That would be when I would be like weird on them. But up until that point, I would probably think like normally of them. Does that make sense? The look alone will get me running. I think they look fine, right? Have you seen people that go to Comic-Con? And that sort of stuff? Like, we've watched the same videos, right? Have you seen when they go to like what's the pony one? The pony Comic-Con or whatever? He looks completely normal when he's there. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen plenty of people that you look at and you go, what the fuck? BronyCon? Is that what it's called? That's right. Yeah, because they're like bronies or whatever, right? They call themselves bronies. Weirdos. Well, I might be becoming a brony soon, so I can't really say that. We might have to watch all of My Little Pony. No, Christian is that fucking listed. Like, I wouldn't judge them based on their looks. It would be when I start talking them, and they like start talking about like other dimensions and stuff. Would be when I'd be like, oh, okay, you're crazy. I get it now. But up to that point, I wouldn't think they weren't. I would think there's something not right about them because, you know, they have like Sonichu medallion and all that, but I wouldn't be thinking like, oh, this person's insane until I start talking to them. Judging is one thing that you like doing. Is that what you're getting at?
Having to quit due to the theme of the video Randy was pitching him. He mourns potentially never finishing that last EGS project and complains that he gets little to no engagement on his social media accounts, being upset that his...
But when you said it, I just had the picture of them in my head when they were wearing the bra with one woman. Well, what I imagined was how she looks now when she walks around in that shirt with the medallion and all that sort of stuff. Because that's what you would see in the wild, right? If I saw that, I'm a run faster. Yeah, well, if I saw that, I'd be like, okay, that person's weird. But I mean, like, just, like, natural Christian. They're just wearing the shirt and that. I would see that and be like, okay, this person's a bit weird. But it'd be when I like talk to them and they start talking about different dimensions, and that would be when I'd be like, okay, this person's crazy.
Tweets never even get to 10 likes. He specifies that it's just
Because
beyond
it's like
his understanding.
it's like the footage of the cops, right? That arrested him. They were the same. They acted the same way I would have reacted. I would have treated them normal. There's nothing natural about this being. Well, they do have a natural state that they're in, right? Because they wear the same crap every day. But yeah, like, you remember seeing the cops talk to them, and they were like talking to them normal, and it wasn't until Christian was like, "There's a dimension merge," and all this sort of stuff that where they were like, "What? Okay, maybe this person's not there in the head," because they were like speaking to them normally, and then the minute they started saying that sort of stuff, you could tell that they started speaking to them like they were talking to a child. You know what I mean? Like, have you seen the footage of the cops arresting him? Like, you can tell the moment in their voices and that, where they're like, where they realize that they're talking to someone that's not all there and seems childish. So they start kind of like treating him like a child. And he doesn't realize, because it's Christian. Who hasn't? Yeah. Like, you could see the moment where they're like, oh, okay. And I would be the same. I would treat them normally. And then when they start talking about stuff like that, I'd be like, oh, okay. Now I know what I'm dealing with. Now I get this. To be honest. Are you going to be honest? Super honest? Are you admitting? Are you coming out of the closet? How honest are we going to be? I would like to see the dimension where he/she/they isn't world at. Oh, you'd like to see... I would also like to see this dimension that they see in their head. Because clearly they're like imagining something or seeing like something in their mind. And I would like to see what that is. I feel like it would be interesting. But at the same time, you know, it might drive us mortals to insanity. Us mere mortals can't comprehend what a goddess sees.
How EGS, which he considers
Might
worthy of
melt
being
our
a
brain.
global hit phenomenon, isn't more popular
Insanity?
than YouTube channels like Markiplier.
No. It's just that we can't comprehend what goddesses and gods are able to see.
Criticizing the
That's all it
quality of what
is.
those guys do for a
It would
living,
turn our
made
brains to
Randy
mush.
become a little self-conscious because he follows that up by defensively explaining himself for the poor quality of the animations uploaded to
Can't
his
destroy
channel,
my mind.
including his rant.
It's like with the way I imagine it is if we ever were able to like see into Christian's mind, our goddess, our purple heart, it would be like that scene from Indiana Jones with the chalice. Should I play it? I forget which one it's called. It's the third one, right? Indiana Jones. The Last Crusade? Pretty sure that's what it is. Chalice. Whoop. Chalice scene. Is this it?
He chose poorly.
No, that's not it. I want the I want the whole thing. I want the guy who chooses poorly. That's the point. Okay. Where is it? Give me this. Right. Wait, where'd it go? Wait, come back. Okay. Okay. Are you ready?
I'm not a historian. I have no idea what I'm... Thank you, Doctor.
This is what I think it is, right? This guy looks so confused. You ready? This is what I imagined would happen if we ever got to see what was in Christian's mind.
This certainly is the cup of the King of Kings.
Hey, you could have got more water than that, bro. What?
Eternal life.
This movie had like... Yeah, he chose poorly. This movie was about like Nazis and stuff, I think. I forgot about that. It's been a while since I watched Indiana Jones. I'd survived barely. But that's what I imagine would happen.
With, I feel like I get little to no respect for how much
We
work
can't
goes into
comprehend
just
the
one
thoughts of a
video.
goddess.
I'd watch it if the animation wasn't shitty. Do you wipe your ass with diamonds? Do butlers serve you dinner? Jump off a 2,000-foot cliff, and when you hit the earth, tell me how you would have lived if gravity was better. I'm all for free speech, but when
I'd
it's
win.
a comment like that, you shouldn't even be allowed in front of a TV. At the beginning of March, Randy makes another entry declaring his deep-seated desire to reproduce Columbine, but with a twist. His intention is to victimize thousands,
put a twist
not
on
just
it.
the average 3 to 12 that an incident like that manages to get. However, he fears that due to his bad luck, he'll get tackled by someone and won't be able to do any damage until the police arrive.
Yeah,
Acknowledging
bad
that
luck.
His chances of success in a crowded place are
Not the
slim to
fact that
none,
he weighs
goes back
like
to contemplating the
30
supermarket he
kilos.
worked at as a target, and begins to specify which of the employees he intended
He's
to
skin and bone.
prioritize during his rampage. To further enhance the degree of cowardice, he decides he would strike during a break. when there would be no
Wait. Did he say he wanted it to be able to kill hundreds of thousands? But he's targeting just the place where he worked? Is that what I just got from that? How do you manage to kill that many? If there's probably only like, I don't know, 20 employees working in a given day?
chance an armed customer could do anything to stop him, and while the other employees would be too
armed
distracted
customer.
by something else to even consider that Randy was up to no good. He
Don't
expresses
ask.
that the two worst things that could
Fair enough.
happen are if he either survives or gets overpowered by a customer, and even mentions being sickened by the thought of the headlines about the incident if his plan somehow failed. It's very clear that despite
Wait,
his
so is he-
delusions and depression being the driving forces behind everything,
He doesn't want to
here,
survive,
there's
which
also
makes me
Randy
think,
craving
is he going to
attention,
kill
being
himself?
so desperate to control how he
He gonna
sees.
shoot
Even
shoot
post-mortem,
everybody and
in
then
a
kill
passage
himself?
He wrote soon after, he said, "I've always desired to be famous, to make a name for myself and inspire others. Sometimes you got to do evil deeds to be famous. It's fate, nothing more, nothing less. Granted, shooting 2 or 3 coworkers in a
Wait.
store and taking your own life isn't national newsworthy, but it gets your name out there." While
he
meandering
going-
about how his plans
does
for
he want to
EGS were
inspire
too
more people to
grandiose
kill
given
people?
the very limited time he planned to be alive and working on it for, he begins once again fantasizing about how people will react to his final actions. "I hate the thought of aging. I'd rather die young and be forever young. I wonder if fangirls will obsess over me." That'd be
The
great.
DVD
If
thing
you're ever
was funny.
struggling to find yourself and can't see your future, then go for it. Who's going to stop you from completing your destiny? Maybe some of you will end up in the EGS with me. I'll welcome you with open, girly arms. He immediately pivots to another hateful tirade against the band for not giving him the stems from their song, before he reveals that due to his demotivated state and his fear of potentially fumbling his plan, he's considering not targeting anyone anymore and just joining the squad by himself when September rolled around. He cites his drive
Okay.
to return to his
Well, then why
pre-birth
don't
state of
you do
ghost
that?
girlhood as the primary reason for what he intends to do. When envisioning those who will mourn his passing, he says the following: "People will see it as a tragedy, but it'll set me free. Be happy for people who do what I'll do. They're free from this putrid world. Life isn't meant for everyone. Accept it. We're all born different. You're free to do whatever you want with your life. You're in control. If they want you on medication for depression or suicidal..."
I got a story. I don't know why. I don't care if people kill themselves. Kill yourself. I don't care, right? Like, that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is when people decide a method that also impacts someone else. There was a girl, I think it was a girl, a couple of years ago, decided that she didn't want to live anymore. So the way she decided to kill herself was to run onto a highway in front of a truck and get hit by a truck and die that way. It's people like that that I don't like. I hate, because it's like, did you even stop for a second to think how that would affect the person who's driving the truck? Or the fact that he might swerve, miss you, and then crush someone's car with his truck and kill someone else. It's selfish. Suicide is no joking matter. Like, the way I see it, right, is, like, I've known two, I think. Two people who have killed themselves. And the way they did it was one just killed themselves in their house, and the other one went out into, like, a secluded foresty area and hung himself. Right? And it's sad. They don't want to live anymore, so they feel the need to kill themselves, right? But, like, I can understand that, right? It's the people like what I just said, the ones where they're like, I don't want to live anymore, so I'm going to ruin this stranger's life so I can end mine, are the ones that, like, and that's the thing, she probably didn't even think at all about the person behind the wheel at all. She just thought, I want to kill myself, and this is the way I'm going to do it. When it's like, you could have done it any other way. You could have drowned yourself. You could have slit your wrists, sat in a bath or whatever. You could have, like, done anything other than that. Cowardly, yeah. Like, we have so many poisonous snakes and spiders. We have crocodiles. We have sharks. We have all these things. Go kill yourself that way, right? If you're too, like, afraid to shoot yourself or stab yourself or whatever. It's, I don't know. People who drag other people into a mess that they didn't ask for is... Because I'm pretty certain that truck driver got in trouble. I think he got a fine or something as well, because, like, yeah, they just, like, our government's weird. And the way they saw it was that he didn't stop or something. No, or he got a fine because he swerved. He still hit her, but he swerved to try and avoid her, and I think he caused an accident. I think that's what he got a fine for, which is, like, insane. And then now, you know, he's got to live the rest of his life knowing that he ran someone over and killed them. With the guilt. Coming from someone who suffered with depression for 16 years and who tried it multiple times. I didn't suffer from depression for that long. I would say I probably still have it. I don't know. I'm just indifferent to it now. But I had it for like a year, a solid year, and it was bad. And there was a time where I thought about it. And the only reason why I didn't is because of my dogs. People who make others suffer just because they can't contain them. This is just, yeah, she made me mad. She made me so mad. I remember my mother, they came up and I told my mother, and my mother's the same as me. She got mad as well. And then what made me more mad was the fact that the guy got fined because he tried to avoid her and caused an accident. When really, the girl should have been fined, not him, because she caused the accident. And then when that sort of stuff happens, it then goes back to the family. So then the family should have been fined, which is, you know, horrible, but this is what happens. Same thing with debt. If you have a bunch of debt over here and then you go and kill yourself, that debt then just falls onto the next closest family member. Which is, like, ridiculous, but life, I guess. But like this is the same thing, right? He wants to die. He's made it pretty clear he doesn't want to live anymore. He just wants to die and wants to end it. It's like, well, then end it. Then kill yourself. You don't need to drag other people into this. You don't need to kill other people before you kill yourself because you want to kill yourself. Some people are just so shitty.
Thoughts. Don't let a drug tell you how you should feel. You're not you if you rely on drugs. This is also ironic since when he committed
You're
this
not
crime,
you when you're
Randy
hungry, too.
self-medicated, but we'll get to that later. For the very first time in over 100 pages at this point, Randy contemplates going after his own family. First, he riles himself up, saying it's unfathomable they still haven't noticed how troubled their son is. Then, he says he's been debating doing something to his own family before doing what he plans to do, but displays an unusual amount of hesitance at the idea. Whereas he said he's wanted to do a plethora of things to an innumerable amount of people. His family, despite how much he despises his parents.
I kind of agree with him, but at the same time, it's understandable. Like, I kind of agree. Why haven't they noticed there's something wrong with this guy up to this point? But at the same time, it's like he's been going on about stuff like this for so long that they're probably just like, okay, well, he's not actually going to do anything because he just keeps talking about it over and over again. But in saying that too is they probably don't watch his YouTube videos. I'm assuming they don't. So they don't know about him being so obsessed with death and all that. Because he's probably hiding that part. It's like, it'd be like me being sad one day. Because every now and then I get sad, right? There's just days where randomly I just wake up and I'm just sad. I don't know why. There's no explanation for it, but I'm just sad. And then the whole day I'm just sad, right? But it'd be like me having one of those days and then be sitting there at home and going, well, why doesn't my mother know that I'm sad? Like, you know what I mean? The easiest answer is you didn't tell them. You haven't communicated this stuff to any of your family. So how would they know? Like, they can't keep eyes on you 24/7. So they don't know what he's doing behind closed doors. They have no idea. They have no idea about these conversations he's had with people on the internet either.
Are the first time he shows a sign of fear of the potential consequences, saying, I've been debating for the longest.
People who cry out that they are depressed are rarely depressed. Yeah. But that's what I was saying earlier. People who cry, like, scream from the rooftops that they're going to kill themselves. Most likely people who aren't going to kill themselves. The depressed ones suffer in silence. Yeah. Yep. I don't know how. So I don't really like talking about this stuff, but I'll talk about it anyway. I don't know if anybody else has felt this way, but this is the way I feel about it. When I got depressed, I was depressed for like a year. And then that's how long it took before my mother was like, you're depressed and you need to go talk to someone, right? So my mother did notice. But that's because I talked to her more than anybody else in my family. So it's easier for someone like that to notice. But she convinced me to go to a therapist, right? So I did. And that's when I found out I had autism. Was from that therapist. But I had to stop seeing her, right? And my mother started seeing a therapist as well. And she did feel better talking to them. But at the same time, she kind of felt the same way I did. Which was, I would go and I would talk to the therapist for an hour. Or whatever long it was. I don't even know how long it was. I think it was like hour sessions. But I'd go and talk. And we'd talk about stuff. And then she would ask you all these questions. And you would tell her all this stuff, right? And then the problem was, with me, was I would then, the session would be over, and she'd be like, okay, that was a good session. I hope to see you next time. And then you go home, and then you're at home, and all you can think about is the things you just talked about for an hour straight with the therapist, right? Which made me feel worse. Because she's opened up this can of worms and talked about all this stuff. And then I came home and I kept thinking about it. But I couldn't talk to her anymore. Because, you know, you have to pay for that shit. And it was just making me feel worse. Every time I spoke to her, it ended up by the time I was going to bed or trying to go to sleep, I just felt worse. And I told my mother that because she was like having something similar happen. I said I felt good talking to her in the moment, but then I would come home and I would feel way worse because I don't stop thinking about it. Right? I don't know if that happens with everyone or there's more people that happens to, or if it's just me. But that's my experience with talking to a therapist. So that's why I stopped, and that's why I will most likely never talk to one again. Because now that I've had that experience, I understand it, and I know I don't need it. Because, you know, you're supposed to go there, talk to them to make yourself feel better, not worse. So sometimes talking to a therapist works. Other times it doesn't. But my mother still goes and sees hers. It's just when she goes home, she then rings me. So then I become like a at-home therapist at this point.
It's time whether or not to take someone in the house before taking myself out. Here's the biggest reason why I keep holding off.
The other issue with me too is I don't like talking about it. I don't like talking about things. Like, especially like my own emotions. Because I don't even understand my own emotions. So I don't like talking about them. So that was also very confusing for me. So for me, it's just better not to talk about any of it. It makes me feel better. Ignoring it. I could just be weird though.
Thought. If there are prices in the afterlife to pay for killing X amount of people, that is punishable by X amount of years. Imagine if one person costs you 100 years of torture or isolation. Yes, I am 100% positive the EGS exists, but there's no telling what could happen in general terms of killing people. I've waited 24 and a half years to join the Ghost Squad. I can't.
You guys see that? Both of them did it. They ran out and they looked like they were trying to run further out, but they like hit a wall. Yeah, like that. Is there a wall to how far they can run? I didn't notice that until now. So yeah, if you are depressed, I recommend talking to a therapist. Because that's the only way you'll figure out if it will help you or not. And for most people, it does help. That's my thoughts on it. I don't know what your thoughts are on it, Benny. Have you been seeing a therapist? Yeah, I know. You need to poop. I'll be back. Twice in my life? Did it help? Or was it like mine, where it didn't really help and just felt like it made it worse? Once against my will, school did send people behind my parents' back. Fair enough. I mean, I don't know if that's legal though. Oh. And the other was at the 15-year mark, a bit before my breakup with my ex. You didn't answer my question though, did it help? Am I the only one where therapy didn't help and just felt like it made it worse? What? Why is my phone going off? Oh, okay. First one came out that I am a normal but bullied kid? No. Wait, so they just determined that you'd just been bullied? Oh, my ear just popped. Second one, message was that I don't need a therapist anymore. Most of my trauma was already resolved. Fair enough. But talking to them, did it feel like it was helping? The only thing the therapist helped me with was when she diagnosed me with autism. Then I was like, oh, okay. I get why I think weird. Or like a chore. I get that. Yeah, so the autism diagnosis for me was the only thing that was helpful. I think I even told her in one session that it wasn't helping. And her response to me telling her it wasn't helping was that I should give it more time and more sessions. But I'm very stubborn, so I was like, nah. At that point when I told her, I'd already made up my mind. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I gotta take them out to the dunny. And probably feed them some biggies. I'm back. Did I scare you? Did you poop your nappies? That one. Oh, B&G guy. Oh, no, I'm there. It's fine. Mute that again. Unmute this. Yeah, so I think I've said this before, Benny, but I'll say it again. I am very indifferent to like death and anything revolving it. And like empathy in general. So like the suicide thing. You say it's like no joking like matter, but like to me I don't care. Does that make sense? Like I find it very hard to care. Is that a good way of saying it? I don't know. There's probably something wrong with me, but yeah, that's the way I am. That's why I can pretty much talk about everything. Because I don't care about a lot of things. Oh my god. Bro, that was terrifying. Like clearly there is things that I do care about, but like, oh my god, no. Trubbish. My Trubbish. It's gone. I can't believe he left me. Why would he do that? Sides of the same coin, I'd say. Yeah, so like pedophile stuff. That gets to me. That bugs me, right? But then like things like this, it doesn't really bug me. I'm just more curious on why. Like why this guy is the way he is. Does that make sense? I don't know. The way my brain works is weird. It should probably be studied. Because I'm just I don't know. And the other thing I find hard too is I find very hard to like explain the way I'm thinking. Right? In a way that makes it understandable to other people. Mine isn't better. Oh. Way better than mine. Because like I've had situations where I've said things to like my mother or my father, and they're like, "What?" And then I try and explain it with the way I'm thinking, and to them it's like the weirdest thing ever, and they still don't get it. That's why having the autism diagnosis was very helpful. Because it's pretty much like a reason for why I think so differently from other people. Mine is like yours, but rotated 180. Well, that's not good. That means we're both fucking weird. But the main issue I have, the main one, is I find it so hard to care about like anything. Hyper empathy here. Yeah, that's what I mean. People tell me things, and I'm like, okay. I think the main thing that goes through my head when people tell me bad things that have happened to them, or their family, or whatever, is the main thing goes into my head is, what do you want me to do about it? Because like the way I feel is like, why are you telling me this? I can't do anything about it. I can't help. And the only thing I could even remotely help with is trying to make you feel better. But I am the wrong person to come to for that. Because I don't understand how to make you feel any better. Right? Does that make sense? I don't know if that made any sense. But people I'm close to, some people that I'm close to, like my mother, even now, like when she's sad, I don't know how to make her feel better. I don't know at all. I have no clue. Right? Whereas someone like my niece, it's very easy to figure out how to make her feel better. She likes hugs. And she likes hugs a lot. So when she's sad, the quickest way to make her feel better is just to give her a hug, right? If it's something simple like that, I can figure it out. But like, yeah, that's why I've said before, like when people, I think I've mentioned it to people who come in, and I'm just like, oh, that sucks, and then that's pretty much it. That's all I like have to say, or I say, oh, I hope it gets better, because I'm like, I don't know, I have no idea. Like I struggle to find ways to make myself feel better, let alone other people. And I have issues with putting myself in, like, I try to put myself in, like, this guy's shoes, right? And try to think the way he thinks. And even that, I can't even do that. I struggle to do that. Like, even, like, trying to, like, imagine the way this guy feels is hard for me. Does that make sense? I don't know if any of this makes sense.
Can't pile on
Oh,
anymore.
yeah.
I don't know. There might not
I'm
be
just
any prices
strange,
to
I
pay
guess.
for all I know, but better safe than sorry. It's as if his family-related issues are the only thing that supersedes his general anger and lack of empathy for other people. However, he cuts this topic short as his nihilistic thoughts flare up again, and he begins talking about how everything is meaningless.
Brutal and
So much
required.
so that he's even willing to forego his concerns with becoming infamous before he crosses
Emotional
over to the dark
support
side.
champ.
He even questions his own designs for the EGS.
Do you come with a
content,
leash
since in
or a
his set of
collar?
personal beliefs, whatever he's depicting through the EGS videos, he'll be able to experience firsthand if he just joins the squad already. Just a few paragraphs later, however, the EGS psychosis comes back stronger than ever.
You're not my emotional support German. You're the chat's emotional support German. What? Ah, you son of a bitch. Touching my butthole. Deploying emotional support German. Yeah, because I can't make people feel better. I don't know how, but also I don't care. I don't care to make people feel better. Does that make sense too? Like even like just I don't know. It's so hard to explain the way I think. Flamethrower in one hand and cookie plate in the other. Now, wouldn't it be more like a gas canister in one hand and a cookie plate in the other? Too soon? Maybe that's why I like dogs. Dogs are really easy to make feel better. Gas is expensive. Yeah, these days it is. Because, like, my dogs, right? If they're sad, they seem sad, the best way to make them happy is to just, like, praise them and give them treats. Maybe that's why I like them. Dogs a lot. I like dogs more than humans. They had gas backpacks, did they? I don't know. I didn't look into it. I just know about the chambers. Oh, did I tell you my niece's birthday came around recently and I forgot it because I forget a lot of things? Gas canister backpacks. Should I Google this? Gas canister. Bunnings? What? Oh, I'm an idiot because of like fucking barbecues and stuff. Bro, that tripped me out for a minute there. I was like, what? Bro, they still sell them. Flame King Pro Painting. Interesting. Oh, they're just straight up backpacks. That's weird. But yeah, anyway, I forgot her birthday. Which I think this is the first time. Normally I remember it. I don't know why I forgot it. Yeah, I don't know why. Anyway. And she said something to me the last week about it. I was like, oh, I don't know. I guess I just forgot. It didn't seem like she cared too much. But what she cared about was that she tried to tell me that I didn't buy her a birthday present. Which, the way I do things is they'll tell me they want something, right? For their birthday or Christmas. And I'll go, okay. And then I'll buy it. And then the minute it gets to me, I then just give it to them, right? Because the way I see it is, my mother's like, oh, you should wrap it and give it to them on their birthday. But I see it as, well, they could be using it. Like, they could be having fun with it now, instead of it sitting for a month. You know what I mean? So I just give it to them. So for Christmas, she got a Fire Stick to put in her TV, so she could like watch Netflix and all this stuff. But I gave it to her in like October or something was when I got it. And then in like January, I bought the DS. I think I told you about it. I think it was in January. I bought her that DS on eBay because it was kind of cheapish, and she was whinging about getting a DS for ages. And I gave it to her once I got it, and then she tells me I didn't buy her a birthday present. I was like, I'm pretty certain I did. And then my mother was the one that had to tell her that I did. Then she was, oh yeah, that's right, I remember. Little bitch was trying to get more presents out of me. Fucking sneaky little bitch. Trying to get more presents out of me. I think there's something else she wants. That's why. But like, I don't understand. At this point, like, they just tell me they want things and then I just get them. So I don't understand why she like even felt the need to try and trick me into getting it. Because if she just told me what it was, I probably would just get it. But yeah, she's only fucking... She 10? Or she... No, I think she's 11 now. And she's already being this sneaky. Bro, the boys are in trouble.
Ever, as Randy writes about how the squad will descend upon Earth and either enslave or take everybody out before the beginning of the 23rd century. And human beings stand no chance because ghost girls are immune to atomic bombs. He immediately bookends this series of statements by claiming
like
he's not
all
insane,
ghosts
which I
would be
suppose
immune
means
to
he was
atomic
still
bombs,
self-aware to some
not just
degree
ghost
about
girls.
how outlandish his writings were. But I guess being self-aware was of little avail when it came to making him actually realize he was out of touch with reality, since he goes right back to EGS talk about how he came from another dimension and how Froggy, yes, the toy from his videos, is now a real member of EGS, meaning it wasn't just a sketch for him, it was a documentary. Despite his obsession with Ember not losing an iota of momentum, it was starting to become insufficient as a reason for him
So
to
yeah,
stick
that's something you
around.
get to look
Animation
forward to
required more
like
effort from
having
him than he was
kids or
comfortable putting
nieces
in,
and
no other
nephews.
animator wanted any part of
Because
EGS,
sometimes they're
even
sneaky
if they
little
were offered
fucks.
decent payment, all of which made Randy struggle a lot during this period. Besides visualizing his
Nah, Ghost
afterlife,
Boys
one of the
only
things that
get
soothed his mental state was
erection
imagining
from
a
the
world in
atomic
which he
bombs.
was famous through the works of EGS.
Ooh.
And people crying and cheering him on in a theater
Wait.
while watching a documentary.
Wait.
Hits of EGS. Things that soothed his mental state was imagining a world in
Who is this one? The one with the bird feet. I like her.
which he was famous.
Who's this one? Does she have a name? Do we know her name, Benny? Bird feet girl? She's my favorite. I found my favorite. What are they called? Eggs Go Squish? I found my favorite Eggs Go Squish. Self-made character? Does it have a name though? I like it. I like it a lot.
famous through the works of EGS, and people crying and cheering him on in a theater while watching a documentary about him and his life's work. Despite having every intention to leave this world as soon as possible, he made it very clear that he hoped someone else would pick up the mantle for the EGS content after his passing. After attacking people who do self-harm, he explains his view of why human beings are on Earth in the first place. In his perspective, everyone is subject to a
Wait, all the girls got huge titties? Did I only just realize that?
On the planet. And in order to leave,
no.
they have to fulfill it. He concludes this thought with what he sees as his
no, they all
purposes,
kind of do have
producing
titties.
Videos, fighting his rebellious and assertive side,
I'll find
causing
you.
religious debates, and last
It's impossible.
but not least, realizing that he's spiritually a 16-year-old.
Even if you found my body, you
of
wouldn't
ghost
be able to
girls, and
find
that
my
Mackenzie is his eternal soulmate, revealing
soul.
he believes she's been talking to him in his
My
thoughts for the past half a year or so.
whatever. Do unspeakable things to you, like hugs. Yeah, I don't like hugs. Have I said that before? I think I may have. My niece loves hugs. I hate them.
Belongings after his passing. Upset
I
at the
hate
idea
them.
of them trashing something that he considers valuable.
My Little
especially
Pony.
his EGS-related
Oh my
memorabilia.
god.
I imagine my mom will just throw them out because that's what you do. It's like, oh, well, we don't need these anymore, and they'll just go through all my possessions and throw shit out or sell it. I'm gonna have to leave a note.
I mean,
saying,
people do that with
sell
everyone,
my
not just
EGS
you.
stuff to people who would want it. You know, oh, these were the posters I had, or sell my mouse pad. You know, this is what I animated with. You know, this is what I made all these videos with, like stuff like that. Memorabilia, people would like that, even though EGS never really blew up.
Well,
like
if
I
you
envisioned.
murder someone, I don't think anybody would want your stuff, right?
He directs some passages of this
Am
portion
I
to
crazy?
his parents, though it's nothing of note this time around.
Do people
At the end of
want
March, Randy
murderous
mentions how
things?
he enjoys listening to himself speak and his intention
Better
of
dock
talking to
the
himself not only through the diary but also through
than
video.
Pampature.
He'd recently
Still your
recorded
fault.
another audio entry to the
Oh, this
tapes,
one?
but
Yeah,
was
it's
wary that
definitely
people
better
would
than
also like
Pampature.
to see his face recorded. As the date of his demise approached, he felt more in tune with his ghost self, though what that means is quite odd. In his diary, he wrote, "As the last 12 months have passed, I constantly
Yeah,
feel more and more
definitely
fluid.
better than
The way I
Pampature.
sit, stand, talk, etc. 95% of the time since
I didn't have to
October
pause to watch
2016,
ducks.
I've pissed sitting down. Maybe even further back around August 2016. Every 4 to 5 days.
I mean, I probably
I
shouldn't
shave
show you
my
my
arms
other
and legs
tab.
with girl
I am
products,
watching
even
ducks.
With a Venus razor. I love smooth, silky
But I
skin.
always
Been
watch
using
ducks while I
moisturizer
stream.
lotion cream too. It feels amazing. I must have jerked off.
And when they're
about 10
not
times
when they're
in the
not
last
live,
year,
I just
whether it be in the car,
look at pictures of
bathroom, or the
ducks.
back manager's office floor.
Is that
No
weird?
cameras in there. All in all, probably 15 times between 2010 and 2017.
I think I've made it pretty clear that I like
Total is
ducks.
Probably over 700. Soon after April began, someone unknowingly made the grave mistake of selling Randy a shotgun, which reignited his fantasies about targeting the supermarket. It's also around this time that he puts his idea of documenting himself on video into practice.
Duck
and
sexual?
records what
Is that a
eventually
thing?
Became the first entry of
I don't want to have
these
sex with
I know
ducks.
the surrealness of all this is probably creeping in right now with you thinking.
Especially
I'm
since
watching
they're
it
like
right now, and
Googling it. I'm gonna show you guys. Wait, can I even show you guys this? I'm doing it. Duck vagina. No, I don't want that. I want this. I want to show you guys this. How do I show you guys this without showing you all these other images? I just want this image. I don't want to save it to my computer either. This is weird. Okay, I'm gonna show it to you. For some reason, they've like actually cut out a duck's vagina and have pictures of it, which is just weird. But I just want to show you guys this so you guys know. It's like the weirdest thing ever. And then male ducks penis evolved to be able to continue raping the female ducks. But the reason why this happened was because was simply because ducks rape a lot. So the female duck's vagina evolved to like stop that, but then the male duck's penis evolved to be able to continue that. And this is it. Right here. This is a female duck's vagina. It's all swirly and shit. Okay, that's enough. And it's to prevent, like, duck rape. Because that's what was happening. And then, yeah. Okay, let's close that. And then, yeah, the male ducks were like, hey, 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 none of that. How dare you? And then, evolved to be able to continue doing it. To be sexually attracted to ducks, that's no way that's a thing. There's no way. Duck. Oh man, every time I type duck vagina comes up. What have I done? I blame you, Benny. Or your fault. Oh my god. Urban Dictionary. There's no way. To be sexually attracted to ducks. Duck's rhythm. What? Duck rhymes with fuck. Why is that a fun fact? That's so weird. Duck sexual is often used as a joke between friends, and on social media, this definition itself is a joke. Oh, okay. Hey, Josh, hey, Alec, I fucked a duck yesterday? Josh, cool, Alec, yeah, I'm duck sexual. This is a weird joke. How is this a joke? What? How's that a joke? That's a strange joke. By Shimmermoon 01. That's who posted this. I think you need to be looked into, Shimmermoon. If you think that's a joke, that seems really weird. Oh, look at this duck. That's a cool looking duck. Wait, where'd it go? Wait, no, I want this picture of the duck. Will it come up if I like... Okay. Why did I think... Okay, there's the duck! There's the cool duck, but I can't show you guys. Oh, it's taking a shit. But I can't show you guys because there's a bunch of ducks fucking each other. When I clicked on Google Images for duck sexual, for some reason my brain, I was like, oh, I won't show ducks fucking. It's exactly what it did. Well, I was just trying to find this cool looking duck. This is a cool looking duck too. What type of duck is this? Bro, this duck is cool as. What type of duck is this? I want to know what type of duck this is. Bro, there's a... Is that what I think it is? It's a diagram of ducks fucking each other. Maybe I shouldn't have clicked on Google Images. Benny, what have you done? Have you too? Yeah. I can't believe... I can't believe that's a word. It's so weird. Your own fault. Probably. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, they've... What? Okay, that's weird. So yeah, ducks evolved because, ducks get raped a lot, female ducks. It's like gang rape too, as far as I know, from what I've heard. So yeah, they evolved to make it so it was impossible for that to happen. And then yeah, the male duck was like not having it. So they evolved too to be able to continue doing it. Just fucking weird. But I don't even think it would be humanly possible for like an actual human to have sex with a duck. I'm not going to Google that because I would probably get really weird searches. But yeah, I don't even know if it would even be possible because of the way that they're built. Unless they had sex with like a male duck? Stuck it up their butt? I don't know how that'd work. I don't know why I'm thinking about how it would work.
He's dead, Today's April 4th, 2017. And
I love ducks.
Over 5 months
not that much.
It's looking like September 7th is going to be the day. The night, rather.
They're just cool.
And here I am.
I like the sounds they make. I like the way they look.
Online friends he played video games with, one of which being Make Me Bad 35, were some of the first people to pick up on the appearance of Ember in his videos.
And I started using her so much.
And people had
started to
sex with
question
snakes.
My fascination with her, and they just didn't.
Yeah. But like
people I played with.
Hold on. But like, men didn't have sex with duck with snakes, right? It's females, right? I think they did the deed with ducks. I don't see how that's possible though. From what I've heard, I don't know if it's true, but my mother used to always tell me, because for some reason she, I don't know, felt the need to deter me from doing it, even though I never once thought about it. But she used to tell me that cats' vaginas clamp down on the male cats' penises to make sure that they can't get away once they've started. And so she was like, so don't be going and doing anything bad with the cat. Right? And it was only because the cat liked me the most. So it used to sleep in my bed all the time. I think I've told this story. But it used to sleep in the middle of my bed to the point where there was a divot in the middle of my bed because that's where it sleep all the time. And I would literally just sleep in like an S shape around it so it would remain comfortable. I wouldn't even like move it. Right? So yeah, I don't know. It's because at the time like I was starting to get to the age where puberty would hit. So I guess she thought that would happen. I don't know. What the fuck? Yeah. I never got it either. But yeah, I remember that conversation because I was like, that's weird. And I remember thinking, why is she telling me this? I don't care how cats have sex. That was what I was thinking. Because she didn't just come out and say like, so don't have sex with the cat. She was just telling me how cats have sex. And she was like, okay. I was like, this is weird. Would think about that? I don't know. Well, my mother's always thought I was weird, so I don't know, maybe she thought that would happen. But yeah, so I don't know if it's true, if that's what happens with cats. I have no idea. I just remember my mother telling me and just remembering that fact and being like, that's strange. So like, and I've never looked it up to see whether or not people have actually had sex with these animals. I'm sure people have. I don't really care to find out. I don't care enough to find out, I guess I should say. But I remember my friend showing me a video, one of my friends showing me a video of I think it got passed around when I was young. So you maybe have seen it, Benny, of the woman with the snake who like let the snake slither up into her and they would pull it back and then let it go again. I remember thinking that's weird. Because I think I thought it was weird because I was like, what happens if she lets go and the whole snake ends up in her? I think that's where my brain was going with it. Yeah, but I don't know if you saw that video, but it went around when I was young. Ah, that one? Yeah. Yeah, you've seen it. So I know that a woman can have sex with a snake, but like, the only way I would think a man would be able to is if they defanged it and it was dead. They stuck it in their mouth? Because like, how else would a man have sex with a snake? How would that even work? I saw it on the school playground against my will. Same like with Two Girls, One Cup. Yeah, so Two Girls, One Cup, I sought that out because everyone was talking about it. And I was like, what is this? But I saw the snake one at school. One of my friends was like, hey, you should look at this. I saw that one, and I saw the one where the chick sits on the bald guy's head and sticks his whole head in her. And I was like, I remember like when I was young, I was like, whoa, that's crazy. Oh. I know how. Do I want to know? Is the snake alive when they're doing it? Or do they have to kill it? That's all I need. All I need is whether or not the snake is still alive when they're doing it. I'll let my imagination do the rest. Oh, God damn it. Stop running into me. Barely moved. Took a step and it ran into me. But yeah, so when I was young, I remember the snake one. I remember sitting on that guy's head, and I remember there was one where it was like two girls. It went around my school for ages. It was these two girls, a blonde and a brunette, and they were like in school clothes, but I don't think they were schoolgirls. I think they were just like normal age adult actresses, but pretending to be schoolgirls. But yeah, they were in school clothes and they were in like a school bathroom or like locker room or something. And I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. But yeah, I remember they were like kissing and then they were like licking each other out and all that sort of stuff, the normal stuff. And it was just like normal straight up lesbian porn. But I remember at the time when like we saw it, me and my friends, we were like, whoa, this is crazy. It's like the craziest thing ever that we had seen. This is before we saw the snake and that. And I went around the school for ages and everyone was like, that's crazy. But one of my main thoughts was, wait, two girls can make love with each other? Because at that point, I was like, I was young and I was like, yeah, man and a woman, they love each other. That's how people are supposed to be, right? Because I was too young to realize at the time. Even though I had a guy who I consider an uncle. We don't really talk to him anymore because he moved away. But his name was Ray, and he was gay. So my dad and the rest of our family used to call him Gay Ray at his request. But yeah, I grew up from like a baby with like that guy. So I knew about being gay, but in my brain I hadn't processed yet what it actually was. And then yeah, I saw that and I was like, what? Two girls can like love each other? This is crazy. Classmates showed one of those to me. Oop. Oop. Dark fuck a snake. Cloaca alive. And trying to escape. Oh, the duck? The duck had sex with a snake? Oh, I thought you were saying like a human. That's why I was like, I don't understand how that happens. How does it even work? I thought you meant a human had sex with the snake. I haven't seen a duck have sex with a snake, but I've seen what did I find out recently? What animal was it? There's an animal recently. No, a dude fuck a snake. Oh. Oh, I read that as duck. That's my bad. A snake was trying to get away. Why wouldn't it turn around and bite him? You would think that's what a snake would do, right? It was getting pulled back in. Wait, how big are snake vaginas to be able to fit? I'm assuming it didn't fit, and that's why I was trying to get away. Or people fucking messed up. That's the other thing. I don't really like animal cruelty stuff either. That's up there with like pedophiles as well for me. Because I like animals. Not as much as they do, but but there was an animal recently, and I can't remember what it was, but it would go out of its way to like it likes sex so much that it would go out of its way to fuck anything. And someone had even caught them having sex with a pig carcass because the pig tried to get away, so it stomped the pig to death, and then it just had sex with its carcass. And its head was all smushed in. And I can't remember, it was like a horse. It was like a type of horse or something. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I can't remember what animal it was. Animals can consent. You buddy speak into my microphone. Shotgun. Yeah, people who like It's like recently I watched the thing on Netflix about Jerry Springer, and they got a guy on who married a horse. It was like a pony or something, and they got the pony on too. And it was like, yeah, we love each other, and then he was like talking about how it consented, and it's like it's a horse, dude. It can't speak. Just because it's like licking your face doesn't mean it's like, yeah, 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 stick your dick in me. Like, what's wrong with people? But yeah, the ones that are worse than that are the ones that like they kill the animals as well and get off on that. Like that the fuck was that furry guy? Did we watch that? I've watched it, but I don't know if I reacted to it. I don't know if I reacted to it on stream. It was like a furry guy. Wolf something? I think he was mentioned in that last video we watched. Kuro? Kuro the wolf? Is that his name? You know the guy I'm thinking of, Benny, right? He like hit it, and then I think he did like a Shane Dawson interview or something, and then that blew him up, and he got popular from that. And then oh god damn it, you didn't watch that one? No, I'm saying I watched that one off stream. But like I was saying in the last video, I think they mentioned him. I think Tom mentioned him in the last video we watched on that other fuckwit. But yeah, people like that are like people that have sex with animals. I'm like, okay, you're weird. That's disgusting. But like, I don't care. You know what I mean? It's the people that are not only having sex with them, but also like killing them, or like that guy was like having sex with puppies and stuff. They're the ones that I'm like, okay, yeah, they need to fucking go to jail or die. Preferably the latter. True the Wolf. Oh, that's what his name was? Zoophile? Yeah. Couldn't remember if that was his name. I remembered the wolf part. But yeah, the shit that came out in that video about that dude, I was like, that guy's disgusting. Because he might as well be like a like an animal pedophile. Is there a word for that? Because he was targeting like puppies. So not only was he targeting animals, but he was also targeting ones that were like super young. Bro, we talk about the like just anything on my streams. I was just thinking, how the fuck did we get to the point where we were talking about people having sex with animals? Did that start with me like fucking talking about duck vagina? Probably. I probably started it. But yeah, that guy was fucked. Cause like the other thing is right, with these people that have sex with animals, some of them aren't hurt, right? So it's like at that point, it's like, you know, some of them might have liked it. Like fucking every male dog or horse that a girl has had sex with, I'm pretty certain that the fucking dog and the horse aren't gonna go, no, I hated it. You know what I mean? But like any male who's having sex with animals, it's probably hurting the animal. I mean, it's probably fucking screwing with the animal's mind. So maybe you could like say that. But yeah, I don't know. I fall in the category of like they're not being murdered or anything. I don't care enough. Sirens. Am I getting in trouble for talking about this stuff? Nope, they kept going. Unless they turn their sirens off. I could be going to jail. Anyway, back to the videos.
With like David and Damien, Make Me Bad 35. You know, David would always constantly bust me about her and saying, you know, she's like my waifu and all that. And
I also find it like super, like words super interesting, right? Because like someone had to commit necrophilia, well, multiple people probably, for them to be like, hey, we need a word for this. And it's the same thing with like people sleeping with animals. They were like, so many people do this that we need a word for this. You know what I mean? So like if enough people are into something or do something enough, we end up having to create words to describe it. Isn't that interesting? So like if no one did the thing in the beginning, then we wouldn't need a word for it. Like what was a plushophile? Because so many people are into plushies? That wasn't the case, we wouldn't need a word for it. I don't know, is it weird that I find that interesting? Oop. Don't touch me.
I didn't care. It didn't bother me, really.
They couldn't have known the
Maybe I'm
severity
strange.
of Randy's obsession with the character, which is really unfortunate since, as Randy retells it, they were the ones consistently inviting him to play Xbox with them and truly cared about him as a person. In this same video, he recalls one
I don't think
instance
I've
in
ever
11th
been
grade
so
when a
obsessed with
girl asked him
anything like
out.
that.
So this girl in midway through 11th grade asked me out. She just walked up to me in lunch and then just put down like a sticky note or a paper or something, like I guess a folded up paper, and she wrote on it, you know, like, I know we don't talk very much, or I can't remember exactly what she said. You know, I know we don't talk very much, but I've always liked you, and would you ever consider dating me? If not, it's okay, or something. But
A girl was
yeah,
interested in this dude?
throw
What?
myself out there, you know. And I obviously never dated her, but I don't even know if I like said anything back after that.
Yeah, that's because you don't like sex or whatever, right?
But yeah, it's just, I'm like, no, because for one, I didn't like how she looked. Just was not my type of a girl at all. Obviously, by now, you know what my type of girl is, and it's Mackenzie. So.
Oh, I was gonna say dudes,
it
but anyway.
It never would have worked. And I think she ended up dating one of like the big rednecks in my grade. So, yeah. It's a big what if.
It's a big
What?
what if indeed. It's hard to picture how Randy could have.
Is he trying to
turned out if
shit
he'd
on her?
gotten affection from a girl in 11th grade just a couple of years before his sanity took a nosedive. He proceeded to write on his diary and once again broached the topic of his family, saying, "I seriously want to know." What
I'm
my
surprised a
parents and
girl was
brother's life
interested
would
in
be
him at
like
all.
without me in it anymore. I mean, I'm always in my room on the computer most of the time, plus they're always at work 85% of the time when I get home, so I wonder if that will make things easier to digest. Yeah, probably not. Who am I kidding? The best advice I'd have is to just pretend that I moved out. All I ask is for you to remember.
What do
me
we
as the
stream
spirit
tomorrow,
that I
Benny?
am, a
Huh? What do you
deceased
want?
white female ghost. I'll never
Will we
regret
react
doing what
more?
I did. It was fate, and there's
Play
nothing
some
you can
more
do to change
Pokemon?
that. You were a fool to trust me with that shotgun. You can dwell on the what ifs all you want, but guess what? I'll only be getting deader by the second. How does
We
it
play
make you
some Dark
feel? I'll
Souls?
never apologize for doing what I did. Sorry is just a word. Nothing more, nothing less. Does sorry erase
Play
the
more
mistakes
Monster
you
Hunter?
make? No, it doesn't. How can 5 letters change how you feel towards someone? It's all in your mind. Honestly, once the funeral's over and you cremate my body, I wouldn't care if I never got to see you again. Dad especially. Mom, you were great, but you're still a brainwashed human. He punctuates this section by attacking his family for being Christians, positing that, unlike Ember, God doesn't speak directly to his followers, and because of that, he thinks none of it is real. On April 8th, when he finally gets his hands on the shotgun he'd recently purchased, he decides to name it Mackenzie, and mentions he'll be needing to buy a new notebook to continue his diary on, as the one he's currently writing in is close to completion. Next, he begins talking.
Is that what he's been writing in? What? And you need a new one? What? How much is he writing? We've just been getting snippets. I thought it was like a normal book. Like a normal sized diary. Bro, this shit is massive.
Talking about the things he won't get to experience in person due to his planned departure from this world, such as the My Little Pony movie that was slated to come out October that year.
See, I knew
It's
there was
very
movies.
disturbing how Randy nonchalantly flips the switch from
I
talking
wonder.
about
Oh,
things
no wonder
like
he
how much
fucking
it would
needs such a
suck if
big
the
thing.
Cowboys won the
Wait,
Super
what the
Bowl,
fuck?
and how he plans to
Wait, hold on. Go back.
switch from
I was gonna say, no wonder he needs so much, because look at how fucking giant and messy this is. Right? But then the page got flipped.
talking about things like how much it would
There's no way he wrote this. This is someone else, right? This is so neat. Compared to that. I mean, it's still kind of messy, but like, compared to that other crap, this is like neat.
It would suck if the Cowboys won the Super Bowl, and how he plans to execute his final act. In the following entry, he complains about his dad
Did he just get really good at writing all of a sudden? All the rest of those were neat. The fuck happened?
again, saying, I buy a shotgun, quite possibly the manliest thing I've ever bought in my life, and when my mom told him,
shotgun?
a shotgun? What the hell does he need that for? Just be thankful I'm not going to aim that barrel at your face. You can't tell me how to live my life forever. I can't wait to see the look on your face when you find me. You'll feel as sick as you've ever felt in your 55 years on Earth. You'll feel
Felt
that
pretty
sickening
manly when I
feeling
bought
of panic.
condoms
You'll
once.
probably fall to your
Like,
knees.
for the
I hope
first
you
time.
never recover from this.
I guess
Poor
we
daddy.
all
Always thinking I
experience
was
that
gonna
differently.
grow up just like you. I wouldn't do that for all the money in the world. How does it feel knowing money can't keep a family together? How does it feel knowing you wasted a lot of money on
How
giving
did
me
I
an
m-
education? What are you going to do now to keep the three of you remaining afloat?
How did I
What's
miss?
your plan? I got news for you. It's nowhere near your time. You're going to suffer
Bro,
for
these
at least
flowers
a
are like
decade and a half
expert
over this,
dodges.
and I'll enjoy every nerve-wracking minute of it. It seems he's returned to fantasizing about targeting the store, though he doesn't seem confident he'll be able to return home and tie himself off before the cops get to him. Also, for the first time in the diary, he writes a threat to his brother, who had
Wait,
recently
what?
said guns are stupid, which Randy took great
Tie himself off? What does he mean? Does he mean like kill himself? Is that what that means? What does that mean? Tie yourself off? To attach yourself to a secure anchor point? I was about to say, that's what you say when you're on a boat. Okay, this is saying for like to not like bungee jumping kind of thing. That's what this is saying. But I was gonna say, I remember when we used to go on the boat, when we'd come back, you would say I just gotta tie myself off to like tie the boat down. But does he mean it like he was going back to kill himself? I assume that's what he means, right?
offense too. After changing his notebooks, he expresses his wish for another
Unless he was gonna
Columbine
tie
before
himself
breaking
up.
off into a tangent that is simultaneously misandrist and very racist. Girls are better than guys. Just admit it. All you macho men out there who gotta look jacked, hairy, tough, and in charge, kiss my white. Guys are literally the most disgusting thing on Earth. If women were to overtake them as the power of Earth, things would be so much more tolerable.
Girls are
Whether you accept it or not,
way
women
more
crush
beautiful than
men by
guys.
1.5 years. I'm
It's not even a
sexist,
debate.
Racist, prejudiced, and discriminate. That's one hell of a lethal combination.
better?
Let's talk
I don't
about
know.
black people. Black people dress like complete
I think we're all
homosexuals from
pretty
another
much equal
galaxy. Their
in
hair
how
is a
shit we
disgrace
are.
to the skid on their underwear that is the human race.
What?
Their voices are
Aesthetic-wise,
worse than
like
Justin Bieber,
looking,
Byron Cope,
girls
Fred Figglehorn, still like him though, and
way
Donald
better
Trump
looking
combined. They almost all
than
have
dudes.
that attitude. They almost all do hard drugs. They all think they're tough. Their lingo is more dumb than life itself. Their pants sag below their ass. Their dreadlocks are just begging to be lit
Below
up
their
in
what?
flames. Their music is the worst thing to pass through the airwaves besides the
Below
emergency
their
disaster
ass. Oh, that's
test.
the word.
Saying black music is melodic is being extremely
First thing came in my head was
Before the
cocks
next
or
entry to his
dicks.
diary, he
I was
records
like, that
another
doesn't make
video for his
sense.
tapes, focused entirely on the shotgun he'd recently acquired. Though he felt a lot more emboldened about his plans now that he had something of this caliber, in his diary, he describes himself as becoming more cautious, afraid that his mom might suspect something's up if he begins acting moody or irritable. He also says that the date of his final act is now dependent solely on
So He's aware that his family might notice something's off, so he's deliberately acting in a way where they won't notice that something is off. But then writing in his diary that I can't believe they haven't seen that there's something off with me. Yeah, no shit, bro. Like, what? That's what happens when you hide it. I don't know why I want to see you playing The Walking Dead, Telltale, Psychopath run. I'd probably end up on that run anyway. I might play it. I've never watched The Walking Dead, just so you know. I'm not really into zombies. The most I ever got into zombies was like Resident Evil. Oh, and Zombieland was pretty funny. But like, this guy is like infuriating, right? Like, you can't write in your diary that I can't believe, and that's what I was saying earlier. Maybe he's hiding it. Well, now he's just literally proven that he is. He's hiding. He's deliberately acting in a way where they won't notice that something is wrong. So of course they're gonna not realize that something is fucking wrong when that's the way you're acting. Like what? Don't be upset when no one fucking notices. That's why I don't like dating. Like, especially women. Because, like, they get upset and then they don't tell you that they're upset and they just expect you to know that they're upset. It's like, but I don't. And even if you do realize they're upset, you have no idea why they're upset. And it's impossible to figure it out. You know what dudes do? They just fucking tell you. They use their words. So dumb. I can't believe they didn't realize that I was pretending to be
When the last
okay.
TGS video gets fully animated, which could be anywhere from June to September. A couple of days later, he goes on a Unabomber tier rant about technology, deriding anything from cell phones to TV to drones. However, the firearm is one piece of technology he doesn't hate. On April 15th, he records himself shooting his Mossberg for the very first time.
Wait,
and though it is his first time, it's astonishing how bad he is at aiming it. I'm not one to...
Are shotguns technology? What counts as technology? I thought technology was like stuff that had like computer, like motherboards in it. I thought that was like technology. But this is just mechanical parts. This is like just parts moving to make it shoot in that. Is technically technology? All series for that game are on sale. €5 instead of 45 on what, like the computer? Wait, all series? What do you mean? How many is there? Is it on Steam? Telltale, I assume. The Walking Dead Telltale Definitive Series. Is that the thing you were talking about? It's $7.35 for me. Bro, it's 90% off. What the fuck? Bro, that's so much money off. What? Batman? The Expanse? What's that? The fuck is The Expanse? Telltale Texas Hold'em? What? Bro, there are so many Batmans. Why is there so many Batmans? Wait, then this says the Walking Dead Telltale Starter Pack. It's $20. Okay, why do I have to put my birthday in? The Walking Dead Season 2, The Walking Dead New Frontier, Walking Dead Final Season. Okay, wait, then... Wait, then what the fuck is this one? What's the definitive edition? The definitive series contains all 4 seasons. So is that like all of them in one? I didn't count how many seasons there were. So is that the one that I should get? Yes. Okay. Oh, this sale ends soon. Add to cart. All 4 seasons. So the definitive series, that's the one we want? I've added it to cart. I will buy it once you confirm. I don't know who any of these people are. Is it scary? I don't like scary. Overwhelmingly positive. Not bad. I mean, I guess we can play it. What is this one? Oh, that's if you buy it separate. Okay. That's strange. How big is it? 3 gigs? Was that it? Oh, that's not very big. Okay, let's buy it. Continue to payment. Sure. I think that's my card. It has to be, because I bought something recently. I bought the... Fuck, what's it called? I think I told you about it, Benny. I bought LA Noir updated queue. What? Me Side, that's it. I bought Me Side. We need to play that at some point. I feel like we could probably get through that. That can't be a long game. Because it wasn't very big. So I feel like we could probably get through that in like one day. Like one stream. Oh, bro, what? That Walking Dead thing is 45 gigs. They lied to me. Oh, maybe the first one is like 3 or whatever. Maybe that's what happened. Well, I'll download that after stream. Because if I do it now, things might take a dump. We can play that, I don't mind. Do I need knowledge of the Walking Dead series? Because I've never watched any of it. I remember watching a scene. There was a scene in a hospital. I remember it clearly because like we were eating dinner. This is when I lived with my pop when he was alive. We were eating dinner and he was watching it, and it was something to do with an elevator. I think they killed a zombie in an elevator or something. But it was in like a hospital. And they killed the zombie and like blood and crap went everywhere. And then my nan yelled at him to turn it off because we were eating dinner. That's the only thing I know of The Walking Dead. Oh, that, and there's a black chick with a katana. Katana lady. That's it. Oh, and the meme. The meme of that guy who's like bent over holding his knees. He's like, no, 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 no. Isn't that what he's doing or whatever? He's like crying. That's it. That's all I know of The Walking Dead. So do I need like prior knowledge of the show, or can I just play the games? No? Okay. That's good. Well then, yeah, we can play that at some point. How long do they take? Can I get through it all in one stream? Long? Oh, okay. Oh, wasn't there a Game of Thrones one? I wouldn't mind doing that. I like Game of Thrones. I think there was a Game of Thrones one, right? Where's Steam? Game of Thrones. Wait, what is this? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, there's a Game of Thrones game. Like an actual game. Huh? Why did I never hear about that? Am I crazy? It's not coming out. Wait, I need to figure out the name of it. Wait, I'm gonna look it up on Google. Game of Thrones Telltale? Yeah, there was one. I think. Yeah, Game of Thrones, a Telltale game series. There it is. It says it's on Steam. View page. Wait, Tyrion and all that are in it. Wait, are these things like they have characters from the actual show in it? Oh, I thought they were like their own separate thing. Bro, what the fuck? Why does Jon Snow look so skinny? His head looks unproportionate to his body. What's going on? Is this the... What is this? The Game of Thrones one looks like shit. Is it just like... No. Game of Thrones is no longer available on Steam Store? Oh. Okay. Why does it look so bad?
To talk, but people have made edits ratioing
It
how
looks
many
like-
times he
looks
misses
bad.
versus the amount of times he hits his target, and he's not a very good shot. In the recording, he's seen
Okay, well, then he probably won't kill anyone, really.
while at the range, a fact that he celebrated to this day, taking joy in how nobody was able to pick up on it and ask him about it. To make matters even more disturbing,
Hey, Benny.
he immediately follows this passage with a declaration.
I haven't seen anything about it. It got recommended on Steam to me. Ow. And then I Googled it real quick and everybody was playing it. So I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's good. And it had a very positive rating. That Me Side game. Have you seen it? Reaper? No, the Me Side. And she has like bluey hair, I think. If I remember correctly. I mean, I did just look at it. And I've already forgot. But yeah, there was like it seemed like a lot of people were playing it. And it was like cheap, I think. Saw it a bit cursed, to be honest. Okay, I didn't watch any of it. Because normally when I want to play a game, like a new game that I've never played, I always try and stay far away from as much information as possible from it. I just wanted to know if it was actually good or not. Cause like, yeah, I haven't seen anything on it. I think on Twitter, I saw on Twitter and on TikTok. On TikTok, a lot of girls are dressing up like the chick and like doing dances and stuff. And then on Twitter, there's like a lot of fan art, air quotes, we'll call it, of her. And I didn't know what she was from. I was just like, I don't know who this chick is, but everyone's obsessed with her. And then, yeah, then I got recommended in Steam, and I was like, what is this? It's pretty cheap. And then, yeah, that led me down the rabbit hole. And then I ended up buying it, because I was like, sure, I'll play it. And then I didn't know if I should play it on stream or not. So I haven't touched it yet. Should I do a poll? See what you guys think?
declaration that he's about to go watch the new season of My Little Pony. As the days passed, Randy got more and more anxious about his plans, and he often had dreams, or nightmares, where the police were either seizing his shotgun or
But if it's
finding him after
cursed,
he
it
was
seems like
done.
it's right
It's
up my
at
alley.
this moment that Randy decides to leave, whether he'll be targeting the supermarket or not, up to a coin flip. Again, he's very attached to the idea of inevitability and chains of causality, so while it is absurd that someone would do this, it fits perfectly with what we've learned about Randy so far. He never mentions it in his diary, so I
And
doubt that
sad.
he's seen it, but the antagonist of No Country for Old Men does the very same thing for the same reason. On the 20th of April, he celebrates the anniversary of Columbine.
I'm not going to say it. I don't want to be spoiled. I was don't answer this question. I'll tell you what I was gonna ask, but I don't want an answer now because I realize if I get an answer, it's probably gonna ruin the game for me. I was going to say, is it like Doki Doki Literature Club? But after I thought of it and was about to say it, I was like, no, I don't want the answer to that because I played Doki Doki Literature Club. I think this is before I was even streaming, I think. And I liked that game a bit. Okay. I liked that game a lot, but I would have liked it less if someone told me that it was how it was. If that makes sense. I'm trying not to spoil it for other people who haven't played it. Like if you know of what the game is like before you go into it, you won't enjoy it. You know what I mean? It's that surprise factor that makes you go, oh my god, this game is incredible. But not that alley? What? Same genre? Okay. What do you mean by alley though? Are you saying not that really? Is that the word we were going for? But yeah, it's for me like Doki Doki Literature Club. It's that surprise factor where you're like, "What the fuck?" It's that moment where you're like, "Oh, okay, this is not the game that I thought I was playing." Okay, we'll play it. Maybe we play that tomorrow. 'Cause now I'm kind of excited to play it. Hold up. Let's do it while I'm live. I'll put a oh, I don't have a fucking picture. I mean, I could do like a text poll. When I do polls, I think you guys have probably noticed by now. I like to do image polls more than text polls because text polls look just super boring. Because it's just text and nothing else. Oh wait. Hold on. I think didn't I make for times like this where the poll is just yay or nay? I think I made. Yeah, I did. Bro, I'm a fucking genius. Yay, nay. Perfect. Oh wait, I don't even need to write fucking thing. I can just do it like that. Should I stream? What is it? It's like me side. Okay, there we go. Wait, hold on. Do I have to write? Oh, cool. I don't have to write things. I could just do it like that. Haha. Oh, but now it says option 1 and option 2. That's just sad. I can't edit it. God damn it. I can't edit it. I've made a mistake. I've made a grave mistake. Oh, Benny. We will probably play Origins soon. Or soonish. Because I am no longer that mad at Dragon Age.
Just a few days before he practices shooting again. Having a weapon with him is becoming too tempting for him
So
to
I'm
resist, especially in
more
his
and
current
more,
mental state. And
like,
Randy finally settles on June as his last month on Earth. As for the video he'd been working on, he
getting
decided
closer to
only
being
animate
like,
the first
okay,
half and leave
I
it
kind of
at
want to play
that, as
Dragon
animating
Age.
the whole thing
Does that
would
make
take
sense?
a lot longer. On the 24th, he gets over 200 shells and tapes it while doing his best attempt at sounding like a lunatic.
So I just got my f***ing shells in the mail. And
You say shells?
look at that shit.
Oh.
But wait, there's more.
A lot of Randy's mannerisms are noticeably awkward. It's as if he learned how to express himself from watching cartoons and early YouTube videos, as opposed to interacting with other people in real life.
Bro, he got that shit in the mail. That's so many bullets. But, like, what's that from? That's from, like, Scary Movie, right? And, like, I think Jim Carrey, one of Jim Carrey's movies, where he's like, wait, but wait, there's more. So maybe you go from that. Normal text and mail. Pretty much. Oh, did you see the, like, I'm assuming everyone saw it at this point. Emeru and that got, like,
A day later,
attacked
he finally does
on
the dreaded
stream.
coin flip on video, nonetheless.
So here's the deal.
Like, people are unhinged, man.
The 1983 quarter.
And they are really lucky he didn't have a gun.
You believe in fate?
Because I think they are in Texas.
I'm gonna flip this 3 times, or the best out of 3, rather. If it's heads,
And
I'll do it.
where does Amaranth live? Because at the same time, Amaranth got fucking a home invasion. How do you spell her name? Amaranth? Brad Moranth? Amoranth? I don't know how you pronounce that. Wait. What state does Amaranth live in? Does she live in Texas? Yeah, she lives in Texas too. How the fuck did the dudes who broke into her house not think that she would have a gun? On top of that, I think she's openly admitted on Twitter like a year ago that she likes shooting guns, right? Idiots? Yeah, you can say that again.
If it's tails,
I will say though, she was pretty badass.
here we go.
It was at this very moment that the course of 3 people's lives were radically altered. It was a close call, as Randy had gotten 2 heads and 2 tails after 4 coin tosses. As the final coin was tossed, it unfortunately landed on tails, having this decision taken for him by fate itself, at least how he saw it. On the same day, he records a
because that
grisly
makes it
video
better.
titled Original Planned Route, consisting primarily of Randy's point of view as he silently paces the intended course he intended to go on the day of the attack. His next order of business was to buy yet another shotgun, just in the off chance
You know
the
the,
first one
by
was
the
to
way,
fail on
you know
himself.
the dumbest thing about stalkers and all that is that the police really can't do anything until they do something. Or make threats. I think if they make, like, threats after you've confirmed that they've been, like, stalking you, I think then the police can be like, okay, now we can make sure this guy goes away. And if he comes back, then he's in even more trouble. But, like, it was like the Kikihime stuff, where that guy that stalks her in Japan, a weird Japanese dude, the cops couldn't do anything because he'd only been following her. He hadn't actually done anything up to that point. Except follow her around and, you know, harass her. Like, online. And it's actually really sad. Like, I feel like there should be, like, a law where if someone has said things to you and then has been proven that they've, like, physically stalking you. Like, if they've said stuff to you after, like, I don't know, we'll say like 2 months. We'll be generous and give them 2 months. If they've been saying things online to you for like 2 months straight, and then now they're like physically stalking you and following you around, I feel like that should be enough where the police are like, okay, now we can do something about you because you've taken this from just saying things online to physically coming to their location and trying to follow them around physically. You know what I mean? Because like the other reason why they feel they're able to do it is because there is no laws for this, so they know they can just stalk them, and then the police will say, "Hey, stop doing that," and that's it. You know, until they break into their house and they get shot. Sad.
Mal. He decided to name the new shotgun Rachel after another EGS.
Wait, he has a new shotgun?
And keep in mind, he also
Whatever the old
previously
one.
referred to himself as possibly being called Rachel in the afterlife. He also documented this on video.
Bro,
During
this
the month
guy-
of May, he records a total of 4 shooting range videos, but his aim never even...
Oh, I thought he was on his way in that video to go to shoot someone. Because I was about to say, he seems so happy on his way to take lives. I'll defend my home with a musket, like the founding fathers intended. Bro, if someone broke into my house, I probably wouldn't have to defend myself. But if they did, I'm not holding back. I'm beating the shit out of them. Break into my house. Like over here, the state I live in, there's no law. So if someone breaks into your house and they don't have a weapon, they just break into your house and you assault them, you get in trouble, right? The only way you can get away with beating the shit out of them is if they have a weapon. Because then the cops can say like, oh, they intended to hurt someone. And you were just defending your life, right? If they don't have a weapon and you beat them up, you're the one that gets in trouble. Even though they broke into your house. It's really stupid. But in Queensland, they just adopted castle law. I'm pretty certain. Or that we're in talks of it. Which is like, if someone breaks in your house, no matter what the situation, you're allowed to defend it. Which we need that everywhere. Because, you know, people know that they won't get... Like, they know if they break in and they haven't assaulted you or whatever, they can pretty much get away with it. But, yeah, if someone broke into my house, oh, bro. I found out recently that... Did I say this on stream? Have I told you this yet? I don't think I've told you. My brother came in and, like, in the room, and I just started growling at him, which he does that all the time anyway. But he's just sitting there next to me growling at him. And my brother walked over to him and he just kept growling because that's what he does. He doesn't do anything. He just growls. But this was the first time that I touched him while he was doing that. And it was like a signal was sent to him that, like, because I touched him, he was like, oh, I'm allowed to attack him. So when I did that, he nipped at my brother and, like, bit him a little bit. And that's the first time he's ever done that. Ever. Which makes me think that if someone did break into my house and he was growling like that, if I touch him, he probably will attack them. Which, like, is surprising because up to this point, he barks. Like, anyone new comes in the house, especially men, he just barks and barks and barks and growls at them, but doesn't do anything. But you know, normally when he's doing that, I'm just sitting somewhere, and I tell him to shut up. I don't normally go and touch him. So yeah, now I know, like, if I go touch him, he probably will attack them. So my house is pretty well defended then. Because if he starts attacking someone, like pack mentality, Panda will join in. So whoever breaks into my house, you are fucked. Just know that. I didn't get him for protection, but it just worked out that way, I guess.
slightly improves, probably due to how feeble and jittery Randy had become from chronically malnourishing himself and being sleep deprived. On May 8th and 9th, he records a couple of audio entries doing his usual
Do we know
spiel,
if he was
the latter
sleep
of which is
deprived?
dedicated to Mackenzie and is, to put it bluntly, an hour and a half of teary-eyed Randy swooning about a fictional ghost girl and explaining how she changed his life. It's not until May 11th that we get another entry to Randy's tapes, which is called Plan A.
Well, it's not just a fictional ghost girl. Like, it's a fictional ghost girl that he created, right?
It's empty. She's empty.
Very little of this particular recording can be shown on
Thanks.
YouTube due
Thanks
not
for
only
making
to the
sure it was
appearance
empty,
of a
bro.
real firearm, but also due to Randy explicitly discussing every detail of his plan to target the Wise supermarket. A couple of days after this taping, he writes this in his diary: "I hope that supermarket permanently closes after I'm through. To all of the staff who get days off for this operation, you're welcome. Live it up, and be on the lookout for the former employees' ghosts throughout your shifts. I hope the surveillance footage gets burned into the retinas of everyone in Tunkhannock and Northeast Pennsylvania. To my fans, I hope my voice gets permanently embedded in your thoughts. The longer you forget."
Okay, so he's just evil. He's just straight up evil. Like, he's doing this because he wants people to hurt. And, like, the weirdest part about this is it doesn't seem like he really had, like, trauma. Like, normally people who want other people to hurt is because, like, something traumatic happened to them when they were young. Guy doesn't seem like anything like that happened. It seemed like his family life was probably normal. But yeah, it seems like this guy's just evil
Forget
by
about
the looks
me,
of it.
the more active I'll be. This entry is followed by another love letter and song dedicated to Mackenzie, and it's at this point the written entries to his diary slow down. The reason is revealed on the 20th, when he expresses how dejected he'd become. In it, he
Mackenzie, he created it, right? Like, I'm not tripping. That's not the name of the girl from the show, right? This is one he created? Does that make it more unhinged? That you fell in love with something that you created? Yeah? Am I right with it being more unhinged as well? Do you agree with that? Because, like, I don't know, I feel like it's normal to, like, well, not normal, but it's more normal to fall in love with something else created. When you're the one that created it, it's like, okay, it's even weirder. Because the way in my brain, right, the way my brain is, like, processing this is it's like, this thing's kind of like his child, right? Because he created it. And now he's like, no, I love this thing that I brought into this world. You know what I mean? The way my brain goes with it. Sonichu and his wife, Christian. Did he marry Sonichu, though? Didn't he marry Magi-chan? Did he marry Sonichu? He married a bunch of them, so I don't remember now. He married Mewtwo. Mewtwo. He married Mewtwo. He married Magi-chan. And Crizel Rosechew? Did he marry Sonichu? If I Google this, will it actually come up? Who is Chris Chan married to? Whoops, I accidentally hit my emoji button. Oh, bro, it took me to the quick. This is the first time I've ever been on it. This is participating individuals. Chris, Magi-chan, Crizel Rosechew, Mewtwo, Sylvana Rosechew. That's the one I missed. And what? Is that Pick? Wait, what? Who's this? Who's this? Pikachu. Who the fuck is Pikachu? I don't remember Pikachu. Is that a new one? Created... What? Helena created the character of 2019 as another Sonichu? Who's Helena? Do I know Helena? She doesn't sound familiar either. So I was right. I was right, Benny. He didn't marry Sonichu. And I missed one of them. And Pikachu, which I didn't even know was a thing. But I missed Sylvana Rosechu. But I knew Magichan and Cressel Rosechu. During the arrest. I don't know if he said he was married to Sonichu. I think he was saying that he's the creator of Sonichu. But it's hard to follow what he's saying too, right? Because he always says that he's the creator of Sonichu and then goes on a rant about who he's married to. And most of them, like Cressel Rosechu, Sylvana Rosechu, you know what I mean? They end in the Chew thing. So wires could have been crossed. That their husband, Sonichu, is hitting the what? Oh, officer? Oh, maybe. But then again, doesn't Chris think he's a Sonichu? I don't know. Well, the Quick shouldn't be wrong, right? The Quickie. Aren't they the ones that have all the information on them? And the only ones they've got here is Chris, Magichan, Cressel Rosechu, Mewtwo, Sylvana Rosechu, and then Pikachu. Whoever the fuck Pikachu is. I was destined for this relationship, and that's why my past relationships, real and fictional, were the theoretical exes that were trolls and bullies that pretend to be women. That's why they all failed. What? That's a quote, but I don't understand what he's trying to say. Give me 5 minutes? Okay, sure. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he did say Sonichu. But I wasn't wrong either. I got the Magichan and the Cressel Rosechu and the Mewtwo. I got them. Because I know he also thinks of himself as a Sonichu character. I don't remember what it's called though. Is it just called Chris Chan Sonichu, maybe? Because, like, Sonichu's married to Rosie Chu? Is that what it's called? I misremembered. Oh, what did he say? Oh, did he say my husband Mewtwo, maybe? Because I think he says Mewtwo's a dude, right? It's my husband Magichan. Ah, okay. Wait, Magichan's a dude? What's the Quick say? Bro, what? Why is the Quick taking forever to load? Okay, whatever. Anyway. Enough of that. Forgot the Magichan part. Yeah. Because this was gonna... That's what... so... I felt like it wasn't Sonichu, because I was like, no, Sonichu's married to the original Rosie Chew, or whatever the fuck it's called. Near the vid and timestamp? Okay. But yeah, I was right too, though. I got most of them. I just missed the other one. 10 minutes. Visit site.
Is there anybody else in the room? Wait, spirit, no, interdimensionally, you can't tangibly see them.
Chris takes this moment to deliver a puzzling warning to the officers.
By the way, if any of y'all has been feeling a punch-like sensation on your leg, that is my husband, Magichan Sonichu, right on the opposite side.
I love the narrator.
To the officer. Chris takes this moment to deliver a puzzling warning to the officers.
Bro, that narrator is so good. To deliver a puzzling warning to the officers. It's amazing. That's so funny. That's so good. So stupid. Bro, my Christian knowledge is elite.
He says he doesn't want to eat anything anymore and has been living off of trail mix granola bars.
I mean, I have watched it like
and the odd
fucking
fast food item,
4
maintaining
times
his
now,
weight
I
at a
think.
jaw-droppingly low 133
Because
pounds.
like what ended up happening, right, was I watched all the way up to date, and when I started watching it, and I think it was at 68, part 68 or something like that at the time. It was in the 60s. I remember it was in the 60s. And I watched all the way up to date, and then I was like, what do I do now? I was like, I don't know. I'll watch it again. So I went back and I watched it all the way again. And then by the time I got to the end, he decided he was going to go on break. Because that was when the mother stuff happened. So he went on a break. And I was like, oh, well, what do I do now? Well, I'm waiting. I'll watch it again. So then I went back and I watched it a third time. And then, so yeah, I'm up to like 3 times rewatching from the start by myself. But then recently, I noticed Papa Gut was reacting to it. So I watched it all again, pretty much up to where Papa Gut's up to. So this is the 4th time now. So I'm pretty knowledgeable on Christian.
Pounds, which is pretty underweight.
You could call me a Christorian.
For a guy that's 6'3" to 6'4" like he was. Then he mourns the fact that his boss, whom he hates, is planning to leave the night shift, which would effectively take away Randy's opportunity to target him as well during his rampage. It seems he also fell for the video game logic meme that if you shoot at propane tanks, they'll explode instantly, and began planning to steal his manager's key so he could get to them and blow them up. In the next entry, he briefly questions the existence of...
Wait, does that not actually happen? I thought the spark from the bullet hitting, like, the propane tank and going through it would light a fire and make it explode. Have Mythbusters tested this? Mythbusters. Shooting a grenade. What? They shot a grenade? I kind of want to see it, but stay on track. Shooting propane? Exploding propane tanks. Wait, so they actually did it?
Next up is the accidental rocket that could ruin your next barbecue.
So you're looking excited.
Wait, what did I say?
Next barbecue.
No, that's not it. Wait, they're just making a rocket out of propane. I don't want that. Not what I want. Okay, I don't think they did. But my understanding of it is it's not like the bullet hitting, it's not like shooting it will make it explode. It's the spark that happens when the metal hits the metal of the propane. And then propane's flammable. So if you have a fire next to propane, it's going to explode, right? Going to catch fire. So you're telling me that wouldn't actually happen if you shot a propane tank? I feel like the science is there.
Hell, or any kind of retributive justice in the afterlife. Interestingly enough, he ties his thoughts off with a claim that if he's wrong and God exists by some twist of fate, he would adapt to it whatever that means.
What?
As his final days approached, he claimed he would record
That's how it
audio of
works.
it as it took place, though he himself acknowledges there'd be no way to upload it online unless it somehow got leaked post-mortem. Since this file has never surfaced, he either didn't record it or it's been safely stored away in police records. In one of his last mentions of it altogether, he says that the massacre video he'd been working on will remain unfinished, as he no longer had the motivation to work on it, nor the funds, since he spent all of his money on ammunition. On the 25th, he posted a video revising his plans after he figured out that shooting at...
Wait, was he going to make a video of him massacring people? Is that what I was just saying? Like, I knew he wanted to, like, record it and stuff. But, like, how in the world did he think he would be able to massacre people and then be able to upload it to YouTube? Rob? This dude's insane.
Propane tanks does nothing, so he intended to correct for it by loading a shopping cart with lighter fluid and shooting at it to see if it would result in an explosion. 3 days later, he writes about treating his mom to Olive Garden as one of his last good deeds for her. In the few remaining days of May, he recorded 2 videos of himself driving, during which he discussed his plans, the animations, and the spats he had with his family over jobs. The very long-winded and redundant nature of his tapes at this point is due to Randy enjoying hearing his own recordings while he worked. So while he was recording them so that people looking into him could have all the details, he was also doing it for his own consumption and enjoyment. In his diary, he says that he'll forever be 16 to 19 years old, spiritually speaking, right before expressing the
How
first
old
thing
was
he's
he,
ever
though,
in doubt as
at
to
this
whether
point?
members of the EGS actually exist or not.
He's
As
20s,
he
right?
puts it, he's not sure which of them are real and which of them are made up in his head, but this uncertainty doesn't ever make him question the overall truth of Ember. On the 1st of June, Randy recorded the goodbye tape I've been referencing throughout the entirety of this video, which was dedicated to explaining to his family why he did what he did and how they couldn't see it coming. Though we've already covered the majority of the relevant things he says in this video, he retraces the topic of his frequent shaving.
Since like 2016, I've been shaving my arms and legs and entire body every 3 days.
What?
You wonder what I'm doing in the shower for so damn long? I'm shaving my entire f***ing body. Nobody ever questioned that. Which I don't know why. I hid it for the longest time. I
Because normally when a young man is in the shower for that long, it's because they're doing something else. I'm pretty certain every young man, as a teenager, has done this. Have you done this, Benny? Like, when I was young, I used to jack off in the shower because it was the only place where I was like, I won't get caught here. No? Really? I thought everyone did it. Because, like, if you're in your room, well, actually, I should specify, at my house, when I was growing up, my mother didn't allow locks on our doors to our bedroom. Mainly, I think, for the reason that she didn't want us, if we were in trouble, to be able to go in our room and lock the door where she couldn't get in to yell at us. So because of that, I never jacked off in my room. It was always in the shower, because it was the only place where I knew no one would walk in on me. Does that make sense? And I feel like his parents would probably like thought the same. He's probably just in there jacking off. That's why they didn't go and ask you why. Because they were like, I don't want to hear about it. Does that make sense? I can't believe you didn't. I thought everybody did that.
kept the girl razor.
I thought it was common.
Desk over there, and I just got tired of hiding it. I'm like, well, they're gonna have to eventually know anyway, so I just started leaving it on the counter. But nobody questioned it, which I couldn't believe.
Oh, I thought he was gay.
Not groundbreaking, but it further adds to the notion that Randy was purposely not concealing every
Asexual
trace of
here?
his odd behavior,
He's saying you don't
leaving
jack
out
off,
little
like,
leads in
ever?
the hope that someone would at least ask about it, and yet it never happened. It's hard to tell if he's just genuinely confused as to how it could be that no one noticed, or if he's upset that no one did. He even mentions an instance in which his obsession with becoming a ghost girl came to such a degree that he decided
Never?
to cover himself in paint.
Just one thing I'll say is like that white stain on the floor, like that
Okay.
splotch you'll see on my carpet. That was.
I don't
an
understand
Ember thing.
asexuals then.
I wanted to make my skin as white as possible to look like her.
Wait, what?
wanted it
Oh,
to
I
be
didn't mean to do
completely
that.
White, so I bought this body paint.
Whoops.
Which was like, I don't even know what it was. It was like latex. It becomes
Oh,
like
no.
glued to your skin and you gotta peel it off. And it got on the carpet and then it got freaking in my body hair, which like almost never came out at the time. What little body hair I had at the time anyways, but that stuff never came off.
Later on in that footage, he mentions that he even revealed he'd been working on a high school shooting animation to his mom around the same time he got surgery, and still, nothing came of it. In the latter half of the recording, Randy reveals something that he hadn't even documented in his journey, but saw fit to relay in the recording. In the wake...
Never, ever, ever. So, the question that I have now is, like, did this guy, like, just have main character syndrome? Did he just think he was like the main character and everybody needed to pay attention to him? And ask him questions and like wonder about him all the time? Is that what, Rob? Because it seems that way, right? He's like, why didn't they notice me? Why weren't they watching me? It's like, bro, because they have their own fucking lives? Like, why the fuck would anybody want to watch you? Like, 24 fucking 7? You care what the fuck you're doing?
Wake of his hard pivot to EGS content on YouTube, everyone either found it weird and left, or hung
Eggs
on
go
in the
squish.
hopes that Randy would eventually go back to making the kind of zany content he used to produce. Everyone except one girl.
I started talking with a girl online who was a fan of my
That's
videos.
never a good idea.
I was able to connect with her because she was like crazy, like mentally crazy, but she was virtually on the edge of like literally like ending her life. She was...
Hello, Pot. May I introduce you to Kettle? Like, what? You have no ground to say that she's crazy. What? If he's saying she's crazy, she's probably fucking normal. Or she's even fucking way worse than him. Like, what?
Suicidal and all this, and I was able to talk with her because she was able to connect with me and understood me and how I was feeling and all this stuff and my hatred for the world. We knew the world was bullshit. We knew our lives were
Did she send
like,
nudes?
in hell, and we just didn't want to be on this planet anymore. And then the EGS stuff that
I wonder what
made
would have happened if she did.
connected with her more than like anything that had in her life up to that point. That was like one of the only things that was keeping her alive. I just grew a connection with her.
Okay.
And I started talking to her about the shotgun I got. She was one of only 2 people I told about the shotgun. I could just talk to her about anything.
I thought his family knew about the shotgun.
Because there was no one I could talk to about this stuff besides my own journal. So I started talking to her about all this stuff, and you know, I said like, oh, I've had the gun in my mouth a few times, but never pulled the trigger. That's just because I was practicing. But I told her that stuff. She just went into deep thoughts all the time with me, every day, just telling me dark stuff. And
Why do you need to practice committing suicide? Am I the only one that finds that weird? Why do you need to practice? It just gets weirder and weirder.
I understood it, and I was desensitized to it all. It's because that's how I lived. Knowing like no one seems to give a fucking shit about me, and knowing I have no future, and knowing I have nowhere else to go, and knowing that this is all I have. You know.
Okay, you have no future because hasn't he deliberately gone out of his way to say he does not want to work? Like, I feel like most of his problems are caused by himself. A gun too big for his mouth? Maybe. But like, am I wrong? From everything that we've been hearing, he's been the main problem to all of these things. Like, no one cares about you. Bro, they do. They just don't fucking want to know everything you've done throughout the day, every day. Like, what? Like, I care about my niece and nephew. I'm not going to ring them every day and say, hey, what'd you do? Tell me everything you've done today. Because that's insane. Which that seems to be like what he wants. He wants them to ask him every single thing that he's done all day. So he can tell them. And then yeah, the fact that he has no future because you fucked it yourself. He did that himself. Like he went to college. I'm pretty certain he could have fucking gotten an actual job, depending on what he studied. But even like, wasn't it even in like high school? He was saying he has bad grades that he doesn't want to work. Is he blaming like fucking society for that? Like I don't get it.
We got that. She understood that, and knowing that I felt like a soul trapped on the inside, begging to get out, you know? We connected well.
Unfortunately, it was too little, too late, and the one seemingly genuine connection he made with another human happened to be with someone who engaged with him in his EGS delusion. But we'll come back to her later. It was the beginning of June.
Oh, did we figure out who she is?
And at this point, there was nothing that could stop him from carrying out his plan.
Is she actually
The
batshit?
tapes was another driving video, which he began by ranting and raving about the voice actors he hired not delivering their vocal lines on time. For some odd reason, he dedicates pretty much the entirety of its runtime to explaining why the music industry is fake and why using things like backing tracks and auto-tune during live performances means you're not a real artist. After this somewhat random entry, he made another video titled Goodbye Earth, which was a spiritual sequel to the Parents video meant to give a conclusion of sorts. The conclusion was about as
Bro, that was the most terrifying thing we've seen so far. Holy shit. What the fuck? Bro, this is terrifying. Has anyone told him, like, that don't smile before? Like, this is crazy.
grim as you can possibly imagine.
If you want to end your life, do what you feel is best. Doesn't matter who you hurt from it all, as long as it's what you want to do and it's what's going to make you happy. If it's going to make you free, do it.
Wait, is killing people going to make him happy? Is that what he's saying?
For the last time.
Despite this being his official sign-off, it wasn't exactly the last video he recorded. There were two more, one in which he gave a tour of his house, and another in the morning preceding his attack, taken in the supermarket in the same style as his original planned route, silently pacing through the premises. Besides the videos, he also spread his final words over a few documents he uploaded alongside the tapes, one of which
We'll
was
watch the
a
rest of
diary,
this,
and it
and then I'll
read,
end stream.
"This will be my last entry. I need to
How
finish
long have
up
we been streaming
everything
for?
and get it all uploaded by tomorrow afternoon.
Bro, we've
I'm
been
so
streaming
ready
for
to
6
die.
hours, holy shit.
2 more full nights, and that's it. I finally accepted that Wednesday night will be the end of me. Everything around me seems to have faded away.
We got like
It's felt
14
as if I'm
minutes
the last
left.
soul alive on this planet for the last week. I see people, but they feel like an illusion. I've never felt so distant from society, and I love it. Nothing feels the same anymore. My perspectives on everything are different. I wish I started writing this journal back in 2013. So many things have changed. 62 more hours. That's the only thing standing in my way. I can almost feel Mackenzie holding me in her arms. You will never fully understand the desire to be who you truly are. I need my spiritual...
Mackenzie's the fictional character he loves, right? And he's gone? I'm assuming he's talking about the fictional character at this point, though, right? And not the gun.
body back. I'd take my entire family if I was forced to. Rachel will be there. Maybe Froggy too. All of that pressure, stress, and tension will be lifted. I'll be
Wait,
looking down at those who have...
did he name a fictional character Rachel? I thought he just named the gun Rachel. Okay, there's too many names.
Inspired, and look forward to seeing what you create in your lives. Don't ever forget about me. Promise me that. I'll haunt your dreams if you drift away from me. I won't lie, I wish my channels exploded with viewership in my 9 years. It was decent views, but I was always on the outside looking in compared to the popular channels. It took me until now to realize it just wasn't in my soul contract. If EGS blows up after I'm gone, then I accomplished something. I was just never meant to be famous while I was alive.
Fucking
I wanted
unhinged
fame.
and
I wanted to
insane.
be recognized on the street. I wanted to be in movies or have documentaries made about me or reenactments with actors. I always dreamed of getting somewhere, but
I feel like that just proved everything I was saying before about him having main character syndrome. He wants to be famous. He wants people to fawn over him all the time. But like, that's not how it fucking works, bro.
but it wasn't meant to happen. People can say all they want, Andrew, you could have gotten help and saved your life. It doesn't matter. This was how my life was meant to end. It's how the script was written. I hope I brought a smile to
I'm
your
not
face
sure
at some point
any
in your
amount of
lives,
help would have
whether it
helped
be
him.
on Pioneers Productions, gaming videos, Ember's Ghost Squad, in person, or even just through simple social media messages. I'll never forget those who changed my life. I can't thank you all enough. Maybe I'll see some of you soon. Remember, life can always be worse. Somewhere out there, there's always someone worse off than you.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
you're about to
you'll be able
make people's
rediscover yourselves through
lives
simpler
worse.
times. It's time for me to go. Thank you. I'll always remember you. Farewell. On the night of June 7th, Randy finished the video he'd been working on, titled Westboro High Massacre. It begins the usual way, with a live-action sketch and short film format, eventually transitioning into an EGS music video consisting mostly of stills. And then, around 28 minutes in, a sad grayscale montage of Randy's content comes into play. However, the highlight of the entire thing, if we can call it a highlight, is the animated part, if we can call it animation, wherein Randy and his ghost girl partner are doing their version of Columbine, but it's just Randy's
Animation.
rough sketch animatic of what he wanted the video to look like. If this wasn't deranged enough as it is, it's preceded by minutes of just drawn stills of Randy and his ghost partner yelling out the verbal abuse they received during their time at this fictional school. It's so ridiculous that it's unintentional.
What big gun is that?
Do you even know what you want to do with your life?
Rachel, you're failing math again. Why don't you have a boyfriend, Rachel? Why don't you have a boyfriend, Rachel? Why don't you have a boyfriend, Rachel?
Shut the f up!
Shove cucumbers down your butt. I said you shove cucumbers down
Wait, what? They saying shove cucumbers down your pussy? Is that what I'm hearing right now? What is going on? What? Who's the voice actress? I kind of like her voice, and it kind of sounds familiar.
You all with the wrong girls. Harris and Klebold are our heroes.
The video went up 15 minutes before midnight, and as soon as it was linked on his Twitter, it was followed by the Mediafire link to his tapes and all the documents he'd gathered thus far. It wasn't the only EGS World account either. He made sure to
Mediafire?
simultaneously post about what he was going to do on other EGS alts he'd made for the characters, though many of them are now suspended. Part of me wonders if this also wasn't a paradoxical attempt at having someone interfere with his plans, but regardless, it would have been too late. At this point, he was in the supermarket and had already blocked an emergency exit in the back of the store. He proceeded to block the other exits and lock the electronic doors in the front, while the other employees were clueless to the plan Randy was in the process of carrying
actually
out.
did
He
record
proceeded
it.
to arm himself with his shotguns and walk
What?
around the store, ultimately taking the lives of 3 people: Terry Sterling, 63, Brian Hayes, 47, and Victoria Brong, 25, the same age as Randy. All of them as co-workers. Besides Randy, there was only one person left after those 3 had passed. A girl by the name of Kristen Newell, who was listening to music while stalking in the back of the store and ended up not hearing the shots. In the CCTV footage, which hasn't been released to the public for understandable reasons, Randy walks up to the aisle she was working in, sees her, and stands there for 5 seconds before moving on without targeting her. Given his lack of mercy when it came to the other employees, it's unknown why Randy decided to leave her unscathed. He proceeded to continue shooting away at pretty much anything he could find in the store.
Why, 'cause she
including
was
the propane
nice to him,
tanks,
maybe.
Which still didn't explode. Meanwhile, Kristen unblocked one of the exits and made her way out. All of this took place from 12:57 to 1:01 a.m., and after he was done shooting, at least according to the timestamps on Twitter, he took to the alt account for Mackenzie, the character he was most affectionate for, to say, Andrew Blaze was a great person to talk or be around. She always tried her best, even when she knew it wouldn't end the way she wanted. To all the loving, caring, beautiful people in the world, I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. I've robbed you of an angel. But things happen for a reason, good or bad, and I'm so sorry that things have to end
Wait.
like this. I speak for all of us.
He's talking about himself? Is he calling himself an angel? Is it what he's doing? Yes? I don't think he knows what an angel is. Bro, this guy's a piece of shit.
When I say that, I hope we're able to get you through the day. I always hate goodbyes, but it's more like see you later. Thank you. His characters were at least in part reflections of his identity.
Wait, so this was in 2017 and he was 25. So what is that? That's like 3 makes 28, and then what are we in now? 25. So he would have been 32 now, right? So they are my age. My mathing? My brain kind of hurts from trying to, like, think about a lot of this shit that's been going on. Is my math mathing? Wait, bro, my dog just farted. Yeah, I heard that, you stinky bitch. Would he be like 32 now? Generation is fucked. Seems like that. We grew up with the internet. We grew up with the internet when the internet was unhinged. That's probably why.
And it seemed to use Mackenzie as a mouthpiece for whatever it was in him that begrudged the fate he believed himself to be cursed by. By the time
Bro, I'm an idiot. I could have just... It's 2017. I could have just went 5 plus 3 is fucking 8. And then add that to fucking 25, which would be 33. I'm a fucking idiot.
The police answered Kristen's call and got to the store, Randy had already taken himself out, purposely, the same way Eric Harris did. In the autopsy, Randy is described as having his body completely shaved, wearing female clothes underneath his regular clothes, and having black makeup applied to his eyes, presumably to look more like a ghost girl. The autopsy also discovered that he had 372 nanograms of diphenhydramine per milliliter of blood.
What is that?
Diphenhydramine is commonly known as Benadryl, and the safe quantity to have in your system only goes up to about 102 nanograms per milliliter, meaning Randy had 3 times the safe quantity. It's not totally certain
What
why
is
Randy
Benadryl?
did this. Some say it's so that, where he did not have the guts to pull the trigger when his time came, he would get taken away by the overdose. However, toxic and lethal doses of Benadryl are only in the 5,000 to 8,000 range, so I'm not sure how true that is. It may be he just wanted to be in an altered state during his attack so he wouldn't hesitate.
Or
Benadryl
maybe
is
he
known to
fucking...
cause grim hallucinations.
Or maybe he used to take Benadryl like that all the fucking time, and that's why he's fucked up. What's Benadryl meant for? I don't take tablets. I like avoid tablets a lot. The only thing I take is Advil, and that's for like headaches and stuff. Benadryl? Not what I did, but anyway. What exactly does Benadryl do? Benadryl is a what? Antihistamine that reduces the effects of natural chemical histamine in the body. Of sneezing, itching, watery eyes. And is it meant for like hay fever? Is it meant for hay fever? Is Benadryl used for hay fever? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, well now I know what Benadryl is. Cool. Yeah, I don't know why. I've just always... I don't like taking tablets. I've never liked taking tablets. And I probably never will. Like, even when, like... So, I am supposed to take... Well, I can take medicine, like tablets, for my arthritis. I just choose not to, because I prefer just not taking tablets.
So I wonder if his intention was to derealize as much as possible so that he could carry his ordeal.
But yeah, I
out.
wouldn't be surprised if he
Ultimately,
just...
no one knows.
If
He
he
never
was
even
just
wrote
taking
about it.
Benadryl
Much to
like that.
Randy's chagrin, his attack didn't achieve
To
the
get himself
aim he was
high.
aiming for, being mostly covered by local Pennsylvania news outlets and no national coverage. The Stair family offered their condolences to the families of those who fell victim to Randy. According to someone claiming to have been in contact with their relatives, his father blamed himself for getting him the job at the supermarket. His mom blamed herself for buying him the the shotgun, and his younger brother was so affected he couldn't even speak about it whatsoever. One of the victims, Brian, was a Desert Storm veteran and the father of a 17-year-old girl, and his sister-in-law had to immediately open a GoFundMe page for the immediate expenses of the family. Another, Victoria, also had an infant son, but none of this had mattered to Randy. Years later, the survivor of the attack spoke about what had happened, and she was still just as clueless as to why she was spared. Eventually, news outlets caught wind that one of the last things Randy did before his attack was emailing the voice actress he was primarily working with, Laura, about what he was about to do. Unfortunately, she was asleep when she got it and only saw it in her inbox hours later, only to enter a state of shock and disbelief, as she always saw Randy as someone who was very polite and incapable of violence. Make Me Bad 35, the YouTuber with whom Randy had collaborated with a few times, made a thread talking about him, explaining that the two had become friends.
So does the Laura chick still do voice work? Or did this like make her not want to do it anymore?
Through Xbox Live sessions after their collabs, and that he got a long note from Randy immediately prior to the attack. Despite all of the catastrophe left in his wake, Randy didn't get his wish, and nobody was inspired by what he'd done and became a copycat. However, there are still a few loose ends, the first of which is a person who voice acted for the Rachel EGS character in one of the videos. On Twitter, she frequently interacted with Randy's EGS posts right up until the very end. On the 7th of June, when Randy posted "It's our time to rise," she replied with 2 hours to go, suggesting she wasn't just a fan of the EGS content he was unaware.
Is she the girl that they were talking about before? Is this the one that was like into him or whatever?
Of how seriously Randy took it, but was actually in very deep and fully aware of his true intentions. From other Twitter posts, we can glean that she made fan art of the EGS and even went as far as designing one of the recruiters for Randy. However, when questioned by internet bystanders about her relation to Randy, she denied any knowledge of his plans. A Steam account under the same name suggested that this person shared Randy's interest in cross-dressing, but before any online investigation could be conducted, their online presence was wiped out, and to this day, their role in the attack is up for debate. The second one is someone by the name of Naze, who seems to have taken up the mantle of running the EGS since 2017 and is still actively updating his accounts with EGS related art to this day. In the videos this person has uploaded to a Daily Motion account, they claim to disavow Randy's attack, but regardless, I hope this person is on a list of some sort and is being surveilled.
Yeah,
well,
what?
we do know that someone is keeping tabs on Naze's activity, but I don't think it'll do much good. Unfortunately, Naze is just one of many people who started idolizing Randy after what he did, so much so that a Discord server was created to serve as a hub for their activities. One of the very few pieces of evidence we have that this server existed, or still exists, is a message attacking Mr. Medicare for his coverage of Randy's case in one of his internet insanity videos. Outside of the Discord server, the brunt of their activities seemed to take place either on Twitter or on DeviantArt, where I had the misfortune of discovering that someone had drawn fart fetish fan art of one of the EGS recruiters. This is Randy's legacy, and if we're lucky, none of these people will ever do anything like what Randy did. What's the takeaway from all of this?
So they turn his art into like weird porn.
Entries, videos, animations. What does it all come to? Randy's story reminded me of many different things. He was obsessed with becoming his original character based on a cartoon character he was obsessed with, and he had a convoluted narrative about how the cartoon would eventually bleed in and become one with the regular world. This is the exact same belief Chris Chan started holding in the late 2010s. Not just similar,
my God.
the exact same. It's the dimensional merge all over.
For what? Rewatched? Can't believe you, Tom. How dare you talk about the goddess?
A little known fact is that a
So
couple of years
casually
ago,
like
Chris
this.
Chan said Randy and him had interdimensional communications and even channeled Randy, whatever that means.
She's in this body with me, so I'm gonna let her speak now. This is Randy Stair. Andrew Blaze. It's me.
No way. I haven't heard this. There's new law. Will now all die due to his actions. Yeah, how dare he talk so casually about the goddess? Bro, I can't believe this. I didn't know any of this.
Randy Stair. I mean, you can tell from the way I'm talking here. So rad. I'm in the body of Chris Chan here. But yeah, everybody who's been dying within the past few months or so has definitely been ending up in their respective counterparts' bodies in the opposite dimension. The merge is happening, just as Chris Chan and Sancho and Magic Chan, everyone else have been saying. And
another interesting thing that's been pointed.
Bro, sometimes I wish that I did have a webcam I am smiling from ear to ear. That was amazing. Now you know why I wanted you to say that. Bro, that was incredible. I didn't know the Christian lore spread like this. This is amazing. It seeped over into this. That was the greatest part of the video. By far.
Pointed out is the fact that despite all of his disclaimers about how dark his content and thoughts were, they're not really that dark. Negative, sure, but mostly it's just corny teenage revenge fantasies that involve shooting. There's no deeper meaning to it, no cogent narrative, no amazing magnum opus at the end of it. We don't even find out Chuck E. Cheese's middle name. It's just childish delusion amplified by access to firearms. Both of these point to Randy being stuck in some kind of mental man-child limbo. His attention-seeking also corroborates this. Part of me wonders, if Randy was able to become a lol cow, would he have done what he did? What if
who's been dying within the past
the fuck just happened?
few months or so has definitely been ending up in the
Was that me?
counterparts' bodies in the opposite dimension. The merge is happening just as
Was that me?
Shannon,
What the fuck just happened there?
Magic Chan, everyone else have been saying.
How dark his content and fantasies that involve opus at the end of it. We don't even find out Chuck E. Cheese's middle name.
I didn't even do
It's just
anything.
childish delusion amplified by access to firearms. Both of these point to Randy being stuck in some kind of mental man-child limbo. His attention-seeking also
Fuck it.
corroborates this. Part of me wonders, if Randy was able to become a lol cow, would he have done what he did? What if people found out about his goofy EGS
He probably would have
content
done
and began
worse.
to make fun of it en masse? Many lol cows share the same desperate thirst for attention.
Yeah, I'm
even if
gonna
negative.
watch
And though
Christian.
it's perfectly fine to make fun of them for it, there's an
Well,
understandable reason why they're like.
We can start at where I'm up to. That's what you really want. I haven't watched any. I've been leaving it just in case. Death threats. Fuumoko game? What's wrong with people? Gino Samuel. I am up to part 81. So 81, 82, 83, 84, 85. And I think 85 might be the last one. Because it looks like it's his arrest. And it goes for an hour and 12 minutes. So I think maybe part 85 is the last one. And then there's an 8-minute thing at the end that just says "A Week with Christian" documentary, 2000. So I could do that. We just start at part 81. No sleep till PPs know all the lore. So you want me to start from the start? I mean, I can do that, but isn't it all messed up though? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, yeah, 6 is gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. I was about to say, I'm pretty certain it got all messed up because he had to re-upload. Six is gone. Well, it's not in the right position. So, because I'm pretty certain when I was watching it, that happened, and I was like, wait, where's that? Yeah, here it is. So, part 59, and then after part 59, it was part 6, part 16. So, like, that's where he re-uploaded the parts that went missing. Because I think they got flagged for, like, harassment or something. So he had to cut parts out of it. I might make like I might go and add them all to my watch later list in order. So then, yeah. His playlist has them all in order, does it? Wait, it says 89. I went to his playlists and it says Christian, a comprehensive history. That's 89. Did he wait? Wasn't it 85? Am I crazy? Wait, he added Kudzu, the vine that ate America, and then a week with Christian documentary. But that would just make 87. Where's 88 and 89? What? Is part 6 and 16 in here twice? Is that what happened? Okay, yeah, it is in order. But like, why? One unavailable video is hidden. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, yeah, we could do that. I don't mind rewatching it from the start again. I fucking love the Christian doc.
That not getting any attention.
74 is double? Is it? Oh, I just closed it. I was about to look, but I realized I closed it. But yeah, I don't mind rewatching it. I love it.
Even when you're acting out in bad ways, is one of the most depressing places you can be in. Attention keeps people alive. Even when someone's telling you you're stupid and your content is goofball garbage, at least they care enough to tell you. And that's better than nothing at all. We rarely look at it from this angle, but how many lolcows would have hurt themselves or others if the internet wasn't on their case 24/7? If left to their own devices alone in a room with nothing but mental illness, it's not completely shocking that Randy did what he did. This isn't all to say that other people around him were somehow...
But the other thing is, too, that I'm assuming he did get comments. There's, like, it's the internet. There's no way in hell that he got comments, like, didn't get comments that would, like, shitting on him for being insane, right? In some of those videos. So, like, Tom's right and wrong at the same time, because I think this guy was going to do what he was going to do anyway, because he just ignored. He just ignored his comments. The PBs need to know about the first Let's Player. Most documented human and most prominent lolcow. Prominent? Do you mean like the first lolcow? I feel like he's the first Let's Player. He's the first lolcow. Horror cow after what he did to his mum. Yeah, but as far as I know, I haven't got to that point yet. But I did watch a thing where they talked about it, and the reason he was let out was because they couldn't actually find evidence that Chris did do that, and that's why he got let out so early. He isn't the first lolcow, but the most well-known one. Who's the first lolcow? I thought he was. So yeah, I don't know, like, if he did do the things he did to his mother, because it would not surprise me that if he just was just saying it because he thought it was cool. And he thought that that girl would like him more for saying it. During his first sightings, there already existed lolcows. Now we need to figure out who the first lolcow was then.
How at fault here.
Watch a video on that.
Attention. Randy is at fault. Unfortunately, the things he did get attention for weren't the things he considered relevant. No one really engaged with the EGS stuff seriously, which, though completely understandable given the context, is a massive misfortune that allowed Randy to succeed in wrapping himself up in this terrible fantasy world without anyone intervening. Not to be overly generous to people online, but it's not far-fetched to say that there is a benefit to the phenomenon. Maybe if Randy received a well-deserved dose of ridicule, his power fantasies never would have festered to the point they did. Maybe he would have had a reality check and realized how ridiculous he was being. But nobody ever said that. At the very least,
no.
Would be looking at his stuff.
I think he probably would have been more violent.
And maybe something could have been
like,
done. But we'll never know, because once people heard about Randy, it was too late. I've been
Bro, that's
Tricky Tom.
terrifying.
Thanks for watching.
That smile's terrifying.
And until next time, leave me alone.
I give you a like. I think that if he was ridiculed like the way Chris Chan was, I think he would have committed what he did sooner rather than as late as he did. Because he talked about it for how long? Talked about it for ages before he actually did it. And thought about it for ages before he did it. He just seemed like an naturally angry individual. Does it make sense? Like he just seemed like the smallest things made him upset. This feels false. The web says that Chris is the first locale, but I remember that the term and people existed before him. So the reason why I think they're saying Chris is the first locale is because his story starts technically before the other ones. It's just he wasn't labeled a locale until after. Does that make sense? Because his story starts in like the 80s, doesn't it? Or earlier than that? Because when was he born? Because he was like 10 or whatever when it starts. Chris Chan age. He's 43 now. Yeah, he was born in 82. So it would have been like late 80s when his story starts. Right? Caffles is fucking 30? No way. Why are you doing the shit that you've been doing when you're 30? Bro, what the fuck? Oh man, Nikocato's my age. Makes me sad. Makes me sad to know that. Wait, there's a guy actually called Chris Chan. His last name's Chan. CHANN. Bro. I reckon he probably would have got made fun of in school because of Chris Chan. But yeah, you get what I mean though, right? Like I'm gonna cry, piss your pants maybe? Maybe. I'm amazed I haven't been peeing more. I drank a full bottle of water, I drank that can of mother, and I'm halfway through another bottle of water. Normally all I have to do is drink that can of mother, and it makes me need to pee a lot. I peed once when I took the dogs out. So I'm surprised I haven't needed to pee more. But yeah, so I think it starts, it's like, I'm pretty certain it's in the 80s, right? It's like 89 or something like that. Maybe it's the early 90s, but I feel like it's around that. So I think because of like how it started, his stuff started like pretty much prior to the internet. I think that's why they're saying he's the first locale. I don't think they're counting like when he was dubbed a locale. I think they're going off of like when he first emerged. Does that make sense? I could probably turn this back on. G'day, Unhappy. How's it going? Bro, you came in like the worst time possible. I'm ending stream soon. And we just finished reacting too. I could probably do that now. Did you send me? Can't talk right now, I'm making piss. Yeah, I've seen that. That's me. Every day, all day. Oh, yeah. I'll be live again tomorrow, though. When you got sheep. Yeah, this is what we got. Sheep, and then we got pink. So we're on the Route 3 now. Do you have a foreign ditto? Not on this. I have a foreign ditto on other accounts. I have a shiny Italian ditto in, I think, Sword. Then I have Japanese dittos in all the other games. But this is a new save file, so I don't really have one on here. I don't know what. So tomorrow we're probably gonna end up streaming some that me side, right? Maybe. New save file. Whoa, what's it called? You know what I mean. I deleted whatever was on it. Because I did play through Shield, I think, or like I didn't play through it, but I played enough to make it so I could trade. And then yeah, I deleted it so we could do this. Go to my posts. What's the number for Zigzagoon? I do not remember. I don't remember at all. But it was 15,000. Was it 15,955 or something for the sheep? Will you be trading them? My foreign dittos? No, I keep them for trading. Not trading, for Masuda Hunt. Need a foreign ditto. What game are you playing? Under 10k? Yeah, he was definitely under 10k. I think you can... Wait, hold on. Oh, it's the vote's 50-50. I assume that was you, Benny, that made it 50-50. It's all your fault. Shield. I recommend going to Austin John Plays, because with every game he makes a trade chart where he like makes codes and you can trade with people, and you keep going until you get someone that's foreign. That's how I got most of mine, was through that method. Or if you have Pokemon Go and Pokemon Home on your phone, you can do the trade on Pokemon Home, and you can type in Ditto, and I think you can make it so it's one of the filters is like from a different country. Where is it? The one I caught it on, I think I named it after it, maybe. Maybe? No? Was it the last stream? Okay, yeah, it was in the last stream. Because I'm still on Route 2 in this one. Oh no, there it is though. Give me a minute. I'll tell you the exact number in a minute. Hey, we were reacting to Nux. Wait, was it 69? There's no way. No, it wasn't. Bro, I just saw the shiny before. Wait, where was it? And then I went back to figure out what the number was. Where the fuck? Okay, we're in the 80s now. Wait, maybe if I... Instead of clicking, I'll like... Bro, we were reacting to like... I'm assuming it was like one of the Hassan videos. I will figure this out. There it is. 2,485. That's what it took to find it. You know the dumbest thing about it is? I went on I tried to be funny and went on a rant about Hassan. And completely missed it. I forgot about that. Whoops. Yeah, so 2,485. That was how long it took. Oh, I can't believe how stupid I am. Well, you guys don't want to watch me side? I just went back. I'll post it in chat. Can't believe you don't want to watch me side. What's wrong with you guys? I bought it so I could stream it. I mean, I'll play it off stream. I don't care. Put it in the kick chat too. Why not? How do I have 71 followers now? What? I didn't get a message saying anyone followed me. What? It's lying to me. Oh. Yeah, so I was answering multiple questions at once. Whose YouTube channel? Well, that one's mine. If you want to go to the community tab and vote. But I'll get the link for Austin. Hold on. If you're into Pokemon, like Austin John Plays is like probably one of the best channels to follow. Okay, here. I got it. Thank you. So how did you get 15k, 1.5 years for the first hunt, then under odds for the second? How your luck is bipolar? I don't know. Don't ask me. That's why I've said several times, like, my luck is both good and bad. Sometimes I'm like super lucky, and then other times I'm like, you know, I'll see you in a year and a half. Also, I think this thing has bad, yeah, attack is lowered, and then this thing has boosted special attack, which I think is also bad. So, I didn't really win with that. Oh, and then like whenever I'm not streaming, my luck is incredible. Like whenever I shiny hunt off stream, it's insane. Yeah, bad ability and nature. Yeah. So I didn't really get luck with that. They like so we've been playing Legends, right? We need to get back into it so I can finish the dexes, but when we played through it, we didn't get many shinies, right? We got some shinies, we didn't get many. The first time I played Legends, I went to my first outbreak, which was a Shinx outbreak, and it was just over that first hill when you start the game. It was down that first hill right in front of the bridge. I've seen it. Yeah. I got 7 shiny Shinxes from that one outbreak. I got 7. I wasn't streaming. This was like, I was just playing it off stream. This was before I started streaming Pokemon. And yeah, I got 7. And I remember I think I was watching someone else stream, and I mentioned it in their chat. I can't remember who it was though. Like, it blew my mind. I was like, what is happening? This is insane. And like, it's moments like that where I was like, I should stream these things. So that way I have proof. So that way when I say these things, people can't go, oh, it didn't happen, because there's no proof. Right? Because, yeah, the most insane shit happens to me when I'm not streaming. Like that. Got 7 shiny Shinxes in that one outbreak. I think there was like 16 or 17 Shinxes in total in that outbreak. So like pretty much half of them were shiny. And then the other thing is, like, even I like my luck being bad too, where I went almost 40,000 encounters for a shaman. Sad I haven't gotten any in Legends yet. Violet and Go though. Yeah, I don't know if they turned it down or what, but yeah, when I did my Shinylocke, well, not really Shinylocke, but my shiny only run, I didn't find many shinies at all. I remember the first time I played the game, even before getting the charm and all that, I found so many shinies. It was crazy. I have more than I need. I have... Wait. When the power went out, I did some shiny hunting. And I caught some more shinies that I actually needed for my decks. So, I'll tell you. What are we at now? 74.3% of the entire... So, from Gen 1 all the way up to the new Gen. So it includes all the Pokemon. I have 74.3% of the entire deck's shiny. And I think there's 1,010 or something Pokemon. I can probably just scroll down and tell you. I'm pretty sure it's lowered. I don't know though. Yeah, that's like fucking, what's it called? What's the game called? Yeah, 1,019. That's how many Pokemon. And I've got 74.3%. So that's like, what, 740-ish Pokemon that I've gotten shiny? Out of the 1,000. Yeah, I think in Scarlet and Violet, the outbreaks, I think they lowered it. Because when I first started playing that, without even a shiny sandwich, just going to the outbreak, before I even killed 60, I would find a shiny. And then after I killed 60, it would take me like, because I think the first thing I hunted was Eevee, and I found all the Eevees I needed to get every evolution within like an hour. So I think they've lowered it, because now I can literally go to an outbreak now in my Shinylocke I'm doing, kill 60, and then spend hours waiting to find a single shiny. And then I've also had that where I've killed 60, eaten a shiny sandwich, and then still not, like, had to do multiple sandwiches. I have 3 to 4 unique Pokemon in Violet, 7 in total. Like unique shinies? What do you mean? I have the entire Scarlet and Violet deck shiny, except for the ones you can't get, like legendaries and the... What are they called? The Ruins? Swords of Ruins Pokemon? Those ones? Every other Pokemon that you can catch, I've gotten shiny. Even, the Gimme-Go on that. Because I did the event saying... Did multiple outbreaks. Not outbreaks, what are they called? Dens? Whatever the fuck they're called. Raids. those raid den things. I did multiples of those and got 2 shiny. Yeah, my living dex is coming together. I don't think Benny's here anymore because I'm assuming it's very late for him. But it's, I don't know if it's still, wait, hold on. Is me side still in the nah? No, now it's yay. Okay. I don't remember how much money I paid for it. I just remember it was cheap. But yeah, if by tomorrow when I wake up, me side is still yay, then we'll be streaming me side. If it's not, and it's nay, then I don't know. I'll stream whatever. Maybe some more Pokemon. Anyway, I'm gonna get going because I'm kind of hungry. And I've been live for almost 7 hours. Oh, and I guess now we're going to be reacting to Christian. So I guess that's a thing. Start that all over again. Shiny's only 3 to 4 base Pokemon. Would be minuscule. What? What do you mean? Not only have I also gotten like a lot of Pokemon shiny, I've also some Pokemon, not all. I've also went out of my way to get different forms shiny too. So like the one I am nearly finished with is the Flabébé line. I have all of Floette and Florges shiny in every color. I just need Flabébé now, which I'm going to Masuda hunt because they're too small for me to see, so it would just be easier if I Masuda hunted it. So yeah, I've almost got all them. I got Vivillon, all of the different Vivillons shiny, except for the Pokeball one, which you can't get. And I think there's another one. Maybe it's just the Pokeball one now. But even stuff like that, I've gone out of my way to get. Like, I already have a shiny Shaman, but I'm going out of my way to get a second one, so I can have the flying form and the normal one. Shiny's only 3 to 4 non-shiny Pokemon would be bad for like 6 badges in, or whatever. Oh, you mean for like a Shinylocke? Well, the way I do it is you get your starter. You can shiny hunt that. If you can shiny hunt that, you shiny hunt it. But if you can't, like in Violet, then whatever the first shiny you get, you then replace your starter with. And then you got to fight the first gym with just that. And then you fight that gym. When you win, you can then go shiny hunt again and get the second shiny. And then recently what I've been doing in my one is I've also counted the Titan Pokemon. If you beat them, you can then go get a shiny. And the Team Star stuff. That's what I've been doing. Anyway, I'm really hungry, so I'm gonna get going. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you guys enjoyed today's stream, leave a like. If you'd like to see more, subscribe. But till next time, hooroo.